The station wagons arrived at noon, a long shining line that coursed through the West Campus. In single file, they eased around the orange I-beam sculpture and moved toward the dormitories. The roofs of the station wagons were loaded down with carefully secured suitcases full of light and heavy clothing, with boxes of blankets, boots and shoes, stationery and books, sheets, pillows, quilts, with rolled-up rugs and sleeping bags, with bicycles, skis, rucksacks, English and Western saddles, inflated rafts. As cars slowed to a crawl and stopped, students sprang out and raced to the rear doors to begin removing the objects inside. The stereo sets, radios, personal computers, small refrigerators and table ranges, the cartons of phonograph records and cassettes, the hairdryers and styling irons, the tennis rackets, soccer balls, hockey and lacrosse sticks, bows and arrows, the controlled substances, the birth control pills and devices, the junk food still in shopping bags, onion and garlic chips, nacho thins, peanut cream patties, waffalos and kabooms, fruit chews and toffee popcorn, the dum-dum pops, the mystic mints. I've witnessed this spectacle every September for 21 years. It is a brilliant event, invariably. The students greet each other with comic cries and gestures of sudden collapse. Their summer has been bloated with criminal pleasures, as always. The parents stand sun-dazed near their automobiles, seeing images of themselves in every direction. The conscientious suntans, the well-made faces and wry looks. They feel a sense of renewal, of communal recognition. The women crisp and alert, in diet trim, knowing people's names. Their husbands content to measure out the time, distant but ungrudging, accomplished in parenthood, something about them suggesting massive insurance coverage. This assembly of station wagons, as much as anything they might do in the course of the year, more than formal liturgies or laws, tells the parents they are a collection of the like-minded and the spiritually akin, a people, a nation. I left my office and walked down the hill and into town. There are houses in town with turrets and two-story porches where people sit in the shade of ancient maples. There are Greek Revival and Gothic churches. There is an insane asylum with an elongated portico, ornamented dormers, and a steeply pitched roof topped by a pineapple finial. Babette and I, and our children, by previous marriages, live at the end of a quiet street in what was once a wooded area with deep ravines. There is an expressway beyond the backyard now, well below us, and at night, as we settle into our brass bed, the sparse traffic washes past, a remote and steady murmur around our sleep, as of dead souls babbling at the edge of a dream. I am chairman of the Department of Hitler Studies at the College on the Hill. I invented Hitler Studies in North America in March of 1968. It was a cold, bright day with intermittent winds out of the east. When I suggested to the Chancellor that we might build a whole department around Hitler's life and work, he was quick to see the possibilities. It was an immediate and electrifying success. The Chancellor went on to serve as advisor to Nixon, Ford, and Carter before his death on a ski lift in Austria. At 4th and Elm, cars turn left for the supermarket. A policewoman crouched inside a box-like vehicle patrols the area looking for cars parked illegally, for meter violations, lapsed inspection stickers. On telephone poles all over town, there are homemade signs concerning lost dogs and cats, sometimes in the handwriting of a child. Chapter 2. Babette is tall and fairly ample. There is a girth and heft to her. Her hair is a fanatical blonde mop. a particular tawny hue that used to be called dirty blonde. If she were a petite woman, the hair would be too cute, too mischievous and contrived. Size gives her tousled aspect a certain seriousness. Ample women do not plan such things. They lack the guile for conspiracies of the body. You should have been there, I said to her. Where? It's the day of the station wagons. Did I miss it again? You're supposed to remind me. They stretched all the way down past the music library and onto the interstate. Blue, green, burgundy, brown. They gleamed in the sun like a desert caravan. You know I need reminding, Jack. Babette, disheveled, has the careless dignity of someone too preoccupied with serious matters to know or care what she looks like. Not that she is a gift-bearer of great things as the world generally reckons them. She gathers and tends the children, teaches a course in an adult education program, belongs to a group of volunteers who read to the blind. Once a week, she reads to an elderly man named Treadwell, who lives on the edge of town. He is known as Old Man Treadwell, as if he were a landmark, a rock formation, or brooding swamp. She reads to him from the National Enquirer, the National Examiner, the National Express, the Globe, the World, the Star. The old fellow demands his weekly dose of cult mysteries. Why deny him? The point is that Babette, whatever she is doing, makes me feel sweetly rewarded, bound up with a full-souled woman, a lover of daylight and dense life, the miscellaneous swarming air of families. I watch her all the time doing things in measured sequence, skillfully, with seeming ease, unlike my former wives, who had a tendency to feel estranged from the objective world. A self-absorbed and high-strung bunch, with ties to the intelligence community. It's not the station wagons I wanted to see. What are the people like? Do the women wear plaid skirts, cable-knit sweaters? Are the men in hacking jackets? What's a hacking jacket? They've grown comfortable with their money, I said. They genuinely believe they're entitled to it. This conviction gives them a kind of rude health. They glow a little. I have trouble imagining death at that income level, she said. Maybe there is no death as we know it, just documents changing hands. Not that we don't have a station wagon ourselves. It's small, it's metallic gray, it has one whole rusted door. Where is Wilder? She said, routinely panic-stricken, calling out to the child, one of hers, sitting motionless on his tricycle in the backyard. Babette and I do our talking in the kitchen. The kitchen and the bedroom are the major chambers around here, the power haunts, the sources. She and I are alike in this, that we regard the rest of the house as storage space for furniture, toys, all the unused objects of earlier marriages and different sets of children, the gifts of lost in-laws, the hand-me-downs and rummages. Things. Boxes. Why do these possessions carry such sorrowful weight? There is a darkness attached to them, a foreboding. They make me wary not of personal failure and defeat, but of something more general, something large in scope and content. She came in with Wilder and seated him on the kitchen counter. Denise and Steffi came downstairs, and we talked about the school supplies they would need. Soon it was time for lunch. We entered a period of chaos and noise. We milled about, bickered a little, dropped utensils. Finally, we were all satisfied with what we'd been able to snatch from the cupboards and refrigerator, or swipe from each other, and we began quietly plastering mustard or mayonnaise on our brightly colored food. The mood was one of deadly serious anticipation, a reward hard won. The table was crowded, and Babette and Denise elbowed each other twice, although neither spoke. Wilder was still seated on the counter, surrounded by open cartons, crumpled tin foil, shiny bags of potato chips, bowls of pasty substances covered with plastic wrap, flip-top rings and twist ties, individually wrapped slices of orange cheese. Heinrich came in, studied the scene carefully, my only son, then walked out the back door and disappeared. "This isn't the lunch I'd planned for myself," Babette said. "I was seriously thinking yogurt and wheat germ." "Where have we heard that before?" Denise said. "Probably right here," Steffi said. "She keeps buying that stuff, but she never eats it," Steffi said. "Because she thinks if she keeps buying it, she'll have to eat it just to get rid of it. It's like she's trying to trick herself." "It takes up half the kitchen." "But she throws it away before she eats it because it goes bad," Denise said. "So then she starts the whole thing all over again." "Wherever you look," Steffi said, "there it is." "She feels guilty if she doesn't buy it. She feels guilty if she buys it and doesn't eat it. She feels guilty when she sees it in the fridge. She feels guilty when she throws it away." "It's like she smokes, but she doesn't," Steffi said. Denise was 11, a hard-nosed kid. She led a more or less daily protest against those of her mother's habits that struck her as wasteful or dangerous. I defended Babette. I told her I was the one who needed to show discipline in matters of diet. I reminded her how much I liked the way she looked. I suggested there was an honesty inherent in bulkiness if it is just the right amount. People trust a certain amount of bulk in others. But she was not happy with her hips and thighs, walked at a rapid clip, ran up the stadium steps at the neoclassical high school. She said I made virtues of her flaws because it was my nature to shelter loved ones from the truth. Something lurked inside the truth, she said. The smoke alarm went off in the hallway upstairs, either to let us know the battery had just died or because the house was on fire. We finished our lunch in silence. Chapter 3. Department heads wear academic robes at the college on the hill. Not grand, sweeping, full-length affairs, but sleeveless tunics puckered at the shoulders. I like the idea. I like clearing my arm from the folds of the garment to look at my watch. The simple act of checking the time is transformed by this flourish. Decorative gestures add romance to a life. Idling students may see time itself as a complex embellishment, a romance of human consciousness, as they witness the chairman walking across campus, crooked arm emerging from his medieval robe, the digital watch blinking in late summer dusk. The robe is black, of course, and goes with almost anything. There is no Hitler building as such. We are quartered in Centenary Hall, a dark brick structure we share with the Popular Culture Department, known officially as American Environments. A curious group. The teaching staff is composed almost solely of New York emigres, smart, thuggish, movie-mad, trivia-crazed. They are here to decipher the natural language of the culture, to make a formal method of the shiny pleasures they'd known in their Europe-shadowed childhoods, an Aristotelianism of bubblegum wrappers and detergent jingles. The department head is Alphonse Fast Food Stompanato, a broad-chested, glowering man whose collection of pre-war soda pop bottles is on permanent display in an alcove. All his teachers are male, wear rumpled clothes, need haircuts, cough into their armpits. Together they look like Teamster officials assembled to identify the body of a mutilated colleague. The impression is one of pervasive bitterness, suspicion, and intrigue. An exception to some of the above is Murray J. Siskind, an ex-sports writer who asked me to have lunch with him in the dining room, where the institutional odor of vaguely defined food aroused in me an obscure and gloomy memory. Murray was new to the Hill, a stoop-shouldered man with little round glasses and an Amish beard. He was a visiting lecturer on living icons and seemed embarrassed by what he'd gleaned so far from his colleagues in popular culture. "I understand the music, I understand the movies, I even see how comic books can tell us things. But there are full professors in this place who read nothing but cereal boxes. It's the only avant-garde we've got. Oh, not that I'm complaining. I like it here. I'm totally enamored of this place. A small town setting. I want to be free of cities and sexual entanglements. Heat. This is what cities mean to me. You get off the train and walk out of the station and you are hit with the full blast. The heat of air, traffic, and people. The heat of food and sex. The heat of tall buildings. The heat that floats out of the subways and the tunnels. It's always 15 degrees hotter in the cities. Heat rises from the sidewalks and falls from the poisoned sky. The buses breathe heat. Heat emanates from crowds of shoppers and office workers. The entire infrastructure is based on heat, desperately uses up heat, breeds more heat. The eventual heat death of the universe that scientists love to talk about is already well underway, and you can feel it happening all around you in any large or medium-sized city. Heat and wetness. Where are you living, Murray? In a rooming house. I'm totally captivated and intrigued. It's a gorgeous old crumbling house near the insane asylum. 7 or 8 boarders, more or less permanent, except for me. A woman who harbors a terrible secret. A man with a haunted look. A man who never comes out of his room. A woman who stands by the letterbox for hours waiting for something that never seems to arrive. A man with no past. A woman with a past. There is a smell about the place of unhappy lives in the movies that I really respond to. Which one are you? I said. I'm the Jew. What else would I be? There was something touching about the fact that Murray was dressed almost totally in corduroy. I had the feeling that since the age of 11, in his crowded plot of concrete, he'd associated this sturdy fabric with higher learning in some impossibly distant and tree-shaded place. I can't help being happy in a town called Blacksmith, he said. I'm here to avoid situations. Cities are full of situations, sexually cunning people. There are parts of my body I no longer encourage women to handle freely. I was in a situation with a woman in Detroit. She needed my semen in a divorce suit. The irony is that I love women. I fall apart at the sight of long legs striding briskly as a breeze carries up from the river on a weekday in the play of morning light. The second irony is that it's not the bodies of women that I ultimately crave, but their minds. The mind of a woman, the delicate chambering and massive unidirectional flow like a physics experiment. What fun it is to talk to an intelligent woman wearing stockings as she crosses her legs. That little staticky sound of rustling nylon can make me happy on several levels. The third and related irony is that it's the most complex and neurotic and difficult women that I am invariably drawn to. I like simple men and complicated women. Murray's hair was tight and heavy-looking. He had dense brows, wisps of hair curling up the sides of his neck. The small stiff beard, confined to his chin and unaccompanied by a mustache, seemed an optional component, to be stuck on or removed as circumstances warranted. What kind of lectures do you plan giving? That's exactly what I want to talk to you about, he said. You've established a wonderful thing here with Hitler. You created it, you nurtured it, you made it your own. Nobody on the faculty of any college or university in this part of the country can so much as utter the word Hitler without a nod in your direction, literally or metaphorically. This is the center, the unquestioned source. He is now your Hitler, Gladney's Hitler. It must be deeply satisfying for you. The college is internationally known as a result of Hitler studies. It has an identity, a sense of achievement. You've evolved an entire system around this figure, a structure with countless substructures and interrelated fields of study, a history within history. I marvel at the effort. It was masterful, shrewd, and stunningly preemptive. It's what I want to do with Elvis. Several days later, Mary asked me about a tourist attraction known as the most photographed barn in America. We drove 22 miles into the country around Farmington. There were meadows and apple orchards. White fences trailed through the rolling fields. Soon the signs started appearing. The most photographed barn in America. We counted 5 signs before we reached the site. There were 40 cars and a tour bus in the makeshift lot. We walked along a cow path to the slightly elevated spot set aside for viewing and photographing. All the people had cameras. Some had tripods, telephoto lenses, filter kits. A man in a booth sold postcards and slides, pictures of the barn taken from the elevated spot. We stood near a grove of trees and watched the photographers. Murray maintained a prolonged silence, occasionally scrawling some notes in a little book. "No one sees the barn," he said finally. A long silence followed. "Once you've seen the signs about the barn, it becomes impossible to see the barn." He fell silent once more. People with cameras left the elevated site, replaced at once by others. "We are not here to capture an image. We are here to maintain one. Every photograph reinforces the aura. Can you feel it, Jack? An accumulation of nameless energies." There was an extended silence. The man in the booth sold postcards and slides. "Being here is a kind of spiritual surrender. We see only what the others see. The thousands who were here in the past, those who will come in the future. We've agreed to be part of a collective perception. This literally colors our vision. A religious experience in a way, like all tourism." Another silence ensued. "They are taking pictures of taking pictures," he said. He did not speak for a while. We listened to the incessant clicking of shutter release buttons, the rustling crank of levers that advanced the film. "What was the barn like before it was photographed?" he said. "What did it look like? How was it different from other barns? How was it similar to other barns? We can't answer these questions because we've read the signs, seen the people snapping the pictures. We can't get outside the aura. We're part of the aura. We're here. We're now." He seemed immensely pleased by this. Chapter 4. When times are bad, people feel compelled to overeat. Blacksmith is full of obese adults and children, baggy-pantsed, short-legged, waddling. They struggle to emerge from compact cars. They don sweatsuits and run in families across the landscape. They walk down the street with food in their faces. They eat in stores, cars, parking lots, on bus lines and movie lines, under the stately trees. Only the elderly seem exempt from the fever of eating. If they are sometimes absent from their own words and gestures, they are also slim and healthy-looking. The women carefully groomed, the men purposeful and well-dressed, selecting shopping carts from the line outside the supermarket. I crossed the high school lawn and walked to the rear of the building and toward the small open stadium. Babette was running up the stadium steps. I sat across the field in the first row of stone seats. The sky was full of streaking clouds. When she reached the top of the stadium, she stopped and paused, putting her hands to the high parapet and leaning into it to rest diagonally. Then she turned and walked back down, breasts chugging. The wind rippled her oversized suit. She walked with her hands on her hips, fingers spread. Her face was tilted up, catching the cool air, and she didn't see me. When she reached the bottom step, she turned to face the seats and did some kind of neck-stretching exercise. Then she started running up the steps. 3 times she ascended the steps, walked slowly down. There was no one around. She worked hard, hair floating, legs and shoulders working. Every time she reached the top, she leaned into the wall, head down, upper body throbbing. After the last descent, I met her at the edge of the playing field and embraced her, putting my hands inside the sweatband of her gray cotton pants. A small plane appeared over the trees. Babette was moist and warm, emitting a creaturely hum. She runs, she shovels snow, she caulks the tub and sink. She plays word games with Wilder and reads erotic classics aloud in bed at night. What do? I twirl the garbage bags and twist-tie them, swim laps in the college pool. When I go walking, joggers come up soundlessly behind me, appearing at my side, making me jump in idiotic fright. Babette talks to dogs and cats. I see colored spots out of the corner of my right eye. She plans ski trips that we never take, her face bright with excitement. I walk up the hill to school, noting the whitewashed stones that line the driveways of newer homes. Who will die first? This question comes up from time to time, like where are the car keys? It ends a sentence, prolongs a glance between us. I wonder if the thought itself is part of the nature of physical love, a reverse Darwinism that awards sadness and fear to the survivor. Or is it some inert element in the air we breathe, a rare thing like neon, with a melting point, an atomic weight? I held her in my arms on the cinder track. Kids came running our way, 30 girls in bright shorts, an improbable bobbing mass. The eager breathing, the overlapping rhythms of their footfalls. Sometimes I think our love is inexperienced. The question of dying becomes a wise reminder. It cures us of our innocence of the future. Simple things are doomed. Or is that a superstition? We watched the girls come round again. They were strung out now, with faces and particular gaits, almost weightless in their craving, able to land lightly. The airport Marriott, the downtown Travelodge, the Sheraton Inn, and Conference Center. On our way home, I said, Bea wants to visit at Christmas. We can put her in with Steffi. Do they know each other? They met at Disney World. It'll be all right. When were you in Los Angeles? You mean Anaheim. When were you in Anaheim? You mean Orlando. It's almost 3 years now. Where was I? She said. My daughter Bea, from my marriage to Tweedy Browner, was just starting 7th grade in a Washington suburb and was having trouble readjusting to life in the States after 2 years in South Korea. She took taxis to school, made phone calls to friends in Seoul and Tokyo. Abroad, she'd wanted to eat ketchup sandwiches with trick sticks. Now she cooked fierce, sizzling meals of scallion bushes and baby shrimp, monopolizing Tweedy's restaurant-quality range. That night, a Friday, we ordered Chinese food and watched television together, the 6 of us. Babette had made it a rule. She seemed to think that if kids watched television 1 night a week with parents or step-parents, the effect would be to de-glamorize the medium in their eyes, make it wholesome domestic sport. Its narcotic undertow and eerie, diseased, brain-sucking power would be gradually reduced. I felt vaguely slighted by this reasoning. The evening, in fact, was a subtle form of punishment for us all. Heinrich sat silent over his egg rolls. Steffi became upset every time something shameful or humiliating seemed about to happen to someone on the screen. She had a vast capacity for being embarrassed on other people's behalf. Often she would leave the room until Denise signaled to her that the scene was over. Denise used these occasions to counsel the younger girl on toughness, the need to be mean in the world, thick-skinned. It was my own formal custom on Fridays, after an evening in front of the TV set, to read deeply in Hitler well into the night. On one such night, I got into bed next to Babette and told her how the Chancellor had advised me, back in 1968, to do something about my name and appearance if I wanted to be taken seriously as a Hitler innovator. Jack Gladney would not do, he said, and asked me what other names I might have at my disposal. We finally agreed that I should invent an extra initial and call myself J.A.K. Gladney, a tag I wore like a borrowed suit. The Chancellor warned against what he called my tendency to make a feeble presentation of self. He strongly suggested I gain weight. He wanted me to grow out into Hitler. He himself was tall, paunchy, ruddy, jowly, big-footed, and dull. A formidable combination. I had the advantages of substantial height, big hands, big feet, but badly needed bulk, or so he believed. An air of unhealthy excess, of padding and exaggeration, hulking massiveness. If I could become more ugly, he seemed to be suggesting, it would help my career enormously. So Hitler gave me something to grow into and develop toward, tentative as I have sometimes been in the effort. The glasses with thick, black, heavy frames and dark lenses were my own idea, an alternative to the bushy beard that my wife of the period didn't want me to grow. Babette said she liked the series J.A.K. and didn't think it was attention-getting in a cheap sense. To her it intimated dignity, significance, and prestige. I am the false character that follows the name around. Chapter 5. Let's enjoy these aimless days while we can, I told myself, fearing some kind of deft acceleration. At breakfast, Babette read all our horoscopes aloud, using her storytelling voice. I tried not to listen when she got to mine, although I think I wanted to listen. I think I sought some clues. After dinner, on my way upstairs, I heard the TV say, "Let's sit half-lotus and think about our spines." That night, seconds after going to sleep, I seemed to fall through myself, a shallow, heart-stopping plunge. Jarred awake, I stared into the dark, realizing I'd experienced the more or less normal muscular contraction known as the myoclonic jerk. Is this what it's like? Abrupt? Peremptory? Shouldn't death, I thought, be a swan dive? Graceful, white-winged, and smooth, leaving the surface undisturbed. Blue jeans tumbled in a dryer. We ran into Murray J. Siskind at the supermarket. His basket held generic food and drink, non-brand items in plain white packages with simple labeling. There was a white can labeled canned peaches. There was a white package of bacon without a plastic window for viewing a representative slice. A jar of roasted nuts had a white wrapper bearing the words irregular peanuts. Murray kept nodding to Babette as I introduced them. "This is the new austerity," he said, "flavorless packaging. It appeals to me. I feel I'm not only saving money, but contributing to some kind of spiritual consensus. It's like World War III. Everything is white. They'll take our bright colors away and use them in the war effort." He was staring into Babette's eyes, picking up items from our cart and smelling them. "I've bought these peanuts before. They're round, cubical, pockmarked, seamed. Broken peanuts. A lot of dust at the bottom of the jar. But they taste good. Most of all, I like the packages themselves. You were right, Jack. This is the last avant-garde. Bold new forms, the power to shock." A woman fell into a rack of paperback books at the front of the store. A heavy-set man emerged from the raised cubicle in the far corner and moved warily toward her, head tilted to get a clearer sightline. A checkout girl said, "Leon, parsley," and he answered as he approached the fallen woman, "79. His breast pocket was crammed with felt-tip pens. So then you cook at the rooming house, Babette said. My room is zoned for a hot plate. I'm happy there. I read the TV listings. I read the ads in Ufologist today. I want to immerse myself in American magic and dread. My seminar is going well. The students are bright and responsive. They ask questions, and I answer them. They jot down notes as I speak. It's quite a surprise in my life. He picked up our bottle of extra-strength pain reliever and sniffed along the rim of the child-proof cap. He smelled our honeydew melons, our bottles of club soda and ginger ale. Babette went down the frozen food aisle, an area my doctor had advised me to stay out of. Your wife's hair is a living wonder, Murray said, looking closely into my face as if to communicate a deepening respect for me based on this new information. Yes, it is, I said. She has important hair. I think I know what you mean. I hope you appreciate that woman. Absolutely. Because a woman like that doesn't just happen. I know it. She must be good with children. More than that, I'll bet she's great to have around in a family tragedy. She'd be the type to take control, show strength and affirmation. Actually, she falls apart. She fell apart when her mother died. Who wouldn't? She fell apart when Steffi called from camp with a broken bone in her hand. We had to drive all night. I found myself on a lumber company road, Babette weeping. Her daughter, far away among strangers, in pain? Who wouldn't? Not her daughter. My daughter. Not even her own daughter. No. Extraordinary. I have to love it. The three of us left together, trying to maneuver our shopping carts between the paperback books scattered across the entrance. Murray wheeled one of our carts into the parking lot, and then helped us heave and push all our double-bagged merchandise into the back of the station wagon. Cars entered and exited. The policewoman, in her zippered minicab, scouted the area for red flags on the parking meters. We added Murray's single lightweight bag of white items to our load and headed across Elm in the direction of his rooming house. It seemed to me that Babette and I, in the mass and variety of our purchases, in the sheer plenitude those crowded bags suggested, the weight and size and number, the familiar package designs and vivid lettering, the giant sizes, the family bargain packs with day-glow sale stickers, in the sense of replenishment we felt, the sense of well-being, the security and contentment these products brought to some snug home in our souls. It seemed we had achieved a fullness of being that is not known to people who need less, expect less, who plan their lives around lonely walks in the evening. Murray took Babette's hand on leaving. I'd ask you to visit my room, but it's too small for two people unless they're prepared to be intimate. Murray is able to produce a look that is sneaky and frank at the same time. It is a look that gives equal credence to disaster and lecherous success. He says that in the old days of his urban entanglements, he believed there was only one way to seduce a woman, with clear and open desire. He took pains to avoid self-depreciation, self-mockery, ambiguity, irony, subtlety, vulnerability, a civilized world-weariness, and a tragic sense of history. The very things, he says, that are most natural to him. Of these he has allowed only one element, vulnerability, to insert itself gradually into his program of straightforward lust. He is trying to develop a vulnerability that women will find attractive. He works at it consciously, like a man in a gym with weights and a mirror. But his efforts so far have produced only this half-sneaky look, sheepish and wheedling. He thanked us for the lift. We watched him walk toward the lopsided porch, propped with cinder blocks, where a man in a rocker stared into space. Chapter 6. Heinrich's hairline is beginning to recede. I wonder about this. Did his mother consume some kind of gene-piercing substance when she was pregnant? Am I at fault somehow? Have I raised him, unwittingly, in the vicinity of a chemical dump site, in the path of air currents that carry industrial wastes capable of producing scalp degeneration, glorious sunsets? People say the sunsets around here were not nearly so stunning 30 or 40 years ago. Man's guilt in history, and in the tides of his own blood, has been complicated by technology, the daily seeping, false-hearted death. The boy is 14, often evasive and moody, at other times disturbingly compliant. I have a sense that his ready yielding to our wishes and demands is a private weapon of reproach. Babette is afraid he will end up in a barricaded room, spraying hundreds of rounds of automatic fire across an empty mall before the SWAT teams come for him with their heavy-barreled weapons, their bullhorns and body armor. It's going to rain tonight. It's raining now, I said. The radio said tonight. I drove him to school on his first day back after a sore throat and fever. A woman in a yellow slicker held up traffic to let some children cross. I pictured her in a soup commercial, taking off her oilskin hat as she entered the cheerful kitchen where her husband stood over a pot of smoky lobster bisque, a smallish man with 6 weeks to live. Look at the windshield, I said. Is that rain or isn't it? I'm only telling you what they said. Just because it's on the radio doesn't mean we have to suspend belief in the evidence of our senses. Our senses are wrong a lot more often than they're right. This has been proved in the laboratory. Don't you know about all those theorems that say nothing is what it seems? There's no past, present, or future outside our own mind. The so-called laws of motion are a big hoax. Even sound can trick the mind. Just because you don't hear a sound doesn't mean it's not out there. Dogs can hear it, other animals. And I'm sure there are sounds even dogs can't hear. But they exist in the air, in waves. Maybe they never stop. High-pitched, coming from somewhere. Is it raining, I said, or isn't it? I wouldn't want to have to say. What if someone held a gun to your head? Who? You? Someone. A man in a trench coat and smoky glasses. He holds a gun to your head and says, is it raining or isn't it? All you have to do is tell the truth, and I'll put away my gun and take the next flight out of here. What truth does he want? Does he want the truth of someone traveling at almost the speed of light in another galaxy? Does he want the truth of someone in orbit around a neutron star? Maybe if these people could see us through a telescope, we might look like we were 2 feet 2 inches tall, and it might be raining yesterday instead of today. He's holding the gun to your head. He wants your truth. What good is my truth? My truth means nothing. What if this guy with the gun comes from a planet in a whole different solar system? What we call rain, he calls soap. What we call apples, he calls rain. So what am I supposed to tell him? His name is Frank J. Smalley, and he comes from St. Louis. He wants to know if it's raining now, at this very minute. Here and now, that's right. Is there such a thing as now? Now comes and goes as soon as you say it. How can I say it's raining now if your so-called now becomes then as soon as I say it? You said there was no past, present, or future. Only in our verbs. That's the only place we find it. Rain is a noun. Is there rain here, in this precise locality, at whatever time within the next 2 minutes that you choose to respond to the question? If you want to talk about this precise locality while you're in a vehicle that's obviously moving, then I think that's the trouble with this discussion. Just give me an answer, okay, Heinrich? The best I could do is make a guess. Either it's raining or it isn't, I said. Exactly, that's my whole point. You'd be guessing. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But you see it's raining. You see the sun moving across the sky. But is the sun moving across the sky, or is the earth turning? I don't accept the analogy. You're so sure that's rain. How do you know it's not sulfuric acid from factories across the river? How do you know it's not fallout from a war in China? You want an answer here and now. Can you prove here and now that this stuff is rain? How do I know that what you call rain is really rain? What is rain anyway? It's the stuff that falls from the sky and gets you what is called wet. I'm not wet. Are you wet? All right, I said. Very good. No, seriously, are you wet? First rate, I told him. A victory for uncertainty, randomness, and chaos. Science's finest hour. Be sarcastic. The sophists and the hair-splitters enjoy their finest hour. Go ahead, be sarcastic. I don't care. Heinrich's mother lives in an ashram now. She has taken the name Mother Devi and runs the business end of things. The ashram is located on the outskirts of the former copper-smelting town of Tub, Montana, now called Dharamsalapur. The usual rumors abound of sexual freedom, sexual slavery, drugs, nudity, mind control, poor hygiene, tax evasion, monkey worship, torture, prolonged and hideous death. I watched him walk through the downpour to the school entrance. He moved with deliberate slowness, taking off his camouflage cap 10 yards from the doorway. At such moments, I find I love him with an animal desperation, a need to take him under my coat and crush him to my chest, keep him there, protect him. He seems to bring a danger to him. It collects in the air, follows him from room to room. Babette bakes his favorite cookies. We watch him at his desk, an unpainted table covered with books and magazines. He works well into the night, plotting chess moves in a game he plays by mail with a convicted killer in the penitentiary. It was warm and bright the next day, and students on the hill sat on lawns and in dorm windows, playing their tapes, sunbathing. The air was a reverie of wistful summer things, the last languorous day, a chance to go bare-limbed once more, smell the mown clover. I went into the Arts Duplex, our newest building, a winged affair with a facade of anodized aluminum, sea green, cloud-catching. On the lower level was the movie theater, a sloped and dark-carpeted space with 200 plush seats. I sat in shallow light at the end of the first row and waited for my seniors to arrive. They were all Hitler majors, members of the only class I still taught, advanced Nazism, 3 hours a week, restricted to qualified seniors. A course of study designed to cultivate historical perspective, theoretical rigor, and mature insight into the continuing mass appeal of fascist tyranny, with special emphasis on parades, rallies, and uniforms, 3 credits, written reports. Every semester, I arranged for a screening of background footage. This consisted of propaganda films, scenes shot at party congresses, outtakes from mystical epics featuring parades of gymnasts and mountaineers, a collection I'd edited into an impressionistic 80-minute documentary. Crowd scenes predominated. Close-up jostled shots of thousands of people outside a stadium after a Goebbels speech, people surging, massing, bursting through the traffic. Halls hung with swastika banners, with mortuary wreaths and death's head insignia. Ranks of thousands of flag-bearers arrayed before columns of frozen light. 130 anti-aircraft searchlights aimed straight up. A scene that resembled a geometric longing, the formal notation of some powerful mass desire. There was no narrative voice, only chants, songs, arias, speeches, cries, cheers, accusations, shrieks. I got to my feet and took up a position at the front of the theater, middle aisle, facing the entranceway. They came in out of the sun in their poplin walk shirts and limited edition T-shirts, in their easy care knits, their polo styling and rugby stripes. I watched them take their seats, noting the subdued and reverent air, the uncertain anticipation. Some had notebooks and pencil lights. Some carried lecture material in bright binders. There were whispers, rustling paper, the knocking sound of seats dropping as one by one the students settled in. I leaned against the front of the apron, waiting for the last few to enter, for someone to seal the doors against our voluptuous summer day. Soon there was a hush. It was time for me to deliver the introductory remarks. I let the silence deepen for a moment, then cleared my arms from the folds of the academic robe in order to gesture freely. When the showing ended, someone asked about the plot to kill Hitler. The discussion moved to plots in general. I found myself saying to the assembled heads, "All plots tend to move deathward. This is the nature of plots. Political plots, terrorist plots, lovers' plots, narrative plots, plots that are part of children's games. We edge nearer death every time we plot. It is like a contract that all must sign, the plotters as well as those who are the targets of the plot." Is this true? Why did I say it? What does it mean? Chapter 7. 2 nights a week, Babette goes to the Congregational Church at the other end of town and lectures to adults in the basement on correct posture. Basically, she is teaching them how to stand, sit, and walk. Most of her students are old. It isn't clear to me why they want to improve their posture. We seem to believe it is possible to ward off death by following rules of good grooming. Sometimes I go with my wife to the church basement and watch her stand, turn, assume various heroic poses, gesture gracefully. She makes references to yoga, kendo, trance walking. She talks of Sufi dervishes, Sherpa mountaineers. The old folks nod and listen. Nothing is foreign, nothing too remote to apply. I am always surprised at their acceptance and trust, the sweetness of their belief. Nothing is too doubtful to be of use to them as they seek to redeem their bodies from a lifetime of bad posture. It is the end of skepticism. We walked home under a marigold moon. Our house looked old and wan at the end of the street, the porch light shining on a molded plastic tricycle, a stack of 3-hour colored flame sawdust and wax logs. Denise was doing her homework in the kitchen, keeping an eye on Wilder, who had wandered downstairs to sit on the floor and stare through the oven window. Silence in the halls, shadows on the sloping lawn. We closed the door and disrobed. The bed was a mess. Magazines, curtain rods, a child's sooty sock. Babette hummed something from a Broadway show, putting the rods in a corner. We embraced, fell sideways to the bed in a controlled way, then repositioned ourselves, bathing in each other's flesh, trying to kick the sheets off our ankles. Her body had a number of long hollows, places the hands might stop to solve in the dark, tempo-slowing places. We believed something lived in the basement. "What do you want to do?" she said. "Whatever you want to do." "I want to do whatever's best for you." "What's best for me is to please you," I said. "I want to make you happy, Jack." "I'm happy when I'm pleasing you." "I just want to do what you want to do." "I want to do whatever's best for you." "But you please me by letting me please you," she said. "As the male partner, I think it's my responsibility to please." I'm not sure whether that's a sensitive, caring statement or a sexist remark. Is it wrong for the man to be considerate toward his partner? I'm your partner when we play tennis, which we ought to start doing again, by the way. Otherwise, I'm your wife. Do you want me to read to you? First rate. I know you like me to read sexy stuff. I thought you liked it too. Isn't it basically the person being read to who derives the benefit and the satisfaction? When I read to old man Treadwell, it's not because I find those tabloids stimulating. Treadwell's blind. I'm not. I thought you liked to read erotic passages. If it pleases you, then I like to do it. But it has to please you too, Baba, otherwise how would I feel? It pleases me that you enjoy my reading. I get the feeling of burden is being shifted back and forth, the burden of being the one who is pleased. I want to read, Jack, honestly. Are you totally and completely sure? Because if you're not, we absolutely won't. Someone turned on the TV set at the end of the hall, and a woman's voice said, "If it breaks easily into pieces, it is called shale. When wet, it smells like clay." We listened to the gently plummeting stream of nighttime traffic. I said, "Pick your century. Do you want to read about Etruscan slave girls? Georgian rakes? I think we have some literature on flagellation brothels. What about the Middle Ages? We have incubi and succubi, nuns galore. Whatever's best for you. I want you to choose. It's sexier that way." One person chooses, the other reads. Don't we want a balance, a sort of give and take? Isn't that what makes it sexy? A tautness, a suspense, first rate. I will choose. I will read, she said. But I don't want you to choose anything that has men inside women, quote, quote, or men entering women. I entered her, he entered me. We're not lobbies or elevators. I want him inside me, as if he could crawl completely in, sign the register, sleep, eat, so forth. Can we agree on that? I don't care what these people do as long as they don't enter or get entered. Agreed. I entered her and began to thrust. I'm in total agreement, I said. Enter me, yes, yes. Silly usage, absolutely. Insert yourself, Rex. I want you inside me, entering hard, entering deep. Yes, now. Oh! I began to feel an erection stirring. How stupid and out of context. Babette laughed at her own lines. The TV said, "Until Florida surgeons attached an artificial flipper." Babette and I tell each other everything. I have told everything, such as it was at the time, to each of my wives. There is more to tell, of course, as marriages accumulate. But when I say I believe in complete disclosure, I don't mean it cheaply, as anecdotal sport or shallow revelation. It is a form of self-renewal and a gesture of custodial trust. Love helps us develop an identity secure enough to allow itself to be placed in another's care and protection. Babette and I have turned our lives for each other's thoughtful regard, turned them in the moonlight in our pale hands, spoken deep into the night about fathers and mothers, childhood, friendships, awakenings, old loves, old fears, except fear of death. No detail must be left out, not even a dog with ticks or a neighbor's boy who ate an insect on a dare. The smell of pantries, the sense of empty afternoons, the feel of things as they rained across our skin, things as facts and passions, the feel of pain, loss, disappointment, breathless delight. In these night recitations, we create a space between things as we felt them at the time and as we speak them now. This is the space reserved for irony, sympathy, and fond amusement, the means by which we rescue ourselves from the past. I decided on the 20th century. I put on my bathrobe and went down the hall to Heinrich's room to find a trashy magazine Babette might read from, the type that features letters from readers detailing their sexual experiences. This struck me as one of the few things the modern imagination has contributed to the history of erotic practices. There is a double fantasy at work in such letters. People write down imagined episodes, and then see them published in a national magazine. Which is the greater stimulation? Wilder was in there watching Heinrich do a physics experiment with steel balls and a salad bowl. Heinrich wore a terry cloth robe, a towel around his neck, another towel on his head. He told me to look downstairs. In a stack of material I found some family photo albums, one or two of them at least 50 years old. I took them up to the bedroom. We spent hours going through them, sitting up in bed. Children wincing in the sun, women in sun hats, men shading their eyes from the glare as if the past possessed some quality of light we no longer experience. A Sunday dazzle that caused people in their church-going clothes to tighten their faces and stand at an angle to the future, somewhat averted it seemed, wearing fixed and fine-drawn smiles, skeptical of something in the nature of the box camera. Who will die first? Chapter 8. My struggle with the German tongue began in mid-October and lasted nearly the full academic year. As the most prominent figure in Hitler studies in North America, I had long tried to conceal the fact that I did not know German. I could not speak or read it, could not understand the spoken word or begin to put the simplest sentence on paper. The least of my Hitler colleagues knew some German. Others were either fluent in the language or reasonably conversant. No one could major in Hitler studies at the college on the hill without a minimum of 1 year of German. I was living, in short, on the edge of a landscape of vast shame. The German tongue. Fleshy, warped, spit-spraying, purplish, and cruel. One eventually had to confront it. Wasn't Hitler's own struggle to express himself in German the crucial subtext of his massive ranting autobiography, dictated in a fortress prison in the Bavarian hills? Grammar and syntax. The man may have felt himself imprisoned in more ways than one. I've made several attempts to learn German, serious probes into origins, structures, roots. I sensed the deathly power of the language. I wanted to speak it well, use it as a charm, a protective device. The more I shrank from learning actual words, rules, and pronunciation, the more important it seemed that I go forward. What we are reluctant to touch often seems the very fabric of our salvation. But the basic sounds defeated me, the harsh, spurting northernness of the words and syllables, the command delivery. Something happened between the back of my tongue and the roof of my mouth that made a mockery of my attempts to sound German words. I was determined to try again. Because I'd achieved high professional standing, because my lectures were well attended and my articles printed in the major journals, because I wore an academic gown and dark glasses day and night whenever I was on campus, because I carried 230 pounds on a 6-foot 3-inch frame and had big hands and feet, I knew my German lessons would have to be secret. I contacted a man not affiliated with the college, someone Murray J. Siskind had told me about. They were fellow boarders in the green-shingled house on Middlebrook. The man was in his 50s, a slight shuffle in his walk. He had thinning hair, a bland face, and wore his shirt sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing thermal underwear beneath. His complexion was of a tone I want to call flesh-colored. Howard Dunlop was his name. He said he was a former chiropractor, but didn't offer a reason why he was no longer active, and didn't say when he'd learned German, or why, and something in his manner kept me from asking. We sat in his dark, crowded room at the boarding house. An ironing board stood unfolded at the window. There were chipped enamel pots, trays of utensils set on a dresser. The furniture was vague, foundling. At the borders of the room were the elemental things: an exposed radiator, an army blanketed cot. Dunlop sat at the edge of a straight chair, intoning generalities of grammar. When he switched from English to German, it was as though a cord had been twisted in his larynx. An abrupt emotion entered his voice, a scrape and gargle that sounded like the starring of some beast's ambition. He gaped at me and gestured. He croaked. He verged on strangulation. Sounds came spewing from the base of his tongue, harsh noises damp with passion. He was only demonstrating certain basic pronunciation patterns, but the transformation in his face and voice made me think he was making a passage between levels of being. I sat there, taking notes. The hour went quickly. Dunlop managed a scant shrug when I asked him not to discuss the lessons with anyone. It occurred to me that he was the man Murray had described in his summary of fellow boarders as the one who never comes out of his room. I stopped at Murray's room and asked him to come home with me for dinner. He put down his copy of American Transvestite and slipped into his corduroy jacket. We stopped on the porch long enough for Murray to tell the landlord, who was sitting there, about a dripping faucet in the second-floor bathroom. The landlord was a large, florid man of such robust and bursting health that he seemed to be having a heart attack even as we looked on. "He'll get around to fixing it," Murray said, as we set out on foot in the direction of Elm. "He fixes everything eventually. He's very good with all those little tools and fixtures and devices that people in cities never know the names of. The names of these things are only known in outlying communities, small towns and rural areas. Too bad he's such a bigot." "How do you know he's a bigot?" "People who can fix things are usually bigots." "What do you mean?" "Think of all the people who've ever come to your house to fix things. They were all bigots, weren't they?" "I don't know." "They drove panel trucks, didn't they? With an extension ladder on the roof and some kind of plastic charm dangling from the rearview mirror?" "I don't know, Murray." "It's obvious," he said. He asked me why I'd chosen this year in particular to learn German, after so many years of slipping past the radar. I told him there was a Hitler conference scheduled for next spring at the college on the hill. 3 days of lectures, workshops, and panels. Hitler scholars from 17 states and 9 foreign countries. Actual Germans would be in attendance. At home, Denise placed a moist bag of garbage in the kitchen compactor. She started up the machine. The ram stroked downward with a dreadful wrenching sound, full of eerie feeling. Children walked in and out of the kitchen. Water dripped in the sink. The washing machine heaved in the entranceway. Murray seemed engrossed in the incidental mesh. Whining metal, exploding bottles, plastic smashed flat. Denise listened carefully, making sure the mangling din contained the correct sonic elements, which meant the machine was operating properly. Heinrich said to someone on the phone, "Animals commit incest all the time. So how unnatural can it be?" Babette came in from running, her outfit soaked through. Murray walked across the kitchen to shake her hand. She fell into a chair, scanned the room for Wilder. I watched Denise make a mental comparison between her mother's running clothes and the wet bag she dumped in the compactor. I could see it in her eyes, a sardonic connection. It was these secondary levels of life, these extrasensory flashes and floating nuances of being, these pockets of rapport forming unexpectedly, that made me believe we were a magic act, adults and children together, sharing unaccountable things. "We have to boil our water," Steffi said. "Why?" "It said on the radio." "They're always saying boil your water," Babette said. "It's the new thing, like turn your wheel in the direction of the skid. Here comes Wilder now. I guess we can eat." The small child moved in a swaying gait, great head wagging, and his mother made faces of delight, happy and outlandish masks, watching him approach. "Neutrinos go right through the earth," Heinrich said into the telephone. "Yes, yes, yes," said Babette. Chapter 9. They had to evacuate the grade school on Tuesday. Kids were getting headaches and eye irritations, tasting metal in their mouths. A teacher rolled on the floor and spoke foreign languages. No one knew what was wrong. Investigators said it could be the ventilating system, the paint or varnish, the foam insulation, the electrical insulation, the cafeteria food, the rays emitted by microcomputers, the asbestos fireproofing, the adhesive on shipping containers, the fumes from the chlorinated pool, or perhaps something deeper, finer grained, more closely woven into the basic state of things. Denise and Steffi stayed home that week as men in Milex suits and respirator masks made systematic sweeps of the building with infrared detecting and measuring equipment. Because Milex is itself a suspect material, the results tended to be ambiguous, and a second round of more rigorous detection had to be scheduled. The two girls and Babette, Wilder and I, went to the supermarket. Minutes after we entered, we ran into Murray. This was the fourth or fifth time I'd seen him in the supermarket, which was roughly the number of times I'd seen him on campus. He clutched Babette by the left bicep and sidled around her, appearing to smell her hair. "A lovely dinner," he said, standing directly behind her. "I like to cook myself, which doubles my appreciation of someone who does it well." "Come any time," she said, turning in an effort to find him. We moved together into the ultra-cool interior. Wilder sat in the shopping cart, trying to grab items off the shelves as we went by. It occurred to me that he was too old and too big to be sitting in supermarket carts. I also wondered why his vocabulary seemed to be stalled at 25 words. "I'm happy to be here," Murray said. "In Blacksmith?" "In Blacksmith, in the supermarket, in the rooming house, on the hill. I feel I'm learning important things every day. Death, disease, afterlife, outer space. It's all much clearer here. I can think and see." We moved into the generic food area, and Murray paused with his plastic basket to probe among the white cartons and jars. I wasn't sure I understood what he was talking about. What did he mean, much clearer? He could think and see what? Steffi took my hand, and we walked past the fruit bins, an area that extended about 45 yards along one wall. The bins were arranged diagonally and backed by mirrors that people accidentally punched when reaching for fruit in the upper rows. A voice on the loudspeaker said, "Kleenex Softeek, your truck's blocking the entrance." Apples and lemons tumbled in twos and threes to the floor when someone took a fruit from certain places in the stacked array. There were 6 kinds of apples. There were exotic melons in several pastels. Everything seemed to be in season, sprayed, burnished, bright. People tore filmy bags off racks and tried to figure out which end opened. I realized the place was awash in noise. The toneless systems, the jangle and skid of carts, the loudspeaker and coffee-making machines, the cries of children, and over it all, or under it all, a dull and unlocatable roar, as of some form of swarming life just outside the range of human apprehension. "Did you tell Denise you were sorry?" "Maybe later," Steffi said. "Remind me." "She's a sweet girl, and she wants to be your older sister and your friend if you'll let her." "I don't know about friend. She's a little bossy, don't you think?" "Aside from telling her you're sorry, be sure to give her back her physician's desk reference." "She reads that thing all the time. Don't you think that's weird?" "At least she reads something." "Sure, lists of drugs and medicines. And do you want to know why?" "Why?" "Because she's trying to find out the side effects of the stuff that Baba uses." "What does Baba use?" "Don't ask me, ask Denise." "How do you know she uses anything?" "Ask Denise." "Why don't I ask Baba?" "Ask Baba," she said. Murray came out of an aisle and walked alongside Babette, just ahead of us. He took a twin roll of paper towels out of her cart and smelled it. Denise had found some friends, and they went up front to look at the paperback books in spindly racks. The books with shiny metallic print, raised letters, vivid illustrations of cult violence and windswept romance. Denise was wearing a green visor. I heard Babette tell Murray she'd been wearing it 14 hours a day for 3 weeks now. She would not go out without it, would not even leave her room. She wore it in school when there was school, wore it to the toilet, the dentist's chair, the dinner table. Something about the visor seemed to speak to her, to offer wholeness and identity. "It's her interface with the world," Murray said. He helped Babette push her loaded cart. I heard him say to her, "Tibetans believe there is a transitional state between death and rebirth. Death is a waiting period, basically. Soon a fresh womb will receive the soul. In the meantime, the soul restores to itself some of the divinity lost at birth." He studied her profile as if to detect a reaction. "That's what I think of whenever I come in here. This place recharges us spiritually. It prepares us. It's a gateway or pathway. Look how bright. It's full of psychic data." My wife smiled at him. "Everything is concealed in symbolism, hidden by veils of mystery and layers of cultural material. But it is psychic data, absolutely. The large doors slide open. They close unbidden. Energy waves, incident radiation. All the letters and numbers are here, all the colors of the spectrum, all the voices and sounds, all the code words and ceremonial phrases. It is just a question of deciphering, rearranging, peeling off the layers of unspeakability. Not that we would want to, not that any useful purpose would be served. This is not Tibet. Even Tibet is not Tibet anymore." He studied her profile. She put some yogurt in her cart. "Tibetans try to see death for what it is. It is the end of attachment to things. This simple truth is hard to fathom. But once we stop denying death, we can proceed calmly to die and then go on to experience uterine rebirth, or Judeo-Christian afterlife, or out-of-body experience, or a trip on a UFO, or whatever we wish to call it. We can do so with clear vision, without awe or terror. We don't have to cling to life artificially, or to death for that matter. We simply walk toward the sliding doors. Waves and radiation. Look how well lighted everything is. The place is sealed off, self-contained. It is timeless. Another reason why I think of Tibet. Dying is an art in Tibet. A priest walks in, sits down, tells the weeping relatives to get out, and has the room sealed. Doors, windows sealed. He has serious business to see to. Chants, numerology, horoscopes, recitations. Here we don't die, we shop. But the difference is less marked than you think." He was almost whispering now, and I tried to get up closer without ramming my cart into Babette's. I wanted to hear everything. "Supermarkets this large and clean and modern are a revelation to me. I spent my life in small, steamy delicatessens with slanted display cabinets full of trays that hold soft, wet, lumpy matter in pale colors. High enough cabinets so you had to stand on tiptoes to give your order. Shouts, accents. In cities, no one notices specific dying. Dying is a quality of the air. It's everywhere and nowhere. Men shout as they die, to be noticed, remembered for a second or two. To die in an apartment instead of a house can depress the soul, I would imagine, for several lives to come. In a town there are houses, plants in bay windows. People notice dying better. The dead have faces, automobiles. If you don't know a name, you know a street name, a dog's name. He drove an orange Mazda. You know a couple of useless things about a person that become major facts of identification and cosmic placement when he dies suddenly, after a short illness, in his own bed, with a comforter and matching pillows, on a rainy Wednesday afternoon, feverish, a little congested in the sinuses and chest, thinking about his dry cleaning. Babette said, "Where is Wilder?" and turned to stare at me in a way that suggested 10 minutes had passed since she'd last seen him. Other looks, less pensive and less guilty, indicated greater time spans, deeper seas of inattention. Like, "I didn't know whales were mammals." The greater the time span, the blanker the look, the more dangerous the situation. It was as if guilt were a luxury she allowed herself only when the danger was minimal. How could he get out of the cart without my noticing? The three adults each stood at the head of an aisle and peered into the traffic of carts and gliding bodies. Then we did 3 more aisles, heads set forward, weaving slightly as we changed our sight lines. I kept seeing colored spots off to the right, but when I turned there was nothing there. I'd been seeing colored spots for years, but never so many, so gaily animated. Murray saw Wilder in another woman's cart. The woman waved at Babette and headed toward us. She lived on our street with a teenage daughter and an Asian baby, Chun Duk. Everyone referred to the baby by name, almost in a tone of proud proprietorship, but no one knew who Chun belonged to, or where he or she had come from. Kleenex Softique, Kleenex Softique. Steffi was holding my hand in a way I'd come to realize over a period of time was not meant to be gently possessive, as I'd thought at first, but reassuring. I was a little astonished. A firm grip that would help me restore confidence in myself, keep me from becoming resigned to whatever melancholy moods she thought she detected hovering about my person. Before Mary went to the express line, he invited us to dinner, a week from Saturday. "You don't have to let me know until the last minute." "We'll be there," Babette said. "I'm not preparing anything major, so just call beforehand and tell me if something else came up. You don't even have to call. If you don't show up, I'll know that something came up and you couldn't let me know." "Murray will be there." "Bring the kids." "No." "Great. But if you decide to bring them, no problem. I don't want you to feel I'm holding you to something. Don't feel you've made an ironclad commitment. You'll show up or you won't. I have to eat anyway, so there's no major catastrophe if something comes up and you have to cancel. I just want you to know I'll be there if you decide to drop by, with or without kids. We have till next May or June to do this thing, so there's no special mystique about a week from Saturday." "Are you coming back next semester?" I said. "They want me to teach a course in the cinema of car crashes." "Do it." "I will." I rubbed against Babette in the checkout line. She backed into me, and I reached around her and put my hands on her breasts. She rotated her hips, and I nuzzled her hair and murmured, "Dirty blonde." People wrote checks. Tall boys bagged the merchandise. Not everyone spoke English at the cash terminals, or near the fruit bins and frozen foods, or out among the cars in the lot. More and more, I heard languages I could not identify, much less understand, although the tall boys were American-born, and the checkout women as well, short, fattish in blue tunics, wearing stretch slacks and tiny white espadrilles. I tried to fit my hands into Babette's skirt, over her belly, as the slowly moving line edged toward the last purchase point, the breath mints and nasal inhalers. It was out in the parking lot that we heard the first of the rumors about a man dying during the inspection of the grade school, one of the masked and Milex-suited men, heavy-booted and bulky. "Collapsed and died," went the story that was going around, in a classroom on the 2nd floor. Chapter 10. Tuition at the college on the hill is $14,000, Sunday brunch included. I sense there is a connection between this powerful number and the way the students arrange themselves physically in the reading areas of the library. They sit on broad-cushioned seats in various kinds of ungainly posture, clearly calculated to be the identifying signs of some kinship group or secret organization. They are fetal, splayed, knock-kneed, arched, square-knotted, sometimes almost upside down. The positions are so studied, they amount to a classical mime. There is an element of over-refinement and inbreeding. Sometimes I feel I've wandered into a Far Eastern dream, too remote to be interpreted. But it is only the language of economic class they are speaking, in one of its allowable outward forms, like the convocation of station wagons at the start of the year. Denise watched her mother pull the little cellophane ribbon on a bonus pack of 16 individually wrapped units of chewing gum. Her eyes narrowed as she turned back to the address books on the kitchen table before her. The 11-year-old face was an expert mask of restrained exasperation. She waited a long moment, then said evenly, "That stuff causes cancer in laboratory animals, in case you didn't know." "You wanted me to chew sugarless gum, Denise. It was your idea." "There was no warning on the pack then. They put a warning which I would have a hard time believing you didn't see." She was transcribing names and phone numbers from an old book to a new one. There were no addresses. Her friends had phone numbers only, a race of people with a 7-bit analog consciousness. "I'm happy to do it either way," Babette said. "It's totally up to you. Either I chew gum with sugar and artificial coloring, or I chew sugarless and colorless gum that's harmful to rats." Steffi got off the phone. "Don't chew at all," she said. "Did you ever think of that?" Babette was breaking eggs into a wooden salad bowl. She gave me a look that wondered how the girl could talk on the phone and listen to us at the same time. I wanted to say because she finds us interesting. Babette said to the girls, "Look, either I chew gum or I smoke. If you want me to start smoking again, take away my chewing gum and my mentholyptus." "Why do you have to do one or the other?" Steffi said. "Why not do neither one?" "Why not do both?" Denise said, the face carefully emptying itself of expression. "That's what you want, isn't it? We all get to do what we want, don't we? Except if we want to go to school tomorrow, we can't because they're fumigating the place or whatever." The phone rang. Steffi grabbed it. "I'm not a criminal," Babette said. "All I want to do is chew a pathetic little tasteless chunk of gum now and then." "Well, it's not that simple," Denise said. "It's not a crime either. I chew about 2 of those little chunks a day." "Well, you can't anymore." "Well, I can, Denise. I want to. Chewing happens to relax me. You're making a fuss over nothing." Steffi managed to get our attention by the sheer pleading force of the look on her face. Her hand was over the mouthpiece of the phone. She did not speak, but only formed the words. "The Stovers want to come over." "Parents or children?" Babette said. My daughter shrugged. "We don't want them," Babette said. "Keep them out," Denise said. "What do I say?" "Say anything you want. Just keep them out of here. They're boring. Tell them to stay home." Steffi retreated with the phone, appearing to shield it with her body, her eyes full of fear and excitement. "A little gum can't possibly hurt," Babette said. "I guess you're right. Never mind. Just a warning on the pack." Steffi hung up. "Just hazardous to your health," she said. "Just rats," Denise said. "I guess you're right. Never mind." "Maybe she thinks they died in their sleep." "Just useless rodents, so what's the difference?" "What's the difference? What's the fuss?" Steffi said. "Plus, I'd like to believe she chews only 2 pieces a day the way she forgets things." "What do I forget?" Babette said. "It's all right," Denise said. "Never mind." "What do I forget?" "Go ahead and chew. Never mind the warning. I don't care." I scooped Wilder off a chair and gave him a noisy kiss on the ear, and he shrank away in delight. Then I put him on the counter and went upstairs to find Heinrich. He was in his room studying the deployment of plastic chessmen. "Still playing with the fellow in prison? How's it going?" "Pretty good. I think I got him cornered." "What do you know about this fellow?" "I've been meaning to ask." "Like, who did he kill?" "That's the big thing today, concern for the victim. You've been playing chess with the man for months. What do you know about him except that he's in jail for life for murder? Is he young, old, black, white? Do you communicate at all except for chess moves? We send notes sometimes. Who did he kill? He was under pressure. And what happened? It kept building and building. So he went out and shot someone. Who did he shoot? Some people in Iron City. How many? 5. 5 people? Not counting the state trooper, which was later. 6 people. Did he care for his weapons obsessively? Did he have an arsenal stashed in his shabby little room off a 6-story concrete car park? Some handguns and a bolt-action rifle with a scope. A telescopic sight? Did he fire from a highway overpass? A rented room? Did he walk into a bar, a washette, his former place of employment, and start firing indiscriminately? People scattering, taking cover under tables? People out on the street thinking they heard firecrackers? I was just waiting for the bus when I heard this little popping noise like firecrackers going off. He went up to a roof. A rooftop sniper. Did he write in his diary before he went up to the roof? Did he make tapes of his voice, go to the movies, read books about other mass murderers to refresh his memory? Made tapes. Made tapes. What did he do with them? Sent them to people he loved, asking for forgiveness. I can't help myself, folks. Were the victims total strangers? Was it a grudge killing? Did he get fired from his job? Had he been hearing voices? Total strangers. Had he been hearing voices? On TV. Talking just to him? Singling him out? Telling him to go down in history. He was 27, out of work, divorced, with his car up on blocks. Time was running out on him. Insistent, pressuring voices. How did he deal with the media? Give lots of interviews, write letters to the editor of the local paper, try to make a book deal? There is no media in Iron City. He didn't think of that till it was too late. He says if he had to do it all over again, he wouldn't do it as an ordinary murder. He would do it as an assassination. He would select more carefully. Kill one famous person, get noticed, make it stick. He now knows he won't go down in history. Neither will I. But you've got Hitler. Yes, I have, haven't I? What's Tommy Roy Foster got? All right, he's told you all these things in the letters he sends. What do you say when you respond? I'm losing my hair. I looked at him. He wore a warm-up suit, a towel around his neck, sweatbands on both wrists. You know what your mother would say about this chess-by-mail relationship. I know what you would say. You're saying it. How is your mother? Hear from her lately? She wants me to go out to the ashram this summer. Do you want to go? Who knows what I want to do? Who knows what anyone wants to do? How can you be sure about something like that? Isn't it all a question of brain chemistry, signals going back and forth, electrical energy in the cortex? How do you know whether something is really what you want to do or just some kind of nerve impulse in the brain? Some minor little activity takes place somewhere in this unimportant place in one of the brain hemispheres, and suddenly I want to go to Montana, or I don't want to go to Montana. How do I know I really want to go and it isn't just some neurons firing or something? Maybe it's just an accidental flash in the medulla, and suddenly there I am in Montana, and I find out I really didn't want to go there in the first place. I can't control what happens in my brain, so how can I be sure what I want to do 10 seconds from now, much less Montana next summer? It's all this activity in the brain, and you don't know what's you as a person and what's some neuron that just happens to fire or just happens to misfire. Isn't that why Tommy Roy killed those people? In the morning, I walked to the bank. I went to the automated teller machine to check my balance. I inserted my card, entered my secret code, tapped out my request. The figure on the screen roughly corresponded to my independent estimate, feebly arrived at after long searches through documents, tormented arithmetic. Waves of relief and gratitude flowed over me. The system had blessed my life. I felt its support and approval. The system hardware, the mainframe sitting in a locked room in some distant city. What a pleasing interaction. I sensed that something of deep personal value, but not money, not that at all, had been authenticated and confirmed. A deranged person was escorted from the bank by 2 armed guards. The system was invisible, which made it all the more impressive, all the more disquieting to deal with. But we were in accord, at least for now. The networks, the circuits, the streams, the harmonies. Chapter 11. I woke in the grip of a death sweat, defenseless against my own racking fears. A pause at the center of my being. I lacked the will and physical strength to get out of bed and move through the dark house, clutching walls and stair rails. To feel my way, re-inhabit my body, re-enter the world. Sweat trickled down my ribs. The digital reading on the clock radio was 3:51. Always odd numbers at times like this. What does it mean? Is death odd-numbered? Are there life-enhancing numbers? Other numbers charged with menace? Babette murmured in her sleep, and I moved close, breathing her heat. Finally, I slept, to be awakened by the smell of burning toast. That would be Steffi. She burns toast often, at any hour, intentionally. She loves the smell. She is addicted. It's her treasured scent. It satisfies her in ways wood smoke cannot, or snuffed candles, or the odor of explosive powder drifting down the street from firecrackers set off on the 4th. She has evolved orders of preference: burnt rye, burnt white, so on. I put on my robe and went downstairs. I was always putting on a bathrobe and going somewhere to talk seriously to a child. Babette was with her in the kitchen. It startled me. I thought she was still in bed. "Want some toast?" Steffi said. "I'll be 51 next week." "That's not old, is it?" "I've felt the same for 25 years. "Bad. How old is my mother?" "She's still young. She was only 20 when we were married the first time." "Is she younger than Baba?" "About the same. Just so you don't think I'm one of those men who keeps finding younger women." I wasn't sure whether my replies were meant for Steffi or Babette. This happens in the kitchen, where the levels of data are numerous and deep, as Murray might say. "Is she still in the CIA?" Steffi said. "We're not supposed to talk about that. She's just a contract agent anyway." "What's that?" "That's what people do today for a second income." "What exactly does she do?" Babette said. "She gets a phone call from Brazil. That activates her." "Then what?" "She carries money in a suitcase the length and breadth of Latin America." "That's all? I could do that." "Sometimes they send her books to review." "Have I met her?" Babette said. "No." "Do I know her name?" "Dana Breedlove." Steffi's lips formed the words as I spoke them. "You're not planning to eat that, are you?" I said to her. "I always eat my toast." The phone rang, and I picked it up. A woman's voice delivered a high-performance hello. It said it was computer-generated, part of a marketing survey aimed at determining current levels of consumer desire. It said it would ask a series of questions, pausing after each one to give me a chance to reply. I gave the phone to Steffi. When it became clear that she was occupied with the synthesized voice, I spoke to Babette in low tones. She liked to plot. Who? Dana. She liked to get me involved in things. What kind of things? Factions. Playing certain friends against other friends. Household plots, faculty plots. Sounds like ordinary stuff. She spoke English to me, Spanish or Portuguese to the telephone. Steffi twisted around, used her free hand to pull her sweater away from her body, enabling her to read the label. Virgin acrylic, she said into the phone. Babette checked the label on her sweater. A soft rain began to fall. How does it feel being nearly 51? She said. No different from 50. Except one is even, one is odd, she pointed out. That night in Murray's off-white room, after a spectacular meal of Cornish hen in the shape of a frog, prepared on a 2-burner hot plate, we moved from our metal folding chairs to the bunk bed for coffee. When I was a sports writer, Murray said, I traveled constantly, lived in planes and hotels and stadium smoke. Never got to feel at home in my own apartment. Now I have a place. You've done wonders, Babette said, her gaze sweeping desperately across the room. It's small, it's dark, it's plain, he said in a self-satisfied way. A container for thought. I gestured toward the old 4-story building on several acres across the street. Do you get any noise from the insane asylum? You mean beatings and shrieks? It's interesting that people still call it the insane asylum. It must be the striking architecture, the high steep roof, the tall chimneys, the columns, the little flourishes here and there that are either quaint or sinister. I can't make up my mind. It doesn't look like a rest home or psychiatric facility. It looks like an insane asylum. His trousers were going shiny at the knees. I'm sorry you didn't bring the kids. I want to get to know small kids. This is the society of kids. I tell my students they're already too old to figure importantly in the making of society. Minute by minute, they're beginning to diverge from each other. Even as we sit here, I tell them you are spinning out from the core, becoming less recognizable as a group, less targetable by advertisers and mass producers of culture. Kids are a true universal. But you're well beyond that, already beginning to drift, to feel estranged from the products you consume. Who are they designed for? What is your place in the marketing scheme? Once you're out of school, it is only a matter of time before you experience the vast loneliness and dissatisfaction of consumers who have lost their group identity. Then I tap my pencil on the table to indicate time passing ominously. Because we were seated on the bed, Murray had to lean well forward, looking past the coffee cup poised in my hand, in order to address Babette. How many children do you have, all told? She appeared to pause. There's Wilder, of course. There's Denise. Murray sipped his coffee, trying to look at her, sideways, with the cup at his lower lip. There's Eugene, who's living with his daddy this year in Western Australia. Eugene is 8. His daddy does research in the outback. His daddy is also Wilder's daddy. The boy is growing up without television, I said, which may make him worth talking to, Murray, as a sort of wild child, a savage plucked from the bush, intelligent and literate, but deprived of the deeper codes and messages that mark his species as unique. TV is a problem only if you've forgotten how to look and listen, Murray said. My students and I discuss this all the time. They're beginning to feel they ought to turn against the medium, exactly as an earlier generation turned against their parents and their country. I tell them they have to learn to look as children again, root out content, Find the codes and messages, to use your phrase, Jack. What do they say to that? Television is just another name for junk mail. But I tell them I can't accept that. I tell them I've been sitting in this room for more than 2 months, watching TV into the early hours, listening carefully, taking notes. A great and humbling experience, let me tell you. Close to mystical. What's your conclusion? He crossed his legs primly and sat with the cup in his lap, smiling straight ahead. Waves and radiation, he said. I've come to understand that the medium is a primal force in the American home, sealed off, timeless, self-contained, self-referring. It's like a myth being born right there in our living room, like something we know in a dreamlike and preconscious way. I'm very enthused, Jack. He looked at me, still smiling in a half-sneaky way. You have to learn how to look. You have to open yourself to the data. TV offers incredible amounts of psychic data. It opens ancient memories of world birth. It welcomes us into the grid, the network of little buzzing dots that make up the picture pattern. There is light, there is sound. I ask my students, what more do you want? Look at the wealth of data concealed in the grid, in the bright packaging, the jingles, the slice-of-life commercials, the products hurtling out of darkness, the coded messages and endless repetitions, like chants, like mantras. Coke is it, Coke is it, Coke is it. The medium practically overflows with sacred formulas if we can remember how to respond innocently and get past our irritation, weariness, and disgust. But your students don't agree. Worse than junk mail. Television is the death throes of human consciousness, according to them. They're ashamed of their television past. They want to talk about movies. He got up and refilled our cups. How do you know so much? Babette said. I'm from New York. The more you talk, the sneakier you look, as if you're trying to put something over on us. The best talk is seductive. Have you ever been married? She said. Once, briefly. I was covering the Jets, the Mets, and the Nets. How odd a figure I must seem to you now, a solitary crank who maroons himself with a TV set and dozens of stacks of dust-jacketed comic books. Don't think I wouldn't appreciate a dramatic visit between 2 and 3 in the morning, he told her, from an intelligent woman in spike heels and a slit skirt with high-impact accessories. It was drizzling as we walked home, my arm around her waist. The streets were empty. Along Elm, all the stores were dark. The 2 banks were dimly lit. The neon spectacles in the window of the optical shop cast a gimmicky light on the sidewalk. Dacron, Orlan, Lycra spandex. I know I forget things, she said, but I didn't know it was so obvious. It isn't. Did you hear Denise? When was it, last week? Denise is smart and tough. No one else notices. I dial a number on the phone and forget who I'm calling. I go to the store and forget what to buy. Someone will tell me something. I'll forget it. They'll tell me again. I'll forget it. They'll tell me again, showing a funny-looking smile. We all forget, I said. I forget names, faces, phone numbers, addresses, appointments, instructions, directions. It's something that's just been happening, more or less, to everyone. I forget that Steffi doesn't like to be called Stephanie. Sometimes I call her Denise. I forget where I've parked the car, and then for a long, long moment I forget what the car looks like. Forgetfulness has gotten into the air and water. It's entered the food chain. Maybe it's the gum I chew. Is that too far-fetched? Maybe it's something else. What do you mean? You're taking something besides chewing gum. Where did you get that idea? I got it second-hand from Steffi. Who did Steffi get it from? Denise. She paused, conceding the possibility that if Denise is the source of a rumor or theory, it could very well be true. What does Denise say I'm taking? I wanted to ask you before I asked her. To the best of my knowledge, Jack, I'm not taking anything that could account for my memory lapses. On the other hand, I'm not old. I haven't suffered an injury to the head, and there's nothing in my family background except tipped uteruses. You're saying maybe Denise is right. We can't rule it out. You're saying maybe you're taking something that has the side effect of impairing memory. Either I'm taking something and I don't remember, or I'm not taking something and I don't remember. My life is either or. Either I chew regular gum or I chew sugarless gum. Either I chew gum or I smoke. Either I smoke or I gain weight. Either I gain weight or I run up the stadium steps. Sounds like a boring life. I hope it lasts forever, she said. Soon the streets were covered with leaves. Leaves came tumbling and scraping down the pitched roofs. There were periods in every day when a stiff wind blew, bearing the trees further, and retired men appeared in the backyards, on the small lawns out front, carrying rakes with curved teeth. Black bags were arrayed at the curbstone in lopsided rows. A series of frightened children appeared at our door for their Halloween treats. Chapter 12. I went to German lessons twice a week, in the late afternoon, darkness crowding in earlier with each succeeding visit. It was Howard Dunlop's working rule that we sit facing each other during the full length of the lesson. He wanted me to study his tongue positions as he demonstrated the pronunciation of consonants, diphthongs, long and short vowels. He, in turn, would look closely into my mouth as I attempted to reproduce the unhappy sounds. His was a mild and quiet face, an oval surface with no hint of distinctiveness until he started his vocal routines. Then the warping began. It was an eerie thing to see, shamefully fascinating, as a seizure might be if witnessed in a controlled environment. He tucked his head into his trunk, narrowed his eyes, made grimacing humanoid faces. When it was time for me to repeat the noises, I did likewise, if only to please the teacher, twisting my mouth, shutting my eyes completely, conscious of an over-articulation so tortured it must have sounded like a sudden bending of the natural law, a stone or tree struggling to speak. When I opened my eyes, he was only inches from my mouth, leaning in to peer. I used to wonder what he saw in there. There were strained silences before and after each lesson. I tried to make small talk, get him to discuss his years as a chiropractor, his life before German. He would look off into the middle distance, not angry or bored or evasive, just detached, free of the connectedness of events, it seemed. When he did speak, about the other boarders or the landlord, there was something querulous in his voice, a drawn-out note of complaint. It was important for him to believe that he'd spent his life among people who kept missing the point. How many students do you have? For German? Yes. You're the only one I have for German. I used to have others. German has fallen off. These things go in cycles like everything else. What else do you teach? Greek, Latin, ocean sailing? People come here to learn ocean sailing? Not so much anymore. It's amazing how many people teach these days, I said. There is a teacher for every person. Everyone I know is either a teacher or a student. What do you think it means? He looked off toward a closet door. Do you teach anything else? I said. Meteorology. Meteorology? How did that come about? My mother's death had a terrible impact on me. I collapsed totally, lost my faith in God. I was inconsolable, withdrew completely into myself. Then, one day, by chance, I saw a weather report on TV. A dynamic young man with a glowing pointer stood before a multicolored satellite photo, predicting the weather for the next 5 days. I sat there, mesmerized by his self-assurance and skill. It was as though a message was being transmitted from the weather satellite through that young man and then to me in my canvas chair. I turned to meteorology for comfort. I read weather maps, collected books on weather, attended launchings of weather balloons. I realized weather was something I'd been looking for all my life. It brought me a sense of peace and security I'd never experienced. Dew, frost, and fog, snow flurries, the jet stream. I believe there is a grandeur in the jet stream. I began to come out of my shell, talk to people in the street. Nice day. Looks like rain. Hot enough for you? Everyone notices the weather. First thing on rising, you go to the window, look at the weather. You do it, I do it. I made a list of goals I hoped to achieve in meteorology. I took a correspondence course, got a degree to teach the subject in buildings with a legal occupancy of less than 100. I've taught meteorology in church basements, in trailer parks, in people's dens and living rooms. They came to hear me in Miller's Creek, Lumberville, Watertown. Factory workers, housewives, merchants, members of the police and the fire. I saw something in their eyes, a hunger, a compelling need. There were little holes in the cuffs of his thermal undershirt. We were standing in the middle of the room. I waited for him to go on. It was the time of year, the time of day, for a small, insistent sadness to pass into the texture of things. Dusk, silence, iron chill, something lonely in the bone. When I got home, Bob Pardee was in the kitchen practicing his golf swing. Bob is Denise's father. He said he was driving through town on his way to Glassboro to make a presentation and thought he'd take us all to dinner. He swung his locked hands in slow motion over his left shoulder, following through smoothly. Denise eyed him from a stool by the window. He wore a half-shaggy cardigan with sleeves that draped over the cuffs. "What kind of presentation?" she said. "Oh, you know, charts, arrows, slap some colors on a wall. It's a basic outreach tool, sweetheart." "Did you change jobs again?" "I'm raising funds. Busy as hell, too, better believe." "What kind of funds?" "Just whatever's out there, you know. People want to give me food stamps, etchings. Hey, great, I don't mind." He was bent over a putt. Babette leaned on the refrigerator door with her arms folded, watching him. Upstairs, a British voice said, "There are forms of vertigo that do not include spinning." "Funds for what?" Denise said. "There's a little thing you might have had occasion to hear of called the Nuclear Accident Readiness Foundation. Basically a legal defense fund for the industry. Just in case kind of thing." "Just in case what?" "Just in case I faint from hunger. Let's sneak up on some ribs, why don't we? You got your leg man, you got your breast man. Babette, what do you say? I'm about semi-prepared to slaughter my own animal."
"How many jobs is this, anyway?" "Don't pester me, Denise." "Never mind, I don't care. Do what you want."
Bob took the 3 older kids to the wagon wheel. I drove Babette to the River Edge house, where she would read to Mr. Treadwell, the blind old man who lived there with his sister. Wilder sat between us, playing with the supermarket tabloids that Treadwell favored as reading matter. As a volunteer reader to the blind, Babette had some reservations about the old gent's appetite for the unspeakable and seamy, believing that the handicapped were morally bound to higher types of entertainment. If we couldn't look to them for victories of the human spirit, who could we look to? They had an example to set, just as she did as a reader and morale booster. But she was professional in her duty, reading to him with high earnestness, as to a child, about dead men who leave messages on answering machines. Wilder and I waited in the car. The plan was that after the reading, the three of us would meet the wagon wheel group at the Dinky Donut, where they would have dessert and we would have dinner. I'd brought along a copy of Mein Kampf for that segment of the evening. The Treadwell house was an old frame structure with rotting trellises along the porch. Less than 5 minutes after she'd entered, Babette came out, walked uncertainly to the far end of the porch, and peered across the dim yard. Then she walked slowly toward the car. Door was open. I went in. Nobody. I looked around. Nothing. Nobody. I went upstairs. No sign of life. There doesn't seem to be anything missing. What do you know about his sister? She's older than he is, and probably in worse shape if you disregard the fact that he's blind and she isn't. The two nearest houses were dark, both up for sale, and no one at 4 other houses in the area knew anything about the Treadwells' movements over the past few days. We drove to the state trooper barracks and talked to a female clerk who sat behind a computer console. She told us there was a disappearance every 11 seconds, and taped everything we said. At the Dinky Donut, outside town, Bob Pardee sat quietly as the family ate and talked. The soft pink golfer's face had begun to droop from his skull. His flesh seemed generally to sag, giving him the hangdog look of someone under strict orders to lose weight. His hair was expensively cut and layered, a certain amount of color combed in, a certain amount of technology brought to bear. But it seemed to need a more dynamic head. I realized Babette was looking at him carefully, trying to grasp the meaning of the 4 careening years they'd spent as man and wife. The panoramic carnage. He drank, gambled, drove his car down embankments, got fired, quit, retired, traveled in disguise to Coal Town, where he paid a woman to speak Swedish to him as they screwed. It was the Swedish that enraged Babette, either that or his need to confess it, and she hit out at him, hit out with the backs of her hands, with her elbows and wrists. Old loves, old fears. Now she watched him with a tender sympathy, a reflectiveness that seemed deep and fond and generous enough to contain all the magical counterspells to his current run of woe. Although I knew, of course, as I went back to my book, that it was only a passing affection, one of those kindnesses no one understands. By noon the next day they were dragging the river. Chapter 13. The students tend to stick close to campus. There is nothing for them to do in Blacksmith proper, no natural haunt or attraction. They have their own food, movies, music, theater, sports, conversation, and sex. This is a town of dry cleaning shops and opticians. Photos of looming Victorian homes decorate the windows of real estate firms. These pictures have not changed in years. The homes are sold or gone, or stand in other towns in other states. This is a town of tag sales and yard sales, the failed possessions arrayed in driveways and tended by kids. Babette called me at my office in Centenary Hall. She said Heinrich had been down at the river, wearing his camouflage cap and carrying an Instamatic, to watch them drag for the bodies. And while he was there, word came that the Treadwells had been found alive but shaken in an abandoned cookie shack at the Mid-Village Mall, a vast shopping center out on the interstate. Apparently, they'd been wandering through the mall for 2 days, lost, confused, and frightened, before taking refuge in the littered kiosk. They spent 2 more days in the kiosk, the weak and faltering sister venturing out to scavenge food scraps from the cartoon character disposal baskets with swinging doors. It was sheer luck that their stay at the mall coincided with a spell of mild weather. No one knew at this point why they didn't ask for help. It was probably just the vastness and strangeness of the place and their own advanced age that made them feel helpless and adrift in a landscape of remote and menacing figures. The Treadwells didn't get out much. In fact, no one yet knew how they'd managed to get to the mall. Possibly their grandniece had dropped them off in her car and then forgotten to pick them up. The grandniece could not be reached, Babette said, for comment. The day before the happy discovery, the police had called in a psychic to help them determine the Treadwells' whereabouts and fate. It was all over the local paper. The psychic was a woman who lived in a mobile home in a wooded area outside town. She wished to be known only as Adele T. According to the paper, she and the police chief, Hollis Wright, sat in the mobile home while she looked at photos of the Treadwells and smelled articles from their wardrobe. Then she asked the chief to leave her alone for an hour. She did exercises, ate some rice and dal, proceeded to trance in. During this altered state, the report went on, she attempted to put a data trace on whatever distant physical systems she wished to locate, in this case Old Man Treadwell and his sister. When Chief Wright re-entered the trailer, Adele T. told him to forget the river and to concentrate on dry land with a moonscape look about it, within a 15-mile radius of the Treadwell home. The police went at once to a gypsum processing operation 10 miles downriver, where they found an airline bag that contained a handgun and 2 kilos of uncut heroin. The police had consulted Adele T. on a number of occasions, and she had led them to 2 bludgeoned bodies, a Syrian in a refrigerator, and a cache of marked bills totaling $600,000, although in each instance, the report concluded, the police had been looking for something else. The American mystery deepens. Chapter 14. We crowded before the window in Steffi's small room, watching the spectacular sunset. Only Heinrich stayed away, either because he distrusted wholesome communal pleasures, or because he believed there was something ominous in the modern sunset. Later, I sat up in bed in my bathrobe studying German. I muttered words to myself, and wondered whether I'd be able to restrict my German speaking at the spring conference to brief opening remarks, or whether the other participants would expect the language to be used throughout, in lectures, at meals, in small talk, as a mark of our seriousness, our uniqueness in world scholarship. The TV said, and other trends that could dramatically impact your portfolio. Denise came in and sprawled across the foot of the bed, her head resting on her folded arms, facing away from me. How many codes, countercodes, social histories were contained in this simple posture? A full minute passed. "What are we going to do about Baba?" she said. "What do you mean?" "She can't remember anything." "Did she ask you whether she's taking medication?" "No." "No, she's not, or no, she didn't ask?" "She didn't ask." "She was supposed to," I said. "Well, she didn't." "How do you know she's taking something?" "I saw the bottle buried in the trash under the kitchen sink. A prescription bottle. It had her name and the name of the medication." "What is the name of the medication?" "Dylar. 1 every 3 days. Which sounds like it's dangerous or habit-forming or whatever." "What dose does your drug reference say about Dylar?" "It's not in there. I spent hours. There are 4 indexes." "It must be recently marketed." "You want me to double-check the book?" "I already looked. I looked!" "We could always call her doctor." "But I don't want to make too much of this. Everybody takes some kind of medication. Everybody forgets things occasionally." "Not like my mother." "I forget things all the time." "What do you take?" "Blood pressure pills, stress pills, allergy pills, eye drops, aspirin. Run of the mill." "I looked in the medicine chest in your bathroom." No Dilar? I thought there might be a new bottle. The doctor prescribed 30 pills. That was it. Run of the mill. Everybody takes something. I still want to know, she said. All this time she'd been turned away from me. There were plot potentials in this situation, chances for people to make devious maneuvers, secret plans. But now she shifted position, used an elbow to prop her upper body, and watched me speculatively from the foot of the bed. Can I ask you something? Sure, I said. You won't get mad? You know what's in my medicine chest, what secrets are left. Why did you name Heinrich Heinrich? Fair question. You don't have to answer. Good question. No reason why you shouldn't ask. So, why did you? I thought it was a forceful name, a strong name. It has a kind of authority. Is he named after anyone? No. He was born shortly after I started the department, and I guess I wanted to acknowledge my good fortune. I wanted to do something German. I felt a gesture was called for. Heinrich Gerhard Gladney? I thought it had an authority that might cling to him. I thought it was forceful and impressive, and I still do. I wanted to shield him, make him unafraid. People were naming their children Kim, Kelly, and Tracy. There was a long silence. She kept watching me. Her features, crowded somewhat in the center of her face, gave to her moments of concentration a puggish and half-belligerent look. Do you think I miscalculated? It's not for me to say. There's something about German names, the German language, German things. I don't know what it is exactly. It's just there. In the middle of it all is Hitler, of course. He was on again last night. He's always on. We couldn't have television without him. They lost the war, she said. How great could they be? A valid point. But it's not a question of greatness. It's not a question of good and evil. I don't know what it is. Look at it this way. Some people always wear a favorite color. Some people carry a gun. Some people put on a uniform and feel bigger, stronger, safer. It's in this area that my obsessions dwell. Steffi came in wearing Denise's green visor. I didn't know what this meant. She climbed up on the bed, and all three of us went through my German-English dictionary, looking for words that sound about the same in both languages, like orgy and shoe. Heinrich came running down the hall, burst into the room. Come on, hurry up, plane crash footage. Then he was out the door. The girls were off the bed, all three of them running along the hall to the TV set. I sat in bed a little stunned. The swiftness and noise of their leaving had put the room in a state of molecular agitation. In the debris of invisible matter, the question seemed to be, what is happening here? By the time I got to the room at the end of the hall, there was only a puff of black smoke at the edge of the screen. But the crash was shown 2 more times, once in stop-action replay, as an analyst attempted to explain the reason for the plunge. A jet trainer in an air show in New Zealand. We had 2 closet doors that opened by themselves. That night, a Friday, we gathered in front of the set, as was the custom and the rule, with take-out Chinese. There were floods, earthquakes, mudslides, erupting volcanoes. We'd never before been so attentive to our duty, our Friday assembly. Heinrich was not sullen. I was not bored. Steffi, brought close to tears by a sitcom husband arguing with his wife, appeared totally absorbed in these documentary clips of calamity and death. Babette tried to switch to a comedy series about a group of racially mixed kids who build their own communications satellite. She was startled by the force of our objection. We were otherwise silent, watching houses slide into the ocean, whole villages crackle and ignite in a mass of advancing lava. Every disaster made us wish for more, for something bigger, grander, more sweeping. I walked into my office on Monday to find Murray sitting in the chair adjacent to the desk, like someone waiting for a nurse to arrive with a blood pressure gauge. He'd been having trouble, he said, establishing an Elvis Presley power base in the Department of American Environments. The chairman, Alphonse Stompanato, seemed to feel that one of the other instructors, a 300-pound former rock and roll bodyguard named Dimitrios Kotsakis, had established prior right by having flown to Memphis when the king died, interviewed members of the king's entourage and family, Ben interviewed himself on local television as an interpreter of the phenomenon. A more than middling coup, Murray conceded. I suggested that I might drop by his next lecture, informally, unannounced, simply to lend a note of consequence to the proceedings, to give him the benefit of whatever influence and prestige might reside in my office, my subject, my physical person. He nodded slowly, fingering the ends of his beard. Later at lunch, I spotted only one empty chair at a table occupied by the New York emigres. Alphonse sat at the head of the table, a commanding presence even in a campus lunchroom. He was large, sardonic, dark-staring, with scarred brows and a furious beard fringed in gray. It was the very beard I would have grown in 1969 if Janet Savory, my second wife, Heinrich's mother, hadn't argued against it. "Let them see that bland expanse," she said, in her tiny, dry voice. "It is more effective than you think." Alphonse invested everything he did with a sense of all-consuming purpose. He knew 4 languages, had a photographic memory, did complex mathematics in his head. He'd once told me that the art of getting ahead in New York was based on learning how to express dissatisfaction in an interesting way. The air was full of rage and complaint. People had no tolerance for your particular hardship unless you knew how to entertain them with it. Alphonse himself was occasionally entertaining in a pulverizing way. He had a manner that enabled him to absorb and destroy all opinions in conflict with his. When he talked about popular culture, he exercised the closed logic of a religious zealot, one who kills for his beliefs. His breathing grew heavy, arrhythmic. His brows seemed to lock. The other emigres appeared to find his challenges and taunts a proper context for their endeavor. They used his office to pitch pennies to the wall. I said to him, "Why is it, Alphonse, that decent, well-meaning, and responsible people find themselves intrigued by catastrophe when they see it on television?" I told him about the recent evening of lava, mud, and raging water that the children and I had found so entertaining. We wanted more. More. "It's natural. It's normal," he said with a reassuring nod. "It happens to everybody." "Why?" "Because we're suffering from brain fade. We need an occasional catastrophe to break up the incessant bombardment of information." "It's obvious," Lasher said, a slight man with a taut face and slicked-back hair. "The flow is constant," Alphonse said. "Words, pictures, numbers, facts, graphics, statistics, specks, waves, particles, motes. Only a catastrophe gets our attention. We want them. We need them. We depend on them. As long as they happen somewhere else. This is where California comes in. Mudslides, brush fires, coastal erosion, earthquakes, mass killings, etc. We can relax and enjoy these disasters because in our hearts we feel that California deserves whatever it gets. Californians invented the concept of lifestyle. This alone warrants their doom." Kotsakis crushed a can of Diet Pepsi and threw it at a garbage pail. "Japan is pretty good for disaster footage," Alphonse said. "India remains largely untapped. They have tremendous potential with their famines, monsoons, religious strife, train wrecks, boat sinkings, etc. But their disasters tend to go unrecorded. 3 lines in the newspaper. No film footage, no satellite hookup. This is why California is so important. We not only enjoy seeing them punished for their relaxed lifestyle and progressive social ideas, but we know we're not missing anything. The cameras are right there. They're standing by. Nothing terrible escapes their scrutiny. You're saying it's more or less universal to be fascinated by TV disasters. For most people, there are only 2 places in the world, where they live and their TV set. If a thing happens on television, we have every right to find it fascinating, whatever it is. I don't know whether to feel good or bad about learning that my experience is widely shared. Feel bad, he said. It's obvious, Lasher said. We all feel bad, but we can enjoy it on that level. Murray said, this is what comes from the wrong kind of attentiveness. People get brain fade. This is because they've forgotten how to listen and look as children. They've forgotten how to collect data. In the psychic sense, a forest fire on TV is on a lower plane than a 10-second spot for automatic dishwasher all. The commercial has deeper waves, deeper emanations. But we have reversed the relative significance of these things. This is why people's eyes, ears, brains, and nervous systems have grown weary. It's a simple case of misuse. Grappa casually tossed half a buttered roll at Lasher, hitting him on the shoulder. Grappa was pale and baby-fattish, and the tossed roll was an attempt to get Lasher's attention. Grappa said to him, did you ever brush your teeth with your finger? I brushed my teeth with my finger the first time I stayed overnight at my wife's parents' house, before we were married, when her parents spent a weekend at Asbury Park. They were an Ipana family. Forgetting my toothbrush is a fetish with me, Katsakis said. I brushed my teeth with my finger at Woodstock, Altamont, Monterey, about a dozen other seminal events. Grappa looked at Murray. I brushed my teeth with my finger after the Ali Foreman fight in Zaire, Murray said. That's the southernmost point I've ever brushed my teeth with my finger at. Lasher looked at Grappa. Did you ever crap in a toilet bowl that had no seat? Grappa's response was semi-lyrical. A great and funky men's room in an old Saccone Mobile station on the Boston Post Road the first time my father took the car outside the city. The station with the flying red horse. You want the car? I can give you car details down to the last little option. These are the things they don't teach, Lasher said. Bowls with no seats, pissing in sinks. The culture of public toilets. All those great diners, movie houses, gas stations. The whole ethos of the road. I've pissed in sinks all through the American West. I've slipped across the border to piss in sinks in Manitoba and Alberta. This is what it's all about. The great western skies, the best western motels, the diners and drive-ins, the poetry of the road, the plains, the desert, the filthy, stinking toilets. I pissed in a sink in Utah when it was 22 below. That's the coldest I've ever pissed in a sink in. Alphonse Stompanato looked hard at Lasher. Where were you when James Dean died? He said in a threatening voice. In my wife's parents' house before we were married, listening to make-believe ballroom on the old Emerson table model. The Motorola with the glowing dial was already a thing of the past. You've spent a lot of time in your wife's parents' house, it seems, screwing, Alphonse said. We were kids. It was too early in the cultural matrix for actual screwing. What were you doing? She's my wife, Alphonse. You want me to tell a crowded table? James Dean is dead, and you're groping some 12-year-old. Alphonse glared at Demetrios Katsakis. Where were you when James Dean died? In the back of my uncle's restaurant in Astoria, Queens, vacuuming with the Hoover. Alphonse looked at Grappa. Where the hell were you? He said, as if the thought had just occurred to him that the actor's death was not complete without some record of Grappa's whereabouts. I know exactly where I was, Alphonse. Let me think a minute. Where were you, you son of a bitch? I always know these things down to the smallest detail. But I was a dreamy adolescent. I have these gaps in my life. You were busy jerking off. Is that what you mean? Ask me Joan Crawford. September 30, 1955. James Dean dies. Where is Nicholas Grappa, and what is he doing? Ask me Gable. Ask me Monroe. The silver Porsche approaches an intersection going like a streak. No time to brake for the Ford sedan. Glass shatters, metal screams. Jimmy Dean sits in the driver's seat with a broken neck, multiple fractures and lacerations. It is 5:45 in the afternoon Pacific Coast time. Where is Nicholas Grappa, the jerk-off king of the Bronx? Ask me Jeff Chandler. You're a middle-aged man, Nicky, who traffics in his own childhood. You have an obligation to produce. Ask me John Garfield. Ask me Monty Clift. Kotsakis was a monolith of thick and wadded flesh. He'd been Little Richard's personal bodyguard and had led security details at rock concerts before joining the faculty here. Elliot Lasher threw a chunk of raw carrot at him, then asked, Did you ever have a woman peel flaking skin from your back after a few days at the beach? Cocoa Beach, Florida, Kotsakis said. It was very tremendous. The second or third greatest experience of my life. Was she naked? Lasher said. To the waist, Kotsakis said. From which direction? Lasher said. I watched Grappa throw a cracker at Murray. He skimmed it backhand like a frisbee. Chapter 15. I put on my dark glasses, composed my face, and walked into the room. There were 25 or 30 young men and women, many in fall colors, seated in armchairs and sofas and on the beige broadloom. Murray walked among them, speaking, his right hand trembling in a stylized way. When he saw me, he smiled sheepishly. I stood against the wall, attempting to loom, my arms folded under the black gown. Murray was in the midst of a thoughtful monologue. Did his mother know that Elvis would die young? She talked about assassins. She talked about the life of a star of this type and magnitude. Isn't the life structured to cut you down early? This is the point, isn't it? There are rules, guidelines. If you don't have the grace and wit to die early, you are forced to vanish, to hide as if in shame and apology. She worried about his sleepwalking. She thought he might go out a window. I have a feeling about mothers. Mothers really do know. The folklore is correct. Hitler adored his mother, I said. A surge of attention, unspoken, identifiable only in a certain convergence of stillness, an inward tensing. Murray kept moving, of course, but a bit more deliberately, picking his way between the chairs, the people seated on the floor. I stood against the wall, arms folded. Elvis and Gladys liked to nuzzle and pet, he said. They slept in the same bed until he began to approach physical maturity. They talked baby talk to each other all the time. Hitler was a lazy kid. His report card was full of unsatisfactories. But Clara loved him, spoiled him, gave him the attention his father failed to give him. She was a quiet woman, modest and religious, and a good cook and housekeeper. Gladys walked Elvis to school and back every day. She defended him in little street rumbles, lashed out at any kid who tried to bully him. Hitler fantasized. He took piano lessons, made sketches of museums and villas. He sat around the house a lot. Clara tolerated this. He was the first of her children to survive infancy. 3 others had died. Elvis confided in Gladys. He brought his girlfriends around to meet her. Hitler wrote a poem to his mother. His mother and his niece were the women with the greatest hold on his mind. When Elvis went into the army, Gladys became ill and depressed. She sensed something, maybe as much about herself as about him. Her psychic apparatus was flashing all the wrong signals, foreboding and gloom. There's not much doubt that Hitler was what we call a mama's boy. A note-taking young man murmured absently, "Muttersonken." I regarded him warily. Then, on an impulse, I abandoned my stance at the wall and began to pace the room like Murray, occasionally pausing to gesture, to listen, to gaze out a window or up at the ceiling. Elvis could hardly bear to let Gladys out of his sight when her condition grew worse. He kept a vigil at the hospital. When his mother became severely ill, Hitler put a bed in the kitchen to be closer to her. He cooked and cleaned. Elvis fell apart with grief when Gladys died. He fondled and petted her in the casket. He talked baby talk to her until she was in the ground. Clara's funeral cost 370 kronen. Hitler wept at the grave and fell into a period of depression and self-pity. He felt an intense loneliness. He'd lost not only his beloved mother, but also his sense of home and hearth. It seems fairly certain that Gladys's death caused a fundamental shift at the center of the king's worldview. She'd been his anchor, his sense of security. He began to withdraw from the real world to enter the state of his own dying. For the rest of his life, Hitler could not bear to be anywhere near Christmas decorations because his mother had died near a Christmas tree. Elvis made death threats, received death threats. He took mortuary tours and became interested in UFOs. He began to study the Bardo Todol, commonly known as the Tibetan Book of the Dead. This is a guide to dying and being reborn. Years later, in the grip of self-myth and deep remoteness, Hitler kept a portrait of his mother in his Spartan quarters at Obersalzberg. He began to hear a buzzing in his left ear. Murray and I passed each other near the center of the room, almost colliding. Alphonse Stompanato entered, followed by several students, drawn perhaps by some magnetic wave of excitation, some frenzy in the air. He settled his surly bulk in a chair as Murray and I circled each other and headed off in opposite directions, avoiding an exchange of looks. Elvis fulfilled the terms of the contract: excess, deterioration, self-destructiveness, grotesque behavior, a physical bloating and a series of insults to the brain, self-delivered. His place in legend is secure. He bought off the skeptics by dying early, horribly, unnecessarily. No one could deny him now. His mother probably saw it all as on a 19-inch screen years before her own death. Murray, happily deferring to me, went to a corner of the room and sat on the floor, leaving me to pace and gesture alone, secure in my professional aura of power, madness, and death. Hitler called himself the lonely wanderer out of nothingness. He sucked on lozenges, spoke to people in endless monologues, free associating, as if the language came from some vastness beyond the world, and he was simply the medium of revelation. It's interesting to wonder if he looked back from the Führerbunker, beneath the burning city, to the early days of his power. Did he think of the small groups of tourists who visited the little settlement where his mother was born, and where he'd spent summers with his cousins, riding in ox carts and making kites? They came to honor the site, Clara's birthplace. They entered the farmhouse, poked around tentatively. Adolescent boys climbed on the roof. In time, the numbers began to increase. They took pictures, slipped small items into their pockets. Then crowds came, mobs of people overrunning the courtyard and singing patriotic songs, painting swastikas on the walls, on the flanks of farm animals. Crowds came to his mountain villa, so many people he had to stay indoors. They picked up pebbles where he'd walked and took them home as souvenirs. Crowds came to hear him speak, crowds erotically charged, the masses he once called his only bride. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists as he spoke, twisted his sweat-drenched body, remade his voice as a thrilling weapon. Sex murders, someone called these speeches. Crowds came to be hypnotized by the voice, the party anthems, the torchlight parades. I stared at the carpet and counted silently to 7. But wait. How familiar this all seems. How close to ordinary. Crowds come, get worked up, touch and press, people eager to be transported. Isn't this ordinary? We know all this. There must have been something different about those crowds. What was it? Let me whisper the terrible word from the Old English, from the Old German, from the Old Norse. Death. Many of those crowds were assembled in the name of death. They were there to attend tributes to the dead. Processions, songs, speeches, dialogues with the dead, recitations of the names of the dead. They were there to see pyres and flaming wheels, thousands of flags dipped in salute, thousands of uniformed mourners. There were ranks and squadrons, elaborate backdrops, blood banners and black dress uniforms. Crowds came to form a shield against their own dying. To become a crowd is to keep out death. To break off from the crowd is to risk death as an individual, to face dying alone. Crowds came for this reason above all others. They were there to be a crowd. Murray sat across the room. His eyes showed a deep gratitude. I had been generous with the power and madness at my disposal, allowing my subject to be associated with an infinitely lesser figure, a fellow who sat in lazy-boy chairs and shut out TVs. It was not a small matter. We all had an aura to maintain, and in sharing mine with a friend, I was risking the very things that made me untouchable. People gathered round, students and staff, and in the mild din of half-heard remarks and orbiting voices, I realized we were now a crowd. Not that I needed a crowd around me now, least of all now. Death was strictly a professional matter here. I was comfortable with it. I was on top of it. Murray made his way to my side and escorted me from the room, parting the crowd with his fluttering hand. Chapter 16. This was the day Wilder started crying at 2 in the afternoon. At 6 he was still crying, sitting on the kitchen floor and looking through the oven window, and we ate dinner quickly, moving around him or stepping over him to reach the stove and refrigerator. Babette watched him as she ate. She had a class to teach in sitting, standing, and walking. It would start in an hour and a half. She looked at me in a drained and supplicating way. She'd spoken soothingly to him, hefted and caressed him, checked his teeth, given him a bath, examined him, tickled him, fed him, tried to get him to crawl into his vinyl play tunnel. Her old people would be waiting in the church basement. It was rhythmic crying, a measured statement of short, urgent pulses. At times it seemed he would break off into a whimper, an animal complaint, irregular and exhausted. But the rhythm held, the heightened beat, the washed pink sorrow in his face. "We'll take him to the doctor," I said. "Then I'll drop you at the church." Would the doctor see a crying child? Besides, his doctor doesn't have hours now. What about your doctor? I think he does. But a crying child, Jack. What can I say to the man? My child is crying? Is there a condition more basic? There had been no sense of crisis until now, just exasperation and despair. But once we decided to visit the doctor, we began to hurry, to fret. We looked for Wilder's jacket and shoes, tried to remember what he'd eaten in the last 24 hours, anticipated questions the doctor would ask, and rehearsed our answers carefully. It seemed vital to agree on the answers even if we weren't sure they were correct. Doctors lose interest in people who contradict each other. This fear has long informed my relationship with doctors, that they would lose interest in me, instruct their receptionists to call other names before mine, take my dying for granted. I waited in the car while Babette and Wilder went into the medical building at the end of Elm. Doctors' offices depress me even more than hospitals do, because of their air of negative expectancy, and because of the occasional patient who leaves with good news, shaking the doctor's antiseptic hand and laughing loudly, laughing at everything the doctor says, booming with laughter, with crude power, making a point of ignoring the other patients as he walks past the waiting room still laughing provocatively. He is already clear of them, no longer associated with their weekly gloom, their anxious inferior dying. I would rather visit an emergency ward, some urban well of trembling, where people come in gut-shot, slashed, sleepy-eyed with opium compounds, broken needles in their arms. These things have nothing to do with my own eventual death, nonviolent, small town, thoughtful. They came out of the small, bright lobby onto the street. It was cold, empty, and dark. The boy walked next to his mother, holding her hand, still crying, and they seemed a picture of such amateurish sadness and calamity that I nearly started laughing. Laughing, not at the sadness, but at the picture they made of it, at the disparity between their grief and its appearances. My feelings of tenderness and pity were undermined by the sight of them crossing the sidewalk in their bundled clothing, the child determinedly weeping, his mother drooping as she walked, wild-haired, a wretched and pathetic pair. They were inadequate to the spoken grief, the great single-minded anguish. Does this explain the existence of professional mourners? They keep awake from lapsing into comic pathos. What did the doctor say? Give him an aspirin and put him to bed. That's what Denise said. I told him that. He said, well, why didn't you do it? Why didn't we? She's a child, not a doctor. That's why. Did you tell him that? I don't know what I told him, she said. I'm never in control of what I say to doctors, much less what they say to me. There's some kind of disturbance in the air. I know exactly what you mean. It's like having a conversation during a spacewalk, dangling in those heavy suits. Everything drifts and floats. I lie to doctors all the time. So do I. But why? She said. As I started the car, I realized his crying had changed in pitch and quality. The rhythmic urgency had given way to a sustained, inarticulate, and mournful sound. He was keening now. These were expressions of Mideastern lament, of an anguish so accessible that it rushes to overwhelm whatever immediately caused it. There was something permanent and soul-struck in this crying. It was a sound of inbred desolation. What do we do? Think of something, she said. There's still 15 minutes before your class is due to start. Let's take him to the hospital, to the emergency entrance, just to see what they say. You can't take a child to an emergency ward because he's crying. If anything is not an emergency, this would be it. I'll wait in the car, I said. What do I tell them? My child is crying? Do they even have an emergency ward? Don't you remember we took the Stovers this past summer? Why? Their car was being repaired. Never mind. They inhaled the spray mist from some kind of stain remover. Take me to my class, she said. Posture. When I pulled up in front of the church, some of her students were walking down the steps to the basement entrance. Babette looked at her son, a searching, pleading, and desperate look. He was in the 6th hour of his crying. She ran along the sidewalk and into the building. I thought of taking him to the hospital, but if a doctor who examined the boy thoroughly in his cozy office with paintings on the wall in elaborate gilded frames could find nothing wrong, then what could emergency technicians do, people trained to leap on chests and pound at static hearts? I picked him up and set him against the steering wheel facing me, his feet on my thighs. The huge lament continued, wave on wave. It was a sound so large and pure I could almost listen to it, try consciously to apprehend it, as one sets up a mental register in a concert hall or theater. He was not sniveling or blubbering. He was crying out, saying nameless things in a way that touched me with its depth and richness. This was an ancient dirge all the more impressive for its resolute monotony. Ululation. I held him upright with a hand under each arm. As the crying continued, a curious shift developed in my thinking. I found that I did not necessarily wish him to stop. It might not be so terrible, I thought, to have to sit and listen to this a while longer. We looked at each other. Behind that dopey countenance, a complex intelligence operated. I held him with one hand, using the other to count his fingers inside the mittens, aloud, in German. The inconsolable crying went on. I let it wash over me like rain in sheets. I entered it, in a sense. I let it fall and tumble across my face and chest. I began to think he had disappeared inside this wailing noise, and if I could join him in his lost and suspended place, we might together perform some reckless wonder of intelligibility. I let it break across my body. It might not be so terrible, I thought, to have to sit here for 4 more hours, with the motor running and the heater on, listening to this uniform lament. It might be good. It might be strangely soothing. I entered it, fell into it, letting it enfold and cover me. He cried with his eyes open, his eyes closed, his hands in his pockets, his mittens on and off. I sat there, nodding sagely. On an impulse, I turned him around, sat him on my lap, and started up the car, letting Wilder steer. We'd done this once before, for a distance of 20 yards, at Sunday dusk in August, our street deep in drowsy shadow. Again he responded, crying as he steered, as we turned corners, as I brought the car to a halt back at the Congregational Church. I set him on my left leg, an arm around him, drawing him toward me, and let my mind drift toward near sleep. The sound moved into a fitful distance. Now and then a car went by. I leaned against the door, faintly aware of his breath on my thumb. Some time later, Babette was knocking on the window, and Wilder was crawling across the seat to lift the latch for her. She got in, adjusted his hat, picked a crumpled tissue off the floor. We were halfway home when the crying stopped. It stopped suddenly, without a change in tone and intensity. Babette said nothing. I kept my eyes on the road. He sat between us, looking into the radio. I waited for Babette to glance at me behind his back, over his head, to show relief, happiness, hopeful suspense. I didn't know how I felt and wanted a clue, but she looked straight ahead as if fearful that any change in the sensitive texture of sound, movement, expression would cause the crying to break out again. At the house no one spoke. They all moved quietly from room to room, watching him distantly, with sneaky and respectful looks. When he asked for some milk, Denise ran softly to the kitchen, barefoot, in her pajamas, sensing that by economy of movement and lightness of step, she might keep from disturbing the grave and dramatic air he had brought with him into the house. He drank the milk down in a single powerful swallow, still fully dressed, a mitten pinned to his sleeve. They watched him with something like awe. Nearly 7 straight hours of serious crying. It was as though he'd just returned from a period of wandering in some remote and holy place, in sand barrens or snowy ranges. A place where things are said, sights are seen, distances reached, which we, in our ordinary toil, can only regard with the mingled reverence and wonder we hold in reserve for feats of the most sublime and difficult dimensions. Chapter 17. Babette said to me in bed one night, "Isn't it great having all these kids around?" There'll be one more soon. Who? B is coming in a couple of days. Good. Who else can we get? The next day, Denise decided to confront her mother directly about the medication she was or was not taking, hoping to trick Babette into a confession, an admission, or some minimal kind of flustered response. This was not a tactic the girl and I had discussed, but I couldn't help admiring the boldness of her timing. All 6 of us were jammed into the car on our way to the mid-village mall, and Denise simply waited for a natural break in the conversation, directing her question toward the back of Babette's head, in a voice drained of inference. "What do you know about Dylar? Is that the black girl who's staying with the Stovers?" "That's Dakar," Steffi said. "Dakar isn't her name, it's where she's from," Denise said. "It's a country on the Ivory Coast of Africa." "The capital is Lagos," Babette said. "I know that because of a surfer movie I saw once where they travel all over the world." "The Perfect Wave," Heinrich said. "I saw it on TV." "But what's the girl's name?" Steffi said. "I don't know," Babette said, "but the movie wasn't called The Perfect Wave. The Perfect Wave is what they were looking for." "They go to Hawaii," Denise told Steffi, "and wait for these tidal waves to come from Japan. They're called origamis." "And the movie was called The Long Hot Summer," her mother said. "The Long Hot Summer," Heinrich said, "happens to be a play by Tennessee Ernie Williams." "It doesn't matter," Babette said, "because you can't copyright titles anyway." "If she's an African," Steffi said, "I wonder if she ever rode a camel." "Try an Audi Turbo. Try a Toyota Supra." "What is it camels store in their humps?" Babette said. "Food or water? I never could get that straight." "There are 1-hump camels and 2-hump camels," Heinrich told her, "so it depends which kind you're talking about." "Are you telling me a 2-hump camel stores food in one hump and water in the other?" "The important thing about camels," he said, "is that camel meat is considered a delicacy." "I thought that was alligator meat," Denise said. "Who introduced the camel to America?" Babette said. "They had them out west for a while to carry supplies to coolies who were building the great railroads that met at Ogden, Utah. I remember my history exams." "Are you sure you're not talking about llamas?" Heinrich said. "The llama stayed in Peru," Denise said. "Peru has the llama, the vicuña, and one other animal. Bolivia has tin. Chile has copper and iron." "I'll give anyone in this car $5, Heinrich said, "if they can name the population of Bolivia." "Bolivians," my daughter said. The family is the cradle of the world's misinformation. There must be something in family life that generates factual error. Over closeness, the noise and heat of being. Perhaps something even deeper, like the need to survive. Murray says we are fragile creatures surrounded by a world of hostile facts. Facts threaten our happiness and security. The deeper we delve into the nature of things, the looser our structure may seem to become. The family process works toward sealing off the world. Small errors grow heads. Fictions proliferate. I tell Mary that ignorance and confusion can't possibly be the driving forces behind family solidarity. What an idea. What a subversion. He asks me why the strongest family units exist in the least developed societies. Not to know is a weapon of survival, he says. Magic and superstition become entrenched as the powerful orthodoxy of the clan. The family is strongest where objective reality is most likely to be misinterpreted. What a heartless theory, I say. But Murray insists it's true. In a huge hardware store at the mall, I saw Eric Massengale, a former microchip sales engineer who changed his life by coming out here to join the teaching staff of the computer center at the Hill. He was slim and pale, with a dangerous grin. "You're not wearing dark glasses, Jack." "I only wear them on campus." "I get it." We went our separate ways into the store's deep interior. A great echoing din, as of the extinction of a species of beast, filled the vast space. People bought 22-foot ladders, 6 kinds of sandpaper, power saws that could fell trees. The aisles were long and bright, filled with oversized brooms, massive sacks of peat and dung, huge Rubbermaid garbage cans. Rope hung like tropical fruit, beautifully braided strands, thick, brown, strong. What a great thing a coil of rope is to look at and feel. I bought 50 feet of manila hemp just to have it around, show it to my son, talk about where it comes from, how it's made. People spoke English, Hindi, Vietnamese, related tongues. I ran into Massengale again at the cash terminals. I've never seen you off campus, Jack. You look different without your glasses and gown. Where did you get that sweater? Is that a Turkish army sweater? Mail order, right? He looked me over, felt the material of the water-repellent jacket I was carrying draped across my arm. Then he backed up, altering his perspective, nodding a little, his grin beginning to take on a self-satisfied look, reflecting some inner calculation. I think I know those shoes, he said. What did he mean, he knew these shoes? You're a different person altogether. Different in what way, Eric? You won't take offense, he said, the grin turning lascivious, rich with secret meaning. Of course not. Why would I? Promise you won't take offense. I won't take offense. You look so harmless, Jack. A big, harmless, aging, indistinct sort of guy. Why would I take offense, I said, paying for my rope and hurrying out the door. The encounter put me in the mood to shop. I found the others, and we walked across 2 parking lots to the main structure in the Mid-Village Mall, a 10-story building arranged around a center court of waterfalls, promenades, and gardens. Babette and the kids followed me into the elevator, into the shops set along the tiers, through the emporiums and department stores, puzzled but excited by my desire to buy. When I could not decide between 2 shirts, they encouraged me to buy both. When I said I was hungry, they fed me pretzels, beer, souvlaki. The 2 girls scouted ahead, spotting things they thought I might want or need, running back to get me, to clutch my arms, plead with me to follow. They were my guides to endless well-being. People swarmed through the boutiques and gourmet shops. Organ music rose from the great court. We smelled chocolate, popcorn, cologne. We smelled rugs and furs, hanging salamis and deathly vinyl. My family gloried in the event. I was one of them, shopping at last. They gave me advice, badgered clerks on my behalf. I kept seeing myself unexpectedly in some reflecting surface. We moved from store to store, rejecting not only items in certain departments, not only entire departments, but whole stores, mammoth corporations that did not strike our fancy for one reason or another. There was always another store, 3 floors, 8 floors, basement full of cheese graters and paring knives. I shopped with reckless abandon. I shopped for immediate needs and distant contingencies. I shopped for its own sake, looking and touching, inspecting merchandise I had no intention of buying, then buying it. I sent clerks into their fabric books and pattern books to search for elusive designs. I began to grow in value and self-regard. I filled myself out, found new aspects of myself, located a person I'd forgotten existed. Brightness settled around me. We crossed from furniture to menswear, walking through cosmetics. Our images appeared on mirrored columns, in glassware and chrome, on TV monitors in security rooms. I traded money for goods. The more money I spent, the less important it seemed. I was bigger than these sums. These sums poured off my skin like so much rain. These sums, in fact, came back to me in the form of existential credit. I felt expansive, inclined to be sweepingly generous, and told the kids to pick out their Christmas gifts here and now. I gestured in what I felt was an expansive manner. I could tell they were impressed. They fanned out across the area, each of them suddenly inclined to be private, shadowy, even secretive. Periodically, one of them would return to register the name of an item with Babette, careful not to let the others know what it was. I myself was not to be bothered with tedious details. I was the benefactor, the one who disperses gifts, bonuses, bribes, bakshish. The children knew it was the nature of such things that I could not be expected to engage in technical discussions about the gifts themselves. We ate another meal. A band played live muzak. Voices rose 10 stories from the garden and promenades, a roar that echoed and swirled through the vast gallery, mixing with noises from the tiers, with shuffling feet and chiming bells, the hum of escalators, the sound of people eating, the human buzz of some vivid and happy transaction. We drove home in silence. We went to our respective rooms, wishing to be alone. A little later, I watched Steffi in front of the TV set. She moved her lips, attempting to match the words as they were spoken. Chapter 18. It is the nature and pleasure of townspeople to distrust the city. All the guiding principles that might flow from a center of ideas and cultural energies are regarded as corrupt, one or another kind of pornography. This is how it is with towns. But Blacksmith is nowhere near a large city. We don't feel threatened and aggrieved in quite the same way other towns do. We're not smack in the path of history and its contaminations. If our complaints have a focal point, it would have to be the TV set, where the outer torment lurks, causing fears and secret desires. Certainly, little or no resentment attaches to the college on the hill as an emblem of ruinous influence. The school occupies an ever-serene edge of the townscape, semi-detached, more or less scenic, suspended in political calm. Not a place designed to aggravate suspicions. In light snow, I drove to the airport outside Iron City, a large town sunk in confusion, a center of abandonment and broken glass, rather than a place of fully realized urban decay. B, my 12-year-old, was due in on a flight from Washington, with 2 stops and 1 change of planes along the way. But it was her mother, Tweedy Browner, who showed up in the arrivals area, a small, dusty, third-world place in a state of halted renovation. For a moment I thought B was dead, and Tweedy had come to tell me in person. "Where is B?" "She's flying in later today. That's why I'm here, to spend some time with her. I have to go to Boston tomorrow. Family business." "But where is she?" "With her father." "I'm her father, Tweedy." "Malcolm Hunt, stupid. My husband." "He's your husband. He's not her father." "Do you still love me, Tuck?" she said. She called me Tuck, which is what her mother used to call her father. All the male Browners were called Tuck. When the line began to pale, producing a series of aesthetes and incompetents, they gave the name to any man who married into the family, within reason. I was the first of these, and kept expecting to hear a note of over-refined irony in their voices when they called me by that name. I thought that when tradition becomes too flexible, irony enters the voice. Nasality, sarcasm, self-caricature, and so on. They would punish me by mocking themselves. But they were sweet about it, entirely sincere, even grateful to me for allowing them to carry on. She wore a Shetland sweater, tweed skirt, knee socks, and penny loafers. There was a sense of Protestant disrepair about her, a collapsed aura in which her body struggled to survive. The fair and angular face, the slightly bulging eyes, the signs of strain and complaint that showed about the mouth and around the eyes, the pulsing at the temple, the raised veins in the hands and neck. Cigarette ash clung to the loose weave of her sweater. For the third time, where is she? Indonesia, more or less. Malcolm's working in deep cover, sponsoring a communist revival. It's part of an elegant scheme designed to topple Castro. Let's get out of here, Tuck, before children come swarming around to beg. Is she coming alone? Why wouldn't she be? From the Far East to Iron City can't be that simple. Bee can cope when she has to. She wants to be a travel writer, as a matter of actual fact. Sits a horse well. She took a deep drag on her cigarette and exhaled smoke in rapid, expert streams from nose and mouth, a routine she used when she wanted to express impatience with her immediate surroundings. There were no bars or restaurants at the airport, just a stand with prepackaged sandwiches, presided over by a man with sect marks on his face. We got Tweedy's luggage, went out to the car, and drove through Iron City, past deserted factories, on mainly deserted avenues, a city of hills, occasional cobbled streets, fine old homes here and there, holiday wreaths in the windows. Tuck, I'm not happy. Why not? I thought you'd love me forever, frankly. I depend on you for that. Malcolm's away so much. We get a divorce, you take all my money, you marry a well-to-do, well-connected, well-tailored diplomat who secretly runs agents in and out of sensitive and inaccessible areas. Malcolm has always been drawn to jungly places. We were traveling parallel to railroad tracks. The weeds were full of styrofoam cups, tossed from train windows or wind-blown north from the depot. Janet has been drawn to Montana, to an ashram, I said. Janet Savory? Good God, whatever for? Her name is Mother Devi now. She operates the ashram's business activities, investments, real estate, tax shelters. It's what Janet has always wanted, peace of mind in a profit-oriented context. Marvelous bone structure, Janet. She had a talent for stealth. You say that with such bitterness. I've never known you to be bitter, Tuck. Stupid, but not bitter. What do you mean by stealth? Was she covert, like Malcolm? She wouldn't tell me how much money she made. I think she used to read my mail. Right after Heinrich was born, she got me involved in a complex investment scheme with a bunch of multilingual people. She said she had information. But she was wrong, and you lost vast sums. We made vast sums. I was entangled, enmeshed. She was always maneuvering. My security was threatened. My sense of a long and eventful life. She wanted to incorporate us. We got phone calls from Liechtenstein, the Hebrides, fictional places, plot devices. That doesn't sound like the Janet Savory I spent a delightful half hour with, the Janet with the high cheekbones and wry voice. You all had high cheekbones, every one of you. Marvelous bone structure. Thank God for Babette and her long, fleshy face. Isn't there somewhere we can get a civilized meal? Tweedy said. A tableclothy place with icy pats of butter. Malcolm and I once took tea with Colonel Gaddafi. A charming and ruthless man, one of the few terrorists we've met who lives up to his public billing. The snow had stopped falling. We drove through a warehouse district, more deserted streets, a bleakness and anonymity that registered in the mind as a ghostly longing for something that was far beyond retrieval. There were lonely cafes, another stretch of track, freight cars paused at a siding. Tweedy chain-smoked extra longs, shooting exasperated streams of smoke in every direction. God, Tuck, we were good together. Good at what? Fool, you're supposed to look at me in a fond and nostalgic way, smiling ruefully. You wore gloves to bed. I still do. Gloves, eye shades, and socks. You know my flaws. You always did. I'm ultra-sensitive to many things. Sunlight, air, food, water, sex. Carcinogenic, every one of them. What's the family business in Boston all about? I have to reassure my mother that Malcolm isn't dead. She's taken quite a shine to him for whatever reason. Why does she think he's dead? When Malcolm goes into deep cover, it's as though he never existed. He disappears not only here and now, but retroactively. No trace of the man remains. I sometimes wonder if the man I'm married to is in fact Malcolm Hunt, or a completely different person who is himself operating under deep cover. It's frankly worrisome. I don't know which half of Malcolm's life is real, which half is intelligence. I'm hoping B can shed some light. Traffic lights swayed on cables in a sudden gust. This was the city's main street, a series of discount stores, check-cashing places, wholesale outlets. A tall old Moorish movie theater, now remarkably a mosque. Blank structures called the Terminal Building, the Packer Building, the Commerce Building. How close this was to a classic photography of regret. A gray day in Iron City, I said. We may as well go back to the airport. How is Hitler? Fine, solid, dependable. You look good, Tuck. I don't feel good. You never felt good. You're the old Tuck. You were always the old Tuck. We loved each other, didn't we? We told each other everything, within the limits of one's preoccupation with breeding and tact. Malcolm tells me nothing. Who is he? What does he do? She sat with her legs tucked under her, facing me, and flicked ashes into her shoes, which sat on the rubber mat. Wasn't it marvelous to grow up tall and straight, among geldings and mares, with a daddy who wore blue blazers and crisp gray flannels? Don't ask me. Mother used to stand in the arbor with an armful of cut flowers, just stand there, being what she was. At the airport we waited in a mist of plaster dust, among exposed wires, mounds of rubble. Half an hour before B was due to arrive, the passengers from another flight began filing through a drafty tunnel into the arrivals area. They were gray and stricken. They were stooped over in weariness and shock, dragging their hand luggage across the floor. 20, 30, 40 people came out, without a word or look, keeping their eyes to the ground. Some limped, some wept. More came through the tunnel, adults with whimpering children, old people trembling. A black minister with his collar askew, one shoe missing. Tweedy helped a woman with 2 small kids. I approached a young man, a stocky fellow with a mailman's cap and beer belly, wearing a down vest, and he looked at me as if I didn't belong in his space-time dimension but had crossed over illegally, made a rude incursion. I forced him to stop and face me, asked him what had happened up there. As people kept filing past, he exhaled wearily. Then he nodded, his eyes steady on mine, full of a gentle resignation. The plane had lost power in all 3 engines, dropped from 34,000 feet to 12,000 feet, something like 4 miles. When the steep glide began, people rose, fell, collided, swam in their seats. Then the serious screaming and moaning began. Almost immediately a voice from the flight deck was heard on the intercom. "We're falling out of the sky. We're going down. We're a silver gleaming death machine." This outburst struck the passengers as an all but total breakdown of authority, competence, and command presence, and it brought on a round of fresh and desperate wailing. Objects were rolling out of the galley. The aisles were full of drinking glasses, utensils, coats, and blankets. A stewardess pinned to the bulkhead by the sharp angle of descent was trying to find the relevant passage in a handbook titled Manual of Disasters. Then there was a second male voice from the flight deck, this one remarkably calm and precise, making the passengers believe there was someone in charge after all, an element of hope. "This is American 213 to the cockpit voice recorder. Now we know what it's like. It is worse than we'd ever imagined. They didn't prepare us for this at the death simulator in Denver. Our fear is pure, so totally stripped of distractions and pressures as to be a form of transcendental meditation. In less than 3 minutes we will touch down, so to speak. They will find our bodies in some smoking field, strewn about in the grisly attitudes of death. I love you, Lance. This time there was a brief pause before the mass wailing recommenced. Lance? What kind of people were in control of this aircraft? The crying took on a bitter and disillusioned tone. As the man in the down vest told the story, passengers from the tunnel began gathering around us. No one spoke, interrupted, tried to embellish the account. Aboard the gliding craft, a stewardess crawled down the aisle over bodies and debris, telling people in each row to remove their shoes, remove sharp objects from their pockets, assume a fetal position. At the other end of the plane, someone was wrestling with a flotation device. Certain elements in the crew had decided to pretend that it was not a crash, but a crash landing that was seconds away. After all, the difference between the two is only one word. Didn't this suggest that the two forms of flight termination were more or less interchangeable? How much could one word matter? An encouraging question under the circumstances, if you didn't think about it too long, and there was no time to think right now. The basic difference between a crash and a crash landing seemed to be that you could sensibly prepare for a crash landing, which is exactly what they were trying to do. The news spread through the plane. The term was repeated in row after row. Crash landing, crash landing. They saw how easy it was, by adding one word, to maintain a grip on the future, to extend it in consciousness, if not in actual fact. They patted themselves for ballpoint pens, went fetal in their seats. By the time the narrator reached this point in his account, many people were crowded around. Not only people who'd just emerged from the tunnel, but also those who'd been among the first to disembark. They'd come back to listen. They were not yet ready to disperse, to re-inhabit their earthbound bodies, but wanted to linger with their terror, keep it separate and intact for just a while longer. More people drifted toward us, milled about, close to the entire plane load. They were content to let the capped and vested man speak on their behalf. No one disputed his account or tried to add individual testimony. It was as though they were being told of an event they hadn't personally been involved in. They were interested in what he said, even curious, but also clearly detached. They trusted him to tell them what they'd said and felt. It was at this point in the descent, as the term crash landing spread through the plane, with a pronounced vocal stress on the second word, that passengers in first class came scrambling and clawing through the curtains, literally climbing their way into the tourist section in order to avoid being the first to strike the ground. There were those in tourist who felt they ought to be made to go back. This sentiment was expressed not so much in words and actions as in terrible and inarticulate sounds, mainly cattle noises, an urgent and force-fed lowing. Suddenly the engines restarted. Just like that. Power, stability, control. The passengers, prepared for impact, were slow to adjust to the new wave of information. New sounds, a different flight path, a sense of being encased in solid tubing and not some polyurethane wrap. The smoking sign went on, an international hand with a cigarette. Stewardesses appeared with scented towelettes for cleaning blood and vomit. People slowly came out of their fetal positions, sat back limply. 4 miles of prime-time terror. No one knew what to say. Being alive was a richness of sensation. Dozens of things, hundreds of things. The first officer walked down the aisle, smiling and chatting in an empty, pleasant, corporate way. His face had the rosy and confident polish that is familiar in handlers of large passenger aircraft. They looked at him and wondered why they'd been afraid. I'd been pushed away from the narrator by people crowding in to listen, well over 100 of them, dragging their shoulder bags and garment bags across the dusty floor. Just as I realized I was almost out of hearing range, I saw B standing next to me, her small face smooth and white in a mass of kinky hair. She jumped up into my embrace, smelling of jet exhaust. "Where's the media?" she said. "There is no media in Iron City." "They went through all that for nothing?" We found Tweedy and headed out to the car. There was a traffic jam on the outskirts of the city, and we had to sit on a road outside an abandoned foundry. 1,000 broken windows, streetlights broken, darkness settling in. B sat in the middle of the rear seat in the lotus position. She seemed remarkably well rested after a journey that had spanned time zones, land masses, vast oceanic distances, days and nights, on large and small plains, in summer and winter, from Surabaya to Iron City. Now we sat waiting in the dark for a car to get towed or a drawbridge to close. B didn't think this familiar irony of modern travel was worth a comment. She just sat there listening to Tweedy explain to me why parents needn't worry about children taking such trips alone. Planes and terminals are the safest of places for the very young and the very old. They are looked after, smiled upon, admired for their resourcefulness and pluck. People ask friendly questions, offer them blankets and sweets. "Every child ought to have the opportunity to travel thousands of miles alone," Tweedy said, "for the sake of her self-esteem and independence of mind, with clothes and toiletries of her own choosing. The sooner we get them in the air, the better. Like swimming or ice skating. You have to start them young. It's one of the things I'm proudest to have accomplished with B. I sent her to Boston on Eastern when she was 9. I told Granny Browner not to meet her plane. Getting out of airports is every bit as important as the actual flight. Too many parents ignore this phase of a child's development. B is thoroughly bicoastal now. She flew her first jumbo at 10, changed planes at O'Hare, had a near miss in Los Angeles. 2 weeks later, she took the Concorde to London. Malcolm was waiting with a split of champagne. Up ahead, the taillights danced. The line began to move. "Barring mechanical failures, turbulent weather, and terrorist acts," Tweedy said, "an aircraft traveling at the speed of sound may be the last refuge of gracious living and civilized manners known to man." Chapter 19. B made us feel self-conscious at times, a punishment that visitors will unintentionally inflict on their complacent hosts. Her presence seemed to radiate a surgical light. We began to see ourselves as a group that acted without design, avoided making decisions, took turns being stupid and emotionally unstable, left wet towels everywhere, mislaid our youngest member. Whatever we did was suddenly a thing that seemed to need explaining. My wife was especially disconcerted. If Denise was a pint-sized commissar nagging us to higher conscience, then B was a silent witness, calling the very meaning of our lives into question. I watched Babette stare into her cupped hands, aghast. That chirping sound was just the radiator. B was quietly disdainful of wisecracks, sarcasm, and other family business. A year older than Denise, she was taller, thinner, paler, both worldly and ethereal, as though in her heart she was not a travel writer at all, as her mother had said she wished to be, but simply a traveler, the purer form, someone who collects impressions, dense anatomies of feeling, but does not care to record them. She was self-possessed and thoughtful, had brought us hand-carved gifts from the jungles. She took taxis to school and dance class, spoke a little Chinese, had once wired money to a stranded friend. I admired her in a distant and uneasy way, sensing a nameless threat, as if she were not my child at all, but the sophisticated and self-reliant friend of one of my children. Was Mary right? Were we a fragile unit surrounded by hostile facts? Would I promote ignorance, prejudice, and superstition to protect my family from the world? On Christmas Day, Bee sat by the fireplace in our seldom-used living room, watching the turquoise flames. She wore a long, loose khaki outfit that looked casually expensive. I sat in the armchair with 3 or 4 gift boxes in my lap, apparel and tissue paper hanging out. My dog-eared copy of Mein Kampf rested on the floor at the side of the chair. Some of the other people were in the kitchen preparing the meal. Some had gone upstairs to investigate their gifts in private. The TV said, "This creature has developed a complicated stomach in keeping with its leafy diet." "I don't like this business with Mother," Bee said in a voice of cultivated distress. "She looks keyed up all the time, like she's worried about something, but she's not sure what it is. It's Malcolm, of course. He's got his jungle. What does she have? A huge, airy kitchen with a stove that belongs in a 3-star restaurant in the provinces. She put all her energy into that kitchen, but for what? It's not a kitchen at all. It's her life, her middle age. Baba could enjoy a kitchen like that. It would be a kitchen to her. To Mother, it's like a weird symbol of getting through a crisis, except she hasn't gotten through it." "Your mother is not sure exactly who her husband is." "That's not the basic problem. The basic problem is that she doesn't know who she is. Malcolm is in the Highlands living on tree bark and snake. That's who Malcolm is. He needs heat and humidity. He's got like how many degrees in foreign affairs and economics, but all he wants to do is squat under a tree and watch tribal people pack mud all over their bodies. They're fun to watch. What does Mother do for fun?" Bee was small-featured except for her eyes, which seemed to contain 2 forms of life, the subject matter and its hidden implications. She talked about Babette's effortless skills in making things work, the house, the kids, the flow of the routine universe, sounding a little like me. But there was a secondary sea life moving deep in the iris of her eye. What did it mean? What was she really saying? Why did she seem to expect me to respond in kind? She wanted to communicate in this secondary way, with optic fluids. She would have her suspicions confirmed, find out about me. But what suspicions did she harbor? And what was there to find out? I began to worry. As the odor of burning toast filled the house, I tried to get her to talk about life in the 7th grade. "Is the kitchen on fire?" "That's Steffi burning toast, a thing she does from time to time." "I could have prepared some kind of kimchi dish." "Something from your Korean period." "It's cabbage pickled with red pepper and a bunch of other things. Fiery hot. But I don't know about ingredients. They're hard enough to find in Washington." "We're probably having something besides toast," I said. The mild rebuke made her happy. She liked me best when I was dry, derisive, and cutting. A natural talent she believed I'd forfeited through long association with children. The TV said, "Now we will put the little feelers on the butterfly." In bed, 2 nights later, I heard voices, put on my robe, and went down the hall to see what was going on. Denise stood outside the bathroom door. "Steffi's taking one of her baths." "It's late," I said. "She's just sitting in all that dirty water." "It's my dirt," Steffi said from the other side of the door. "It's still dirt." "Well, it's my dirt, and I don't care." "It's dirt," Denise said. "It's my dirt. Dirt is dirt. Not when it's mine." Bee appeared at the end of the hall wearing a silver and red kimono. Just stood there, distant and pale. There was a moment in which our locus of pettiness and shame seemed palpably to expand, a cartoon of self-awareness. Denise muttered something violent to Steffi through the crack in the door, then went quietly to her room. In the morning, I drove B to the airport. Rides to airports make me quiet and glum. We listened to news updates on the radio, curiously excited reports about firemen removing a burning sofa from a tenement in Watertown, delivered in a background clamor of ticker tape machines. I realized B was watching me carefully, importantly. She sat with her back against the door, her knees up, held tightly together, arms enfolding them. The look was one of solemn compassion. It was a look I did not necessarily trust, believing it had little to do with pity or love or sadness. I recognized it, in fact, as something else completely, the adolescent female's tenderest form of condescension. On the way back from the airport, I got off the expressway at the river road and parked the car at the edge of the woods. I walked up a steep path. There was an old picket fence with a sign. The Old Burying Ground, Blacksmith Village. The headstones were small, tilted, pockmarked, spotted with fungus or moss, the names and dates barely legible. The ground was hard with patches of ice. I walked among the stones, taking off my gloves to touch the rough marble. Embedded in the dirt before one of the markers was a narrow vase containing 3 small American flags, the only sign that someone had preceded me to this place in this century. I was able to make out some of the names, great, strong, simple names, suggesting a moral rigor. I stood and listened. I was beyond the traffic noise, the intermittent stir of factories across the river. So at least in this they'd been correct, placing the graveyard here, a silence that had stood its ground. The air had a bite. I breathed deeply, remained in one spot, waiting to feel the peace that is supposed to descend upon the dead, waiting to see the light that hangs above the fields of the landscapist's lament. I stood there listening. The wind blew smoke from the branches. Snow blew out of the woods in eddies and sweeping gusts. I raised my collar, put my gloves back on. When the air was still again, I walked among the stones, trying to read the names and dates, adjusting the flags to make them swing free. Then I stood and listened. The power of the dead is that we think they see us all the time. The dead have a presence. Is there a level of energy composed solely of the dead? They are also in the ground, of course, asleep and crumbling. Perhaps we are what they dream. May the days be aimless. Let the seasons drift. Do not advance the action according to a plan. Chapter 20. Mr. Treadwell's sister died. Her first name was Gladys. The doctor said she died of lingering dread, a result of the 4 days and nights she and her brother had spent in the mid-village mall, lost and confused. A man in Glassboro died when the rear wheel of his car separated from the axle, an idiosyncrasy of that particular model. The lieutenant governor of the state died of undisclosed natural causes after a long illness. We all know what that means. A Mechanicsville man died outside Tokyo during a siege of the airport by 10,000 helmeted students. When I read obituaries, I always note the age of the deceased. Automatically, I relate this figure to my own age. 4 years to go, I think. 9 more years. 2 years, and I'm dead. The power of numbers is never more evident than when we use them to speculate on the time of our dying. Sometimes I bargain with myself. Would I be willing to accept 65? Genghis Khan's age on dying? Suleiman the Magnificent made it to 76. That sounds all right, especially the way I feel now. But how will it sound when I'm 73? It's hard to imagine these men feeling sad about death. Attila the Hun died young. He was still in his 40s. Did he feel sorry for himself, succumb to self-pity and depression? He was the king of the Huns, the invader of Europe, the scourge of God. I want to believe he lay in his tent, wrapped in animal skins, as in some internationally financed movie epic, and said brave, cruel things to his aides and retainers. No weakening of the spirit, no sense of the irony of human existence, that we are the highest form of life on earth, and yet ineffably sad because we know what no other animal knows, that we must die. Attila did not look through the opening in his tent and gesture at some lame dog standing at the edge of the fire, waiting to be thrown a scrap of meat. He did not say, "That pathetic, flea-ridden beast is better off than the greatest ruler of men. It doesn't know what we know. It doesn't feel what we feel. It can't be sad as we are sad." I want to believe he was not afraid. He accepted death as an experience that flows naturally from life. A wild ride through the forest, as would befit someone known as the Scourge of God. This is how it ended for him, with his attendants cutting off their hair and disfiguring their own faces in barbarian tribute. As the camera pulls back out of the tent and pans across the night sky of the 5th century AD, clear and uncontaminated, bright banded with shimmering worlds. Babette looked up from her eggs and hash browns and said to me with a quiet intensity, "Life is good, Jack." What brings this on? I just think it ought to be said. Do you feel better now that you've said it? I have terrible dreams, she murmured. Who will die first? She says she wants to die first because she would feel unbearably lonely and sad without me, especially if the children were grown and living elsewhere. She is adamant about this. She sincerely wants to precede me. She discusses the subject with such argumentative force that it's obvious she thinks we have a choice in the matter. She also thinks nothing can happen to us as long as there are dependent children in the house. The kids are a guarantee of our relative longevity. We're safe as long as they're around. But once they get big and scatter, she wants to be the first to go. She sounds almost eager. She is afraid I will die unexpectedly, sneakily, slipping away in the night. It isn't that she doesn't cherish life. It's being left alone that frightens her. The emptiness, the sense of cosmic darkness. MasterCard, Visa, American Express. I tell her I want to die first. I've gotten so used to her that I would feel miserably incomplete. We are two views of the same person. I would spend the rest of my life turning to speak to her. No one there. A hole in space and time. She claims my death would leave a bigger hole in her life than her death would leave in mine. This is the level of our discourse, the relative size of holes, abysses, and gaps. We have serious arguments on this level. She says if her death is capable of leaving a large hole in my life, my death would leave an abyss in hers, a great yawning gulf. I counter with a profound depth or void. And so it goes into the night. These arguments never seem foolish at the time. Such is the dignifying power of our subject. She put on a long, glossy, padded coat. It looked segmented, exoskeletal, designed for the ocean floor, and went out to teach her class in posture. Steffi moved soundlessly through the house, carrying small plastic bags she used for lining the wicker baskets scattered about. She did this once or twice a week with the quiet and conscientious air of someone who does not want credit for saving lives. Murray came over to talk to the two girls and Wilder, something he did from time to time as part of his investigation into what he called the Society of Kids. He talked about the otherworldly babble of the American family. He seemed to think we were a visionary group open to special forms of consciousness. There were huge amounts of data flowing through the house, waiting to be analyzed. He went upstairs with the three kids to watch TV. Heinrich walked into the kitchen, sat at the table, and gripped a fork tightly in each hand. The refrigerator throbbed massively. I flipped a switch, and somewhere beneath the sink a grinding mechanism reduced parings, rinds, and animal fats to tiny drainable fragments, with a motorized surge that made me retreat 2 paces. I took the forks out of my son's hands and put them in the dishwasher. "Do you drink coffee yet?" "No," he said. "Baba likes a cup when she gets back from class." "Make her tea instead." "She doesn't like tea." "She can learn, can't she?" "The 2 things have completely different tastes." "A habit's a habit." "You have to acquire it first." "That's what I'm saying. Make her tea." "Her class is more demanding than it sounds. Coffee relaxes her." "That's why it's dangerous," he said. "It's not dangerous." "Whatever relaxes you is dangerous. If you don't know that, I might as well be talking to the wall." "Murray would also like coffee," I said, aware of a small note of triumph in my voice. "Did you see what you just did? You took the coffee can with you to the counter." "So what?" "You didn't have to. You could have left it by the stove where you were standing and then gone to the counter to get the spoon." "You're saying I carried the coffee can unnecessarily?" "You carried it in your right hand all the way to the counter, put it down to open the drawer, which you didn't want to do with your left hand, then got the spoon with your right hand, switched it to your left hand, picked up the coffee can with your right hand, and went back to the stove, where you put it down again." "That's what people do." "It's wasted motion. People waste tremendous amounts of motion. You ought to watch Baba make a salad sometime." "People don't deliberate over each tiny motion and gesture. A little waste doesn't hurt." "But over a lifetime?" "What do you save if you don't waste?" "Over a lifetime, you save tremendous amounts of time and energy," he said. "What will you do with them?" "Use them to live longer." "The truth is, I don't want to die first. Given a choice between loneliness and death, it would take me a fraction of a second to decide. But I don't want to be alone either. Everything I say to Babette about holes and gaps is true. Her death would leave me scattered, talking to chairs and pillows. Don't let us die, I want to cry out to that 5th century sky, ablaze with mystery and spiral light. Let us both live forever in sickness and health, feeble-minded, doddering, toothless, liver-spotted, dim-sighted, hallucinating. Who decides these things? What is out there? Who are you?" I watched the coffee bubble up through the center tube and perforated basket into the small pale globe. A marvelous and sad invention, so roundabout, ingenious, human. It was like a philosophical argument rendered in terms of the things of the world: water, metal, brown beans. I had never looked at coffee before. "When plastic furniture burns, you get cyanide poisoning," Heinrich said, tapping the Formica tabletop. He ate a winter peach. I poured a cup of coffee for Murray, and together the boy and I went up the stairs to Denise's room, where the TV set was currently located. The volume was kept way down, the girls engaged in a rapt dialogue with their guest. Murray looked happy to be there. He sat in the middle of the floor taking notes, his toggle coat and touring cap next to him on the rug. The room around him was rich in codes and messages, an archaeology of childhood, things Denise had carried with her since the age of 3, from cartoon clocks to werewolf posters. She is the kind of child who feels a protective tenderness toward her own beginnings. It is part of her strategy in a world of displacements to make every effort to restore and preserve, keep things together for their value as remembering objects, a way of fastening herself to a life. Make no mistake, I take these children seriously. It is not possible to see too much in them, to overindulge your casual gift for the study of character. It is all there, in full force, charged waves of identity and being. There are no amateurs in the world of children. Heinrich stood in a corner of the room, taking up his critical observer position. I gave Murray his coffee and was about to leave when I glanced in passing at the TV screen. I paused at the door, looked more closely this time. It was true. It was there. I hissed at the others for silence, and they swiveled their heads in my direction, baffled and annoyed. Then they followed my gaze to the sturdy TV at the end of the bed. The face on the screen was Babette's. Out of our mouths came a silence as wary and deep as an animal growl. Confusion, fear, astonishment spilled from our faces. What did it mean? What was she doing there in black and white, framed in formal borders? Was she dead? Missing? Disembodied? Was this her spirit, her secret self, some two-dimensional facsimile released by the power of technology, set free to glide through wave bands, through energy levels, pausing to say goodbye to us from the fluorescent screen? A strangeness gripped me, a sense of psychic disorientation. It was her, all right, the face, the hair, the way she blinks in rapid twos and threes. I'd seen her just an hour ago, eating eggs. But her appearance on the screen made me think of her as some distant figure from the past, some ex-wife and absentee mother, a walker in the mists of the dead. If she was not dead, was I? A two-syllable infantile cry, "Baba," issued from the deeps of my soul. All this compressed in seconds. It was only as time drew on, normalized itself, returned to us a sense of our surroundings, the room, the house, the reality in which the TV set stood. It was only then that we understood what was going on. Babette was teaching her class in the church basement, and it was being televised by the local cable station. Either she hadn't known there would be a camera on hand, or she preferred not to tell us, out of embarrassment, love, superstition, whatever causes a person to wish to withhold her image from those who know her. With the sound down low, we couldn't hear what she was saying, but no one bothered to adjust the volume. It was the picture that mattered, the face in black and white, animated but also flat, distanced, sealed off, timeless. It was, but wasn't, her. Once again I began to think Murray might be onto something. Waves and radiation. Something leaked through the mesh. She was shining a light on us. She was coming into being, endlessly being formed and reformed as the muscles in her face worked at smiling and speaking, as the electronic dots swarmed. We were being shot through with Babette. Her image was projected on our bodies, swam in us and through us. Babette of electrons and photons, of whatever forces produced that gray light we took to be her face. The kids were flushed with excitement, but I felt a certain disquiet. I tried to tell myself it was only television, whatever that was, however it worked, and not some journey out of life or death, not some mysterious separation. Murray looked up at me, smiling in his sneaky way. Only Wilder remained calm. He watched his mother, spoke to her in half-words, sensible-sounding fragments that were mainly fabricated. As the camera pulled back to allow Babette to demonstrate some fine points of standing or walking, Wilder approached the set and touched her body, leaving a handprint on the dusty surface of the screen. Then Denise crawled up to the set and turned the volume dial. Nothing happened. There was no sound, no voice, nothing. She turned to look at me. A moment of renewed confusion. Heinrich advanced, fiddled with the dial, stuck his hand behind the set to adjust the recessed knobs. When he tried another channel, the sound boomed out, raw and fuzzy. Back at the cable station, he couldn't raise a buzz, and as we watched Babette finish the lesson, we were in a mood of odd misgiving. But as soon as the program ended, the two girls got excited again and went downstairs to wait for Babette at the door and surprise her with news of what they'd seen. The small boy remained at the TV set, within inches of the dark screen, crying softly, uncertainly, in low heaves and swells, as Murray took notes. Part 2. The Airborne Toxic Event. Chapter 21. After a night of dreamlit snows, the air turned clear and still. There was a taut blue quality in the January light, a hardness and confidence. The sound of boots on packed snow, the contrails streaked cleanly in the high sky. Weather was very much the point, although I didn't know it at first. I turned into our street and walked past men bent over shovels in their driveways, breathing vapor. A squirrel moved along a limb in a flowing motion, a passage so continuous it seemed to be its own physical law, different from the ones we've learned to trust. When I was halfway down the street, I saw Heinrich crouched on a small ledge outside our attic window. He wore his camouflage jacket and cap, an outfit with complex meaning for him. At 14, struggling to grow and to escape notice simultaneously, his secrets known to us all. He looked east through binoculars. I went around back to the kitchen. In the entranceway, the washer and dryer were vibrating nicely. I could tell from Babette's voice that the person she was talking to on the phone was her father. An impatience mixed with guilt and apprehension. I stood behind her, put my cold hands to her cheeks. A little thing I liked to do. She hung up the phone. Why is he on the roof? Heinrich? Something about the train yards, she said. It was on the radio. Shouldn't I get him down? Why? He could fall. Don't tell him that. Why not? He thinks you underestimate him. He's on a ledge, I said. There must be something I should be doing. The more you show concern, the closer he'll go to the edge. I know that, but I still have to get him down. Coax him back in, she said. Be sensitive and caring. Get him to talk about himself. Don't make sudden movements. When I got to the attic, he was already back inside, standing by the open window, still looking through the glasses. Abandoned possessions were everywhere, oppressive and soul-worrying, creating a weather of their own among the exposed beams and posts, the fiberglass insulation pads. What happened? The radio said a tank car derailed. But I don't think it derailed from what I could see. I think it got rammed and something punched a hole in it. There's a lot of smoke and I don't like the looks of it. What does it look like? He handed me the binoculars and stepped aside. Without climbing onto the ledge, I couldn't see the switching yard and the car or cars in question. But the smoke was plainly visible, a heavy black mass hanging in the air beyond the river, more or less shapeless. Did you see fire engines? They're all over the place, he said. But it looks to me like they're not getting too close. It must be pretty toxic or pretty explosive stuff, or both. It won't come this way. How do you know? It just won't. The point is, you shouldn't be standing on icy ledges. It worries Baba. You think if you tell me it worries her, I'll feel guilty and not do it. But if you tell me it worries you, I'll do it all the time. Shut the window, I told him. We went down to the kitchen. Steffi was looking through the brightly colored mail for coupons, lotteries, and contests. This was the last day of the holiday break for the grade school and high school. Classes on the hill would resume in a week. I sent Heinrich outside to clear snow from the walk. I watched him stand out there, utterly still, his head turned slightly, a honed awareness in his stance. It took me a while to realize he was listening to the sirens beyond the river. An hour later, he was back in the attic, this time with a radio and highway map. I climbed the narrow stairs, borrowed the glasses, and looked again. It was still there, a slightly larger accumulation. A towering mass, in fact. Maybe a little blacker now. The radio calls it a feathery plume, he said. But it's not a plume. What is it? Like a shapeless growing thing. A dark, black, breathing thing of smoke. Why do they call it a plume? Airtime is valuable. They can't go into long tortured descriptions. Have they said what kind of chemical it is? It's called niodine derivative, or niodine D. It was in a movie we saw in school on toxic wastes, these videotaped rats. What does it cause? The movie wasn't sure what it does to humans. Mainly it was rats growing urgent lumps. That's what the movie said. What does the radio say? At first they said skin irritation and sweaty palms. But now they say nausea, vomiting, shortness of breath. This is human nausea we're talking about, not rats. Not rats, he said. I gave him the binoculars. Well, it won't come this way. How do you know? He said. I just know. It's perfectly calm and still today. And when there's a wind at this time of year, it blows that way, not this way. What if it blows this way? It won't. Just this one time. It won't. Why should it? He paused a beat and said in a flat tone, They just closed part of the interstate. Well, they would want to do that, of course. Why? They just would. A sensible precaution. A way to facilitate movement of service vehicles and such. Any number of reasons that have nothing to do with wind or wind direction. Babette's head appeared at the top of the stairway. She said a neighbor had told her the spill from the tank car was 35,000 gallons. People were being told to stay out of the area. A feathery plume hung over the site. She also said the girls were complaining of sweaty palms. There's been a correction, Heinrich told her. Tell them they ought to be throwing up. A helicopter flew over, headed in the direction of the accident. The voice on the radio said, Available for a limited time only with optional megabyte hard disk. Babette's head sank out of sight. I watched Heinrich tape the road map to 2 posts. Then I went down to the kitchen to pay some bills, aware of colored spots whirling atomically somewhere to the right and behind me. Steffi said, Can you see the feathery plume from the attic window? It's not a plume. But will we have to leave our homes? Of course not. How do you know? I just know. Remember how we couldn't go to school? That was inside. This is outside. We heard police sirens blowing. I watched Steffi's lips form the sequence. Wow, 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 wow. She smiled in a certain way when she saw me watching, as though gently startled out of some absent-minded pleasure. Denise walked in, rubbing her hands on her jeans. They're using snowblowers to blow stuff onto the spill, she said. What kind of stuff? I don't know, but it's supposed to make the spill harmless, which doesn't explain what they're doing about the actual plume. They're keeping it from getting bigger, I said. When do we eat? I don't know, but if it gets any bigger, it'll get here with or without a wind. It won't get here, I said. How do you know? Because it won't. She looked at her palms and went upstairs. The phone rang. Babette walked into the kitchen and picked it up. She looked at me as I listened. I wrote 2 checks, periodically glancing up to see if she was still looking at me. She seemed to study my face for the hidden meaning of the message she was receiving. I puckered my lips in a way I knew she disliked. That was the Stovers, she said. They spoke directly with the weather center outside Glassboro. They're not calling it a feathery plume anymore. What are they calling it? A black billowing cloud. That's a little more accurate, which means they're coming to grips with the thing. Good. There's more, she said. It's expected that some sort of air mass may be moving down from Canada. There's always an air mass moving down from Canada. That's true, she said. There's certainly nothing new in that. And since Canada is to the north, if the billowing cloud is blown due south, it will miss us by a comfortable margin. When do we eat? I said. We heard sirens again, a difference at this time, a larger sound. Not police, fire, ambulance. They were air raid sirens, I realized, and they seemed to be blowing in Sawyersville, a small community to the northeast. Steffi washed her hands at the kitchen sink and went upstairs. Babette started taking things out of the refrigerator. I grabbed her by the inside of the thigh as she passed the table. She squirmed deliciously, a package of frozen corn in her hand. "Maybe we ought to be more concerned about the billowing cloud," she said. "It's because of the kids we keep saying nothing's going to happen. We don't want to scare them." "Nothing is going to happen." "I know nothing's going to happen. You know nothing's going to happen. But at some level we ought to think about it anyway, just in case. These things happen to poor people who live in exposed areas. Society is set up in such a way that it's the poor and the uneducated who suffer the main impact of natural and man-made disasters. People in low-lying areas get the floods. People in shanties get the hurricanes and tornadoes. I'm a college professor. Did you ever see a college professor rowing a boat down his own street in one of those TV floods? We live in a neat and pleasant town near a college with a quaint name. These things don't happen in places like Blacksmith. She was sitting on my lap by now. The checks, bills, contest forms, and coupons were scattered across the table. "Why do you want dinner so early?" she said in a sexy whisper. "I missed lunch." "Shall I do some chili fried chicken?" "First rate." "Where is Wilder?" she said, thick-voiced, as I ran my hands over her breasts, trying with my teeth to undo her bra clip through the blouse. "I don't know. Maybe Murray stole him." "I ironed your gown," she said. "Great. Great. Did you pay the phone bill?" "Can't find it." We were both thick-voiced now. Her arms were crossed over my arms in such a way that I could read the serving suggestions on the box of corn niblets in her left hand. "Let's think about the billowing cloud. Just a little bit, okay? It could be dangerous." "Everything in tank cars is dangerous. But the effects are mainly long-range, and all we have to do is stay out of the way." "Let's just be sure to keep it in the back of our mind," she said, getting up to smash an ice tray repeatedly on the rim of the sink, dislodging the cubes in groups of 2 and 3. I puckered my lips at her. Then I climbed to the attic one more time. Wilder was up there with Heinrich, whose fast glance in my direction contained a certain practiced accusation. "They're not calling it the feathery plume anymore," he said, not meeting my eyes, as if to spare himself the pain of my embarrassment. I already knew that. "They're calling it the black billowing cloud." "Good." "Why is that good?" "It means they're looking the thing more or less squarely in the eye. They're on top of the situation." With an air of weary decisiveness, I opened the window, took the binoculars, and climbed onto the ledge. I was wearing a heavy sweater, and felt comfortable enough in the cold air, but made certain to keep my weight tipped against the building, with my son's outstretched hand clutching my belt. I sensed his support for my little mission, even his hopeful conviction that I might be able to add the balanced weight of a mature and considered judgment to his pure observations. This is a parent's task, after all. I put the glasses to my face and peered through the gathering dark. Beneath the cloud of vaporized chemicals, the scene was one of urgency and operatic chaos. Floodlights swept across the switching yard. Army helicopters hovered at various points, shining additional lights down on the scene. Colored lights from police cruisers crisscrossed these wider beams. The tank car sat solidly on tracks, fumes rising from what appeared to be a hole in one end. The coupling device from a second car had apparently pierced the tank car. Fire engines were deployed at a distance, ambulances and police vans at a greater distance. I could hear sirens, voices calling through bullhorns, a layer of radio static causing small warps in the frosty air. Men raced from one vehicle to another, unpacked equipment, carried empty stretchers. Other men in bright yellow Milex suits and respirator masks moved slowly through the luminous haze, carrying death-measuring instruments. Snowblowers sprayed a pink substance toward the tank car and the surrounding landscape. This thick mist arched through the air like some grand confection at a concert of patriotic music. The snowblowers were the type used on airport runways. The police vans were the type to transport riot casualties. Smoke drifted from red beams of light into darkness, and then into the breadth of scenic white floods. The men in Milex suits moved with a lunar caution. Each step was the exercise of some anxiety not provided for by instinct. Fire and explosion were not the inherent dangers here. This death would penetrate, seep into the genes, show itself in bodies not yet born. They moved as if across a swale of moon dust, bulky and wobbling, trapped in the idea of the nature of time. I crawled back inside with some difficulty. "What do you think?" he said. "It's still hanging there. Looks rooted to the spot." "So you're saying you don't think it'll come this way?" "I can tell by your voice that you know something I don't know." "Do you think it'll come this way or not?" "You want me to say it won't come this way in a million years. Then you'll attack with your little fistful of data. Come on, tell me what they said on the radio while I was out there." "It doesn't cause nausea, vomiting, shortness of breath like they said before." "What does it cause?" "Heart palpitations and a sense of déjà vu." "Déjà vu?" "It affects the false part of the human memory or whatever. That's not all. They're not calling it the black billowing cloud anymore." "What are they calling it?" He looked at me carefully. "The airborne toxic event." He spoke these words in a clipped and foreboding manner, syllable by syllable, as if he sensed the threat in state-created terminology. He continued to watch me carefully, searching my face for some reassurance against the possibility of real danger, a reassurance he would immediately reject as phony, a favorite ploy of his. "These things are not important. The important thing is location. It's there. We're here." "A large air mass is moving down from Canada," he said evenly. "I already knew that." "That doesn't mean it's not important." "Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Depends." "The weather's about to change," he practically cried out to me in a voice charged with the plaintive throb of his special time of life. "I'm not just a college professor. I'm the head of a department. I don't see myself fleeing an airborne toxic event. That's for people who live in mobile homes out in the scrubby parts of the county, where the fish hatcheries are." We watched Wilder climb backwards down the attic steps, which were higher than the steps elsewhere in the house. At dinner, Denise kept getting up and walking in small, stiff, rapid strides to the toilet off the hall. A hand clapped to her mouth. We paused in odd moments of chewing or salt sprinkling to hear her retch incompletely. Heinrich told her she was showing outdated symptoms. She gave him a slit-eyed look. It was a period of looks and glances, teeming interactions, part of the sensory array I ordinarily cherish. Heat, noise, lights, looks, words, gestures, personalities, appliances. A colloquial density that makes family life the one medium of sense knowledge in which an astonishment of heart is routinely contained. I watched the girls communicate in hooded looks. "Aren't we eating a little early tonight?" Denise said. "What do you call early?" her mother said. Denise looked at Steffi. "Is it because we want to get it out of the way?" she said. "Why do we want to get it out of the way?" "In case something happens," Steffi said. "What could happen?" Babette said. The girls looked at each other again, a solemn and lingering exchange that indicated some dark suspicion was being confirmed. Air raid sirens sounded again, this time so close to us that we were negatively affected. shaken to the point of avoiding each other's eyes as a way of denying that something unusual was going on. The sound came from our own red brick firehouse, sirens that hadn't been tested in a decade or more. They made a noise like some territorial squawk from out of the Mesozoic. A parrot carnivore with a DC-9 wingspan. What a raucousness of brute aggression filled the house, making it seem as though the walls would fly apart. So close to us, so surely upon us. Amazing to think this sonic monster lay hidden nearby for years. We went on eating, quietly and neatly, reducing the size of our bites, asking politely for things to be passed. We became meticulous and terse, diminished the scope of our movements, buttered our bread in the manner of technicians restoring a fresco. Still, the horrific squawk went on. We continued to avoid eye contact, were careful not to clink utensils. I believe there passed among us the sheepish hope that only in this way could we avoid being noticed. It was as though the sirens heralded the presence of some controlling mechanism, a thing we would do well not to provoke with our contentiousness and spilled food. It wasn't until a second noise became audible in the pulse of the powerful sirens that we thought to effect a pause in our little episode of decorous hysteria. Heinrich ran to the front door and opened it. The night's combined sounds came washing in with a freshness and renewed immediacy. For the first time in minutes we looked at each other, knowing the new sound was an amplified voice, but not sure what it was saying. Heinrich returned, walking in an over-deliberate and stylized manner with elements of stealth. This seemed to mean he was frozen with significance. "They want us to evacuate," he said, not meeting our eyes. Babette said, "Did you get the impression they were only making a suggestion, or was it a little more mandatory, do you think?" "It was a fire captain's car with a loudspeaker, and it was going pretty fast." I said, "In other words, you didn't have an opportunity to notice the subtle edges of intonation." The voice was screaming out. "Due to the sirens," Babette said helpfully. "It said something like, 'Evacuate all places of residence. Cloud of deadly chemicals. Cloud of deadly chemicals.'" We sat there over sponge cake and canned peaches. "I'm sure there's plenty of time," Babette said, "or they would have made a point of telling us to hurry. How fast do air masses move, I wonder?" Steffi read a coupon for Baby Lux, crying softly. This brought Denise to life. She went upstairs to pack some things for all of us. Heinrich raced 2 steps at a time to the attic for his binoculars, highway map, and radio. Babette went to the pantry and began gathering tins and jars with familiar life-enhancing labels. Steffi helped me clear the table. 20 minutes later, we were in the car. The voice on the radio said that people in the west end of town were to head for the abandoned Boy Scout camp, where Red Cross volunteers would dispense juice and coffee. People from the east end were to take the parkway to the 4th service area, where they would proceed to a restaurant called the Kung Fu Palace, a multi-wing building with pagodas, lily ponds, and live deer. We were among the latecomers in the former group and joined the traffic flow into the main route out of town, a sordid gauntlet of used cars, fast food, discount drugs, and quad cinemas. As we waited our turn to edge onto the 4-lane road, we heard the amplified voice above and behind us calling out to darkened homes in a street of sycamores and tall hedges. "Abandon all domiciles. Now. Now. Toxic event. Chemical cloud." The voice grew louder, faded, grew loud again as the vehicle moved in and out of local streets. Toxic event. Chemical cloud. When the words became faint, the cadence itself was still discernible, a recurring sequence in the distance. It seems that danger assigns to public voices the responsibility of a rhythm, As if in metrical units there is a coherence we can use to balance whatever senseless and furious event is about to come rushing around our heads. We made it onto the road as snow began to fall. We had little to say to each other, our minds not yet adjusted to the actuality of things, the absurd fact of evacuation. Mainly, we looked at people in other cars, trying to work out from their faces how frightened we should be. Traffic moved at a crawl, but we thought the pace would pick up some miles down the road, where there is a break in the barrier divide that would enable our westbound flow to utilize all 4 lanes. The 2 opposite lanes were empty, which meant police had already halted traffic coming this way. An encouraging sign. What people in an exodus fear most immediately is that those in positions of authority will long since have fled, leaving us in charge of our own chaos. The snow came more thickly. The traffic moved in fits and starts. There was a lifestyle sale at a home furnishing mart. Well-lighted men and women stood by the huge window looking out at us and wondering. It made us feel like fools, like tourists doing all the wrong things. Why were they content to shop for furniture while we sat, panicky in slow-poke traffic, in a snowstorm? They knew something we didn't. In a crisis, the true facts are whatever other people say they are. No one's knowledge is less secure than your own. Air raid sirens were still sounding in 2 or more towns. What could those shoppers know that would make them remain behind while a more or less clear path to safety lay before us all? I started pushing buttons on the radio. On a Glassboro station, we learned there was new and important information. People already indoors were being asked to stay indoors. We were left to guess the meaning of this. Were the roads impossibly jammed? Was it snowing Niodine D? I kept punching buttons, hoping to find someone with background information. A woman identified as a consumer affairs editor began a discussion of the medical problems that could result from personal contact with the airborne toxic event. Babette and I exchanged a wary glance. She immediately began talking to the girls while I turned the volume down to keep them from learning what they might imagine was in store for them. Convulsions, coma, miscarriage, said the well-informed and sprightly voice. We passed a 3-story motel. Every room was lighted, every window filled with people staring out at us. We were a parade of fools, open not only to the effects of chemical fallout, but to the scornful judgment of other people. Why weren't they out here, sitting in heavy coats behind windshield wipers in the silent snow? It seemed imperative that we get to the Boy Scout camp, scramble into the main building, seal the doors, huddle on camp beds with our juice and coffee, wait for the all clear. Cars began to mount the grassy incline at the edge of the road, creating a 3rd lane of severely tilted traffic. Situated in what had formerly been the right-hand lane, we didn't have any choice but to watch these cars pass us at a slightly higher elevation and with a rakish thrust, deviated from the horizontal. Slowly we approached an overpass, seeing people on foot up there. They carried boxes and suitcases, objects in blankets, a long line of people leaning into the blowing snow. People cradling pets and small children. An old man wearing a blanket over his pajamas. 2 women shouldering a rolled-up rug. There were people on bicycles, children being pulled on sleds and in wagons. People in supermarket carts, people clad in every kind of bulky outfit, peering out from deep hoods. There was a family wrapped completely in plastic, a single large sheet of transparent polyethylene. They walked beneath their shield in lockstep, the man and woman each at one end, 3 kids between, all of them secondarily wrapped in shimmering rainwear. The whole affair had about it a well-rehearsed and self-satisfied look, as though they'd been waiting for months to strut their stuff. People kept appearing from behind a high rampart and trudging across the overpass, shoulders dusted with snow, hundreds of people moving with a kind of fated determination. A new round of sirens started up. The trudging people did not quicken their pace, did not look down at us or into the night sky for some sign of the wind-driven cloud. They just kept moving across the bridge through patches of snow-raging light. Out in the open, keeping their children near, carrying what they could, they seemed to be part of some ancient destiny, connected in doom and ruin to a whole history of people trekking across wasted landscapes. There was an epic quality about them that made me wonder for the first time at the scope of our predicament. The radio said, "It's the rainbow hologram that gives this credit card a marketing intrigue." We moved slowly beneath the overpass, hearing a flurry of automobile horns and the imploring wail of an ambulance stuck in traffic. 50 yards ahead, the traffic narrowed to one lane, and we soon saw why. One of the cars had skidded off the incline and barreled into a vehicle in our lane. Horns quacked up and down the line. A helicopter sat just above us, shining a white beam down on the mass of collapsed metal. People sat dazed on the grass, being tended to by a pair of bearded paramedics. 2 people were bloody. There was blood on a smashed window. Blood soaked upward through newly fallen snow. Drops of blood speckled a tan handbag. The scene of injured people, medics, smoking steel, all washed in a strong and eerie light, took on the eloquence of a formal composition. We passed silently by, feeling curiously reverent, even uplifted by the sight of the heaped cars and fallen people. Heinrich kept watching through the rear window, taking up his binoculars as the scene dwindled in the distance. He described for us in detail the number and placement of bodies, the skid marks, the vehicular damage. When the wreck was no longer visible, he talked about everything that had happened since the air raid siren at dinner. He spoke enthusiastically, with a sense of appreciation for the vivid and unexpected. I thought we'd all occupied the same mental state, subdued, worried, confused. It hadn't occurred to me that one of us might find these events brilliantly stimulating. I looked at him in the rearview mirror. He sat slouched in the camouflage jacket with Velcro closures, steeped happily in disaster. He talked about the snow, the traffic, the trudging people. He speculated on how far we were from the abandoned camp, what sort of primitive accommodations might be available there. I'd never heard him go on about something with such spirited enjoyment. He was practically giddy. He must have known we could all die. Was this some kind of end-of-the-world elation? Did he seek distraction from his own small miseries in some violent and overwhelming event? His voice betrayed a craving for terrible things. "Is this a mild winter or a harsh winter?" Steffi said. "Compared to what?" Denise said. "I don't know." I thought I saw Babette slip something into her mouth. I took my eye off the road for a moment, watched her carefully. She looked straight ahead. I pretended to return my attention to the road, but quickly turned once more, catching her off guard as she seemed to swallow whatever it was she'd put in her mouth. "What's that?" I said. "Drive the car, Jack." "I saw your throat contract. You swallowed something." "Just a lifesaver. Drive the car, please." "You place a lifesaver in your mouth and you swallow it without an interval of sucking?" "Swallow what? It's still in my mouth." She thrust her face toward me, using her tongue to make a small lump in her cheek. A clear-cut, amateurish bluff. "But you swallowed something, I saw." "That was just saliva that I didn't know what to do with. Drive the car, would you?" I sensed that Denise was getting interested and decided not to pursue the matter. This was not the time to be questioning her mother about medications, side effects, and so on. Wilder was asleep, leaning into Babette's arm. The windshield wipers made sweaty arcs. From the radio, we learned that dogs trained to sniff out Niodine D were being sent to the area from a chemical detection center in a remote part of New Mexico. Denise said,
Did they ever think about what happens to the dogs when they get close enough to this stuff to smell it? Nothing happens to the dogs, Babette said. How do you know? Because it only affects humans and rats. I don't believe you. Ask Jack. Ask Heinrich, I said. It could be true, he said, clearly lying. They use rats to test for things that humans can catch, so it means we get the same diseases, rats and humans. Besides, they wouldn't use dogs if they thought it could hurt them. Why not? A dog is a mammal. So's a rat, Denise said. A rat is a vermin, Babette said. Mostly what a rat is, Heinrich said, is a rodent. It's also a vermin. A cockroach is a vermin, Steffi said. A cockroach is an insect. You count the legs is how you know. It's also a vermin. Does a cockroach get cancer? No, Denise said. That must mean a rat is more like a human than it is like a cockroach, even if they're both vermins, since a rat and a human can get cancer, but a cockroach can't. In other words, Heinrich said, she's saying that two things that are mammals have more in common than two things that are only vermins. Are you people telling me, Babette said, that a rat is not only a vermin and a rodent, but a mammal too? Snow turned to sleet, sleet to rain. We reached the point where the concrete barrier gives way to a 20-yard stretch of landscaped median, no higher than a curbstone. But instead of a state trooper directing traffic into 2 extra lanes, we saw a Milex-suited man waving us away from the opening. Just beyond him was the scrap metal burial mound of a Winnebago and a snowplow. The huge and tortured wreck emitted a wisp of rusty smoke. Brightly colored plastic utensils were scattered for some distance. There was no sign of victims or fresh blood, leading us to believe that some time had passed since the recreational vehicle mounted the plow, probably in a moment when opportunism seemed an easily defensible failing, given the situation. It must have been the blinding snow that caused the driver to leap the median without noting an object on the other side. I saw all this before, Steffi said. What do you mean? I said. This happened once before. Just like this. The man in the yellow suit and gas mask. The big wreck sitting in the snow. It was totally and exactly like this. We were all here in the car. Rain made little holes in the snow, everything. It was Heinrich who'd told me that exposure to the chemical waste could cause a person to experience a sense of déjà vu. Steffi wasn't there when he said it, but she could have heard it on the kitchen radio, where she and Denise had probably learned about sweaty palms and vomiting before developing these symptoms themselves. I didn't think Steffi knew what déjà vu meant, but it was possible Babette had told her. Déjà vu, however, was no longer a working symptom of iodine contamination. It had been preempted by coma, convulsions, and miscarriage. If Steffi had learned about déjà vu on the radio, but then missed the subsequent upgrading to more deadly conditions, it could mean she was in a position to be tricked by her own apparatus of suggestibility. She and Denise had been lagging all evening. They were late with sweaty palms, late with nausea, late again with déjà vu. What did it all mean? Did Steffi truly imagine she'd seen the wreck before, or did she only imagine she'd imagined it? Is it possible to have a false perception of an illusion? Is there a true déjà vu and a false déjà vu? I wondered whether her palms had been truly sweaty, or whether she'd simply imagined a sense of wetness. And was she so open to suggestion that she would develop every symptom as it was announced? I feel sad for people and the queer part we play in our own disasters. But what if she hadn't heard the radio, didn't know what déjà vu was? What if she was developing real symptoms by natural means? Maybe the scientists were right in the first place, with their original announcements, before they revised upward. Which was worse, the real condition or the self-created one? And did it matter? I wondered about these and allied questions. As I drove, I found myself giving and taking an oral examination based on the kind of quibbling fine points that had entertained several centuries' worth of medieval idlers. Could a 9-year-old girl suffer a miscarriage due to the power of suggestion? Would she have to be pregnant first? Could the power of suggestion be strong enough to work backward in this manner, from miscarriage to pregnancy to menstruation to ovulation? Which comes first, menstruation or ovulation? Are we talking about mere symptoms or deeply entrenched conditions? Is a symptom a sign or a thing? What is a thing, and how do we know it's not another thing? I turned off the radio, not to help me think, but to keep me from thinking. Vehicles lurched and skidded. Someone threw a gum wrapper out a side window, and Babette made an indignant speech about inconsiderate people littering the highways and countryside. "I'll tell you something else that's happened before," Heinrich said. "We're running out of gas." The dial quivered on E. "There's always extra," Babette said. "How can there be always extra?" "That's the way the tank is constructed, so you don't run out." "There can't be always extra. If you keep going, you run out." "You don't keep going forever." "How do you know when to stop?" he said. "When you pass a gas station," I told him. And there it was, a deserted and rain-swept plaza with proud pumps standing beneath an array of multicolored banners. I drove in, jumped out of the car, ran around to the pumps with my head tucked under the raised collar of my coat. They were not locked, which meant the attendants had fled suddenly, leaving things intriguingly as they were, like the tools and pottery of some Pueblo civilization. Bread in the oven, table set for 3, a mystery to haunt the generations. I seized the hose on the unleaded pump. The banners smacked in the wind. A few minutes later, back on the road, we saw a remarkable and startling sight. It appeared in the sky ahead of us and to the left, prompting us to lower ourselves in our seats, bend our heads for a clearer view, exclaim to each other in half-finished phrases. It was the black billowing cloud, the airborne toxic event, lighted by the clear beams of 7 Army helicopters. They were tracking its wind-borne movement, keeping it in view. In every car, heads shifted, drivers blew their horns to alert others, faces appeared in side windows, expressions set in tones of outlandish wonderment. The enormous dark mass moved like some death ship in a Norse legend, escorted across the night by armored creatures with spiral wings. We weren't sure how to react. It was a terrible thing to see, so close, so low, packed with chlorides, benzenes, phenols, hydrocarbons, or whatever the precise toxic content. But it was also spectacular, part of the grandness of a sweeping event, like the vivid scene in the switching yard or the people trudging across the snowy overpass with children, food, belongings, a tragic army of the dispossessed. Our fear was accompanied by a sense of awe that bordered on the religious. It is surely possible to be awed by the thing that threatens your life, to see it as a cosmic force, so much larger than yourself, more powerful, created by elemental and willful rhythms. This was a death made in the laboratory, defined and measurable. But we thought of it at the time in a simple and primitive way, as some seasonal perversity of the earth, like a flood or tornado, something not subject to control. Our helplessness did not seem compatible with the idea of a man-made event. In the back seat, the kids fought for possession of the binoculars. The whole thing was amazing. They seemed to be spotlighting the cloud for us as if it were part of a sound and light show, a bit of mood-setting mist drifting across a high battlement where a king had been slain. But this was not history we were witnessing. It was some secret festering thing, some dreamed emotion that accompanies the dreamer out of sleep. Flares came swooning from the helicopters, creamy bursts of red and white light. Drivers sounded their horns, and children crowded all the windows, faces tilted, pink hands pressed against the glass. The road curved away from the toxic cloud, and traffic moved more freely for a while. At an intersection near the Boy Scout camp, 2 school buses entered the mainstream traffic, both carrying the insane of Blacksmith. We recognized the drivers, spotted familiar faces in the windows, people we customarily saw sitting on lawn chairs behind the asylum's sparse hedges, or walking in ever-narrowing circles, with ever-increasing speed, like spinning masses in a gyration device. We felt an odd affection for them, and a sense of relief that they were being looked after in a diligent and professional manner. It seemed to mean the structure was intact. We passed a sign for the most photographed barn in America. It took an hour to funnel traffic into the single-lane approach to the camp. Milex-suited men waved flashlights and set out day-glow pylons, directing us toward the parking lot and onto athletic fields and other open areas. People came out of the woods, some wearing headlamps, some carrying shopping bags, children, pets. We bumped along dirt paths, over ruts and mounds. Near the main buildings, we saw a group of men and women carrying clipboards and walkie-talkies, non-Milex-suited officials, experts in the new science of evacuation. Steffi joined Wilder in fitful sleep. The rain let up. People turned off their headlights, sat uncertainly in their cars. The long, strange journey was over. We waited for a sense of satisfaction to reach us, some mood in the air of quiet accomplishment, the well-earned fatigue that promises a still and deep-lying sleep. But people sat in their dark cars, staring out at each other through closed windows. Heinrich ate a candy bar. We listened to the sound of his teeth getting stuck in the caramel and glucose mass. Finally, a family of 5 got out of a Datsun Maxima. They wore life jackets and carried flares. Small crowds collected around certain men. Here were the sources of information and rumor. One person worked in a chemical plant. Another had overheard a remark. A third was related to a clerk in a state agency. True, false, and other kinds of news radiated through the dormitory from these dense clusters. It was said that we would be allowed to go home first thing in the morning, that the government was engaged in a cover-up, that a helicopter had entered the toxic cloud and never reappeared, that the dogs had arrived from New Mexico, parachuting into a meadow in a daring night drop, that the town of Farmington would be uninhabitable for 40 years. Remarks existed in a state of permanent flotation. No one thing was either more or less plausible than any other thing. As people jolted out of reality, we were released from the need to distinguish. Some families chose to sleep in their cars. Others were forced to do so because there was no room for them in the 7 or 8 buildings on the grounds. We were in a large barracks, one of 3 such buildings at the camp, and with the generator now working, we were fairly comfortable. The Red Cross had provided cots, portable heaters, sandwiches, and coffee. There were kerosene lamps to supplement the existing overhead lights. Many people had radios, extra food to share with others, blankets, beach chairs, extra clothing. The place was crowded, still quite cold, but the sight of nurses and volunteer workers made us feel the children were safe, and the presence of other stranded souls, young women with infants, old and infirm people, gave us a certain staunchness and will, a selfless bent that was pronounced enough to function as a common identity. This large gray area, dank and bare and lost to history just a couple of hours ago, was an oddly agreeable place right now, filled with an eagerness of community and voice. Seekers of news moved from one cluster of people to another, tending to linger at the larger groups. In this way, I moved slowly through the barracks. There were 9 evacuation centers, I learned, including this one and the Kung Fu Palace. Iron City had not been emptied out, nor had most of the other towns in the area. It was said that the governor was on his way from the capital in an executive helicopter. It would probably set down in a bean field outside a deserted town. allowing the governor to emerge, square-jawed and confident, in a bush jacket, within camera range, for 10 or 15 seconds, as a demonstration of his imperishability. What a surprise it was to ease my way between people at the outer edges of one of the largest clusters and discover that my own son was at the center of things, speaking in his newfound voice, his tone of enthusiasm for runaway calamity. He was talking about the airborne toxic event in a technical way, although his voice all but sang with prophetic disclosure. He pronounced the name itself, iodine derivative, with an unseemly relish, taking morbid delight in the very sound. People listened attentively to this adolescent boy in a field jacket and cap, with binoculars strapped around his neck and an Instamatic fastened to his belt. No doubt his listeners were influenced by his age. He would be truthful and earnest, serving no special interest. He would have an awareness of the environment. His knowledge of chemistry would be fresh and up-to-date. I heard him say, "The stuff they sprayed on the big spill at the train yard was probably soda ash, but it was a case of too little too late. My guess is they'll get some crop dusters up in the air at daybreak and bombard the toxic cloud with lots more soda ash, which could break it up and scatter it into a million harmless puffs." Soda ash is the common name for sodium carbonate, which is used in the manufacture of glass, ceramics, detergents, and soaps. It's also what they use to make bicarbonate of soda, something a lot of you have probably guzzled after a night on the town. People moved in closer, impressed by the boy's knowledgeability and wit. It was remarkable to hear him speak so easily to a crowd of strangers. Was he finding himself, learning how to determine his worth from the reactions of others? Was it possible that out of the turmoil and surge of this dreadful event, he would learn to make his way in the world? What you're probably all wondering is what exactly is this iodine D we keep hearing about? A good question. We studied it in school. We saw movies of rats having convulsions and so on. So, okay, it's basically simple. Iodine D is a whole bunch of things thrown together that are byproducts of the manufacture of insecticide. The original stuff kills roaches. The byproducts kill everything left over. A little joke our teacher made. He snapped his fingers, let his left leg swing a bit. In powder form, it's colorless, odorless, and very dangerous, except no one seems to know exactly what it causes in humans or in the offspring of humans. They tested for years, and either they don't know for sure, or they know and aren't saying. Some things are too awful to publicize. He arched his brows and began to twitch comically, his tongue lolling in a corner of his mouth. I was astonished to hear people laugh. Once it seeps into the soil, it has a lifespan of 40 years. This is longer than a lot of people. After 5 years, you'll notice various kinds of fungi appearing between your regular windows and storm windows, as well as in your clothes and food. After 10 years, your screens will turn rusty and begin to pit and rot. Siding will warp. There will be glass breakage and trauma to pets. After 20 years, you'll probably have to seal yourself in the attic and just wait and see. I guess there's a lesson in all this. Get to know your chemicals. I didn't want him to see me there. It would make him self-conscious, remind him of his former life as a gloomy and fugitive boy. Let him bloom, if that's what he was doing, in the name of mischance, dread, and random disaster. So I slipped away, passing a man who wore snow boots wrapped in plastic, and headed for the far end of the barracks where we'd earlier made camp. We were next to a black family of Jehovah's Witnesses, a man and woman with a boy about 12. Father and son were handing out tracts to people nearby and seemed to have no trouble finding willing recipients and listeners. The woman said to Babette, "Isn't this something?" "Nothing surprises me anymore," Babette said. "Isn't that the truth?" "What would surprise me would be if there were no surprises." "That sounds about right." "Or if there were little bitty surprises. That would be a surprise, instead of things like this." God Jehovah's got a bigger surprise in store than this, the woman said. God Jehovah? That's the one. Steffi and Wilder were asleep in one of the cots. Denise sat at the other end, engrossed in the physician's desk reference. Several air mattresses were stacked against the wall. There was a long line at the emergency telephone, people calling relatives or trying to reach the switchboard at one or another radio call-in show. The radios here were tuned mainly to just such shows. Babette sat in a camp chair, going through a canvas bag full of snack thins and other provisions. I noticed jars and cartons that had been sitting in the refrigerator or cabinet for months. I thought this would be a good time to cut down on fatty things, she said. Why now especially? This is a time for discipline, mental toughness. We're practically at the edge. I think it's interesting that you regard a possible disaster for yourself, your family, and thousands of other people as an opportunity to cut down on fatty foods. You take discipline where you can find it, she said. If I don't eat my yogurt now, I may as well stop buying the stuff forever. Except I think I'll skip the wheat germ. The brand name was foreign-looking. I picked up the jar of wheat germ and examined the label closely. It's German, I told her. Eat it. There were people in pajamas and slippers, a man with a rifle slung over his shoulder, kids crawling into sleeping bags. Babette gestured, wanting me to lean closer. Let's keep the radio turned off, she whispered, so the girls can't hear. They haven't gotten beyond déjà vu. I want to keep it that way. What if the symptoms are real? How could they be real? Why couldn't they be real? They get them only when they're broadcast, she whispered. Did Steffi hear about déjà vu on the radio? She must have. How do you know? Were you with her when it was broadcast? I'm not sure. Think hard. I can't remember. Do you remember telling her what déjà vu means? She spooned some yogurt out of the carton, seemed to pause, deep in thought. This happened before, she said finally. What happened before? Eating yogurt, sitting here, talking about déjà vu. I don't want to hear this. The yogurt was on my spoon. I saw it in a flash. The whole experience. Natural, whole milk, low fat. The yogurt was still on the spoon. I watched her put the spoon to her mouth, thoughtfully, trying to measure the action against the illusion of a matching original. From my squatting position, I motioned her to lean closer. Heinrich seems to be coming out of his shell, I whispered. Where is he? I haven't seen him. See that knot of people? He's right in the middle. He's telling them what he knows about the toxic event. What does he know? Quite a lot, it turns out. Why didn't he tell us? She whispered. He's probably tired of us. He doesn't think it's worth his while to be funny and charming in front of his family. That's the way sons are. We represent the wrong kind of challenge. Funny and charming? I guess he had it in him all the while. It was a question of finding the right time to exercise his gifts. She moved closer, our heads almost touching. Don't you think you ought to go over there? She said. Let him see you in the crowd. Show him that his father is present at his big moment. He'll only get upset if he sees me in the crowd. Why? I'm his father. So if you go over there, you'll ruin things by embarrassing him and cramping his style because of the father-son thing. And if you don't go over, he'll never know you saw him in his big moment, and he'll think he has to behave in your presence the way he's always behaved, sort of peevishly and defensive, instead of in this new, delightful, and expansive manner. It's a double bind. What if I went over? She whispered. He'll think I sent you. Would that be so awful? He thinks I use you to get him to do what I want. There may be some truth in that, Jack.
But then what are step-parents for if they can't be used in little skirmishes between blood relatives? I moved still closer, lowered my voice even more. Just a lifesaver, I said. What? Just some saliva that you didn't know what to do with. It was a lifesaver, she whispered, making an O with her thumb and index finger. Give me one. It was the last one. What flavor? Quick. Cherry. I puckered my lips and made little sucking sounds. The black man with the tracts came over and squatted next to me. We engaged in an earnest and prolonged handshake. He studied me openly, giving the impression that he had traveled this rugged distance, uprooting his family, not to escape the chemical event, but to find the one person who would understand what he had to say. It's happening everywhere, isn't it? More or less, I said. And what's the government doing about it? Nothing. You said it. I didn't. There's only one word in the language to describe what's being done, and you found it exactly. I'm not surprised at all. But when you think about it, what can they do? Because what is coming is definitely coming. No government in the world is big enough to stop it. Does a man like yourself know the size of India's standing army? 1 million. I didn't say it. You did. 1 million soldiers, and they can't stop it. Do you know who's got the biggest standing army in the world? It's either China or Russia, although the Vietnamese ought to be mentioned. Tell me this, he said. Can the Vietnamese stop it? No. It's here, isn't it? People feel it. We know in our bones. God's kingdom is coming. He was a rangy man with sparse hair and a gap between his two front teeth. He squatted easily, seemed loose-jointed and comfortable. I realized he was wearing a suit and tie with running shoes. Are these great days? He said. I studied his face, trying to find a clue to the right answer. Do you feel it coming? Is it on the way? Do you want it to come? He bounced on his toes as he spoke. Wars, famines, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. It's all beginning to gel. In your own words, is there anything that can stop it from coming once it picks up momentum? No. You said it. I didn't. Floods, tornadoes, epidemics of strange new diseases. Is it a sign? Is it the truth? Are you ready? Do people really feel it in their bones? I said. Good news travels fast. Do people talk about it? On your door-to-door visits, do you get the impression they want it? It's not do they want it. It's where do I go to sign up? It's get me out of here right now. People ask, is there seasonal change in God's kingdom? They ask, are there bridge tolls and returnable bottles? In other words, I'm saying they're getting right down to it. You feel it's a groundswell. A sudden gathering. Exactly put. I took one look and I knew. This is a man who understands. Earthquakes are not up statistically. He gave me a condescending smile. I felt it was richly deserved, although I wasn't sure why. Maybe it was prissy to be quoting statistics in the face of powerful beliefs, fears, desires. How do you plan to spend your resurrection? He said, as though asking about a long weekend coming up. We all get one. You're either among the wicked or among the saved. The wicked get to rot as they walk down the street. They get to feel their own eyes slide out of their sockets. You'll know them by their stickiness and lost parts. People tracking slime of their own making. All the flashiness of Armageddon is in the rotting. The saved know each other by their neatness and reserve. He doesn't have showy ways, is how you know a saved person. He was a serious man. He was matter-of-fact and practical, down to his running shoes. I wondered about his eerie self-assurance, his freedom from doubt. Is this the point of Armageddon? no ambiguity, no more doubt. He was ready to run into the next world. He was forcing the next world to seep into my consciousness, stupendous events that seemed matter-of-fact to him, self-evident, reasonable, imminent, true. I did not feel Armageddon in my bones, but I worried about all those people who did, who were ready for it, wishing hard, making phone calls and bank withdrawals. If enough people want it to happen, will it happen? How many people are enough people? Why are we talking to each other from this aboriginal crouch? He handed me a pamphlet called 20 Common Mistakes About the End of the World. I struggled out of the squatting posture, feeling dizziness and back pain. At the front of the hall, a woman was saying something about exposure to toxic agents. Her small voice was almost lost in the shuffling roar of the barracks, the kind of low-level rumble that humans routinely make in large enclosed places. Denise had put down her reference work and was giving me a hard-eyed look. It was the look she usually saved for her father and his latest loss of foothold. "What's wrong?" I said to her. "Didn't you hear what the voice said?" "Exposure." "That's right," she said sharply. "What's that got to do with us?" "Not us," she said. "You." "Why me?" "Aren't you the one who got out of the car to fill the gas tank?" "Where was the airborne event when I did that?" "Just ahead of us. Don't you remember? You got back in the car, and we went a little ways, and then there it was in all those lights." "You're saying when I got out of the car the cloud may have been close enough to rain all over me." "It's not your fault," she said impatiently, "but you were practically right in it for about 2.5 minutes. I made my way up front. 2 lines were forming, A to M and N to Z. At the end of each line was a folding table with a microcomputer on it. Technicians milled about, men and women with lapel badges and color-coded armbands. I stood behind the life jacket-wearing family. They looked bright, happy, and well-drilled. The thick orange vests did not seem especially out of place, even though we were on more or less dry land, well above sea level, many miles from the nearest ominous body of water. Stark upheavals bring out every sort of quaint aberration by the very suddenness of their coming. Dashes of color and idiosyncrasy marked the scene from beginning to end. The lines were not long. When I reached the A to M desk, the man seated there typed out data on his keyboard. My name, age, medical history, so on. He was a gaunt young man who seemed suspicious of conversation that strayed outside certain unspecified guidelines. Over the left sleeve on his khaki jacket, he wore a green armband bearing the word Simuvac. I related the circumstances of my presumed exposure. "How long were you out there?" 2.5 minutes, I said. "Is that considered long or short?" "Anything that puts you in contact with actual emissions means we have a situation." "Why didn't the drifting cloud disperse in all that wind and rain?" "This is not your everyday cirrus. This is a high-definition event. It is packed with dense concentrations of byproduct. You could almost toss a hook in there and tow it out to sea, which I'm exaggerating to make a point." "What about people in the car? I had to open the door to get out and get back in." "There are known degrees of exposure. I'd say their situation is their minimal risks. It's the 2.5 minutes standing right in it that makes me wince. Actual skin and orifice contact. This is Niodine D, a whole new generation of toxic waste. What we call state-of-the-art. 1 part per million can send a rat into a permanent state." He regarded me with the grimly superior air of a combat veteran. Obviously, he didn't think much of people whose complacent and overprotected lives did not allow for encounters with brain-dead rats. I wanted this man on my side. He had access to data. I was prepared to be servile and fawning if it would keep him from dropping casually shattering remarks about my degree of exposure and chances for survival. "That's quite an armband you've got there. What does Simuvac mean? Sounds important." "Short for simulated evacuation. A new state program they're still battling over funds for." But this evacuation isn't simulated, it's real. We know that, but we thought we could use it as a model. A form of practice? Are you saying you saw a chance to use the real event in order to rehearse the simulation? We took it right into the streets. How's it going? I said. The insertion curve isn't as smooth as we would like. There's a probability excess, plus which we don't have our victims laid out where we'd want them if this was an actual simulation. In other words, we're forced to take our victims as we find them. We didn't get a jump on computer traffic. Suddenly it just spilled out, three-dimensionally, all over the landscape. You have to make allowances for the fact that everything we see tonight is real. There's a lot of polishing we still have to do, but that's what this exercise is all about. What about the computers? Is that real data you're running through the system, or is it just practice stuff? You watch, he said. He spent a fair amount of time tapping on the keys and then studying coded responses on the data screen. A considerably longer time, it seemed to me, than he devoted to the people who'd preceded me in line. In fact, I began to feel that others were watching me. I stood with my arms folded, trying to create a picture of an impassive man. Someone in line at a hardware store waiting for the girl at the register to ring up his heavy-duty rope. It seemed the only way to neutralize events, to counteract the passage of computerized dots that registered my life and death. Look at no one, reveal nothing, remain still. The genius of the primitive mind is that it can render human helplessness in noble and beautiful ways. You're generating big numbers, he said, peering at the screen. I was out there only 2.5 minutes. That's how many seconds? It's not just you were out there so many seconds. It's your whole data profile. I tapped into your history. I'm getting bracketed numbers with pulsing stars. What does that mean? You'd rather not know. He made a silencing gesture as if something of particular morbid interest was appearing on the screen. I wondered what he meant when he'd said he'd tapped into my history. Where was it located exactly? Some state or federal agency? Some insurance company or credit firm or medical clearinghouse? What history was he referring to? I told him some basic things: height, weight, childhood diseases. What else did he know? Did he know about my wives, my involvement with Hitler, my dreams and fears? He had a skinny neck and jug-handle ears to go with his starved skull, the innocent pre-war look of a rural murderer. Am I going to die? Not as such, he said. What do you mean? Not in so many words. How many words does it take? It's not a question of words. It's a question of years. We'll know more in 15 years. In the meantime, we definitely have a situation. What will we know in 15 years? If you're still alive at the time, we'll know that much more than we do now. Niodine D has a lifespan of 30 years. You'll have made it halfway through. I thought it was 40 years. 40 years in the soil, 30 years in the human body. So, to outlive this substance, I will have to make it into my 80s. Then I can begin to relax, knowing what we know at this time. But the general consensus seems to be that we don't know enough at this time to be sure of anything. Well, let me answer like so. If I was a rat, I wouldn't want to be anywhere within a 200-mile radius of the airborne event. What if you were a human? He looked at me carefully. I stood with my arms folded, staring over his head toward the front door of the barracks. To look at him would be to declare my vulnerability. I wouldn't worry about what I can't see or feel, he said. I'd go ahead and live my life. Get married, settle down, have kids. There's no reason you can't do these things, knowing what we know. But you said we have a situation. I didn't say it. The computer did. The whole system says it. It's what we call a massive database tally. Gladney, J-A-K. I punch in the name, the substance, the exposure time, and then I tap into your computer history. Your genetics, your personals, your medicals, your psychologicals, your police and hospitals. It comes back pulsing stars. This doesn't mean anything is going to happen to you as such, at least not today or tomorrow. It just means you are the sum total of your data. No man escapes that. And this massive so-called tally is not a simulation despite that armband you're wearing. It is real. It is real, he said. I stood absolutely still. If they thought I was already dead, they might be inclined to leave me alone. I think I felt as I would if a doctor had held an X-ray to the light, showing a star-shaped hole at the center of one of my vital organs. Death has entered. It is inside you. You are said to be dying, and yet are separate from the dying, can ponder it at your leisure, literally see on the X-ray photograph or computer screen the horrible alien logic of it all. It is when death is rendered graphically, is televised, so to speak, that you sense an eerie separation between your condition and yourself. A network of symbols has been introduced, an entire awesome technology wrested from the gods. It makes you feel like a stranger in your own dying. I wanted my academic gown and dark glasses. When I got back to the other end of the barracks, the 3 younger children were asleep. Heinrich was making notations on a road map, and Babette was seated some distance away with old man Treadwell and a number of other blind people. She was reading to them from a small and brightly colored stack of supermarket tabloids. I needed a distraction. I found a camp chair and set it near the wall behind Babette. There were 4 blind people, a nurse, and 3 sighted people arranged in a semicircle facing the reader. Others occasionally paused to listen to an item or two, then moved on. Babette employed her storytelling voice, the same sincere and lilting tone she used when she read fairy tales to Wilder or erotic passages to her husband in their brass bed, high above the headlong traffic hum. She reported a front-page story. Life after death guaranteed with bonus coupons. Then turned to the designated page. Scientists at Princeton's famed Institute for Advanced Studies have stunned the world by presenting absolute and undeniable proof of life after death. A researcher at the world-renowned institute has used hypnosis to induce hundreds of people to recall their previous life experiences as pyramid builders, exchange students, and extraterrestrials. Babette changed her voice to do dialogue. In the last year alone, declares reincarnation hypnotist Ling T1, I have helped hundreds to regress to previous lives under hypnosis. One of my most amazing subjects was a woman who was able to recall her life as a hunter-gatherer in the Mesolithic era 10,000 years ago. It was remarkable to hear this tiny senior citizen in polyester slacks describe her life as a hulking male chieftain whose band inhabited a peat bog and hunted wild boar with primitive bow and arrow. She was able to identify features of that era which only a trained archaeologist could know about. She even spoke several phrases in the language of that day, a tongue remarkably similar to modern-day German. Babette's voice resumed its tone of straight narration. Dr. Shiv Chatterjee, fitness guru and high-energy physicist, recently stunned a live TV audience by relating the well-documented case of 2 women, unknown to each other, who came to him for regression in the same week, only to discover that they had been twin sisters in the lost city of Atlantis 50,000 years ago. Both women described the city, before its mysterious and catastrophic plunge into the sea, as a clean and well-run municipality where you could walk safely almost any time of day or night. Today, they are food stylists for NASA. Even more startling is the case of 5-year-old Patty Weaver, who has made convincing claims to Dr. Chatterjee that in her previous life experience, she was the secret KGB assassin responsible for the unsolved murders of famed personalities Howard Hughes, Marilyn Monroe, and Elvis Presley. Known in international espionage circles as the Viper for the deadly and untraceable venom he injected into the balls of the feet of his celebrity victims,
The assassin died in a fiery Moscow helicopter crash just hours before little Patty Weaver was born in Popular Mechanics, Iowa. She not only has the same bodily markings as the viper, but seems to have a remarkable knack for picking up Russian words and phrases. "I regress this subject at least a dozen times," says Dr. Chatterjee. "I use the toughest professional techniques to get her to contradict herself. But her story is remarkably consistent. It is a tale of the good that can come from evil." Says little Patty, "At the moment of my death as the viper, I saw a glowing circle of light. It seemed to welcome me, to beckon. It was a warm spiritual experience. I just walked right toward it. I was not sad at all." Babette did the voices of Dr. Chatterjee and Patty Weaver. Her Chatterjee was a warm and mellow Indian-accented English, with clipped phrasing. She did Patty as a child hero in a contemporary movie, the only person on screen who is unawed by mysterious throbbing phenomena. In a further startling development, it was revealed by little Patty that the three super-celebrities were murdered for the same astonishing reason. Each of them, at the time of his or her death, was in secret possession of the Holy Shroud of Turin, famed for its sacred curative powers. Entertainers Elvis and Marilyn were drink and drug nightmare victims, and secretly hoped to restore spiritual and bodily calm to their lives by actually drying themselves with the Holy Shroud after poor cleansing sessions in the sauna. Multifaceted billionaire Howard Hughes suffered from stop-action blink syndrome, a bizarre condition which prevented his eyes from reopening for hours after a simple blink, and he obviously hoped to utilize the amazing power of the shroud until the viper intervened with a swift injection of phantom venom. Patty Weaver has further revealed under hypnosis that the KGB has long sought possession of the Shroud of Turin on behalf of the rapidly aging and pain-racked members of the Politburo, the famed executive committee of the Communist Party. Possession of the shroud is said to be the real motive behind the attempted assassination of Pope John Paul II at the Vatican, an attempt that failed only because the viper had already died in a horror helicopter crash and been reborn as a freckle-faced girl in Iowa. The no-risk bonus coupon below gives you guaranteed access to dozens of documented cases of life after death, everlasting life, previous life experiences, posthumous life in outer space, transmigration of souls, and personalized resurrection through stream of consciousness computer techniques. I studied the faces in the semicircle. No one seemed amazed by this account. Old man Treadwell lit a cigarette, impatient with his own trembling hand, forced to shake out the flame before it burned him. There was no interest shown in discussion. The story occupied some recess of passive belief. There it was, familiar and comforting in its own strange way, a set of statements no less real than our daily quota of observable household fact. Even Babette in her tone of voice betrayed no sign of skepticism or condescension. Surely I was in no position to feel superior to these elderly listeners, blind or sighted. Little Patty's walk toward the warm, welcoming glow found me in a weakened and receptive state. I wanted to believe at least this part of the tale. Babette read an ad. The Stanford Linear Accelerator 3-day particle-smashing diet. She picked up another tabloid. The cover story concerned the country's leading psychics and their predictions for the coming year. She read the items slowly. Squadrons of UFOs will invade Disney World and Cape Canaveral. In a startling twist, the attack will be revealed as a demonstration of the folly of war, leading to a nuclear test ban treaty between the U.S. and Russia. The ghost of Elvis Presley will be seen taking lonely walks at dawn around Graceland, his musical mansion. A Japanese consortium will buy Air Force One and turn it into a luxury flying condominium with mid-air refueling privileges and air-to-surface missile capability. Bigfoot will appear dramatically at a campsite in the rugged and scenic Pacific Northwest. The hairy, upright man-beast
who stands 8 feet tall and may be evolution's missing link, will gently welcome tourists to gather around him, revealing himself to be an apostle of peace. UFOs will raise the lost city of Atlantis from its watery grave in the Caribbean by telekinetic means and the help of powerful cables with properties not known in Earth-like materials. The result will be a city of peace, where money and passports are totally unknown. The spirit of Lyndon B. Johnson will contact CBS executives to arrange an interview on live TV in order to defend itself against charges made in recent books. Beatle assassin Mark David Chapman will legally change his name to John Lennon and begin a new career as a rock lyricist from his prison cell on Murderers' Row. Members of an air crash cult will hijack a jumbo jet and crash it into the White House in an act of blind devotion to their mysterious and reclusive leader, known only as Uncle Bob. The President and First Lady will miraculously survive with minor cuts, according to close friends of the couple. Dead multi-billionaire Howard Hughes will mysteriously appear in the sky over Las Vegas. Wonder drugs mass-produced aboard UFO pharmaceutical labs in the weightless environment of space will lead to cures for anxiety, obesity, and mood swings. From beyond the grave, dead living legend John Wayne will communicate telepathically with President Reagan to help frame U.S. foreign policy. Mellowed by death, the strapping actor will advocate a hopeful policy of peace and love. 60s superkiller Charles Manson will break out of prison and terrorize the California countryside for weeks before negotiating a surrender on live TV in the offices of International Creative Management. Earth's only satellite, the Moon, will explode on a humid night in July, playing havoc with tides and raining dirt and debris over much of our planet. But UFO cleanup crews will help avert a worldwide disaster, signaling an era of peace and harmony. I watched the audience. Folded arms, heads slightly tilted. The predictions did not seem reckless to them. They were content to exchange brief and unrelated remarks, as during a break for a commercial on TV. The tabloid future, with its mechanism of a hopeful twist to apocalyptic events, was perhaps not so very remote from our own immediate experience. Look at us, I thought, forced out of our homes, sent streaming into the bitter night, pursued by a toxic cloud, crammed together in makeshift quarters, ambiguously death-sentenced. We'd become part of the public stuff of media disaster. The small audience of the old and blind recognized the predictions of the psychics as events so near to happening that they had to be shaped in advance to our needs and wishes. Out of some persistent sense of large-scale ruin, we kept inventing hope. Babette read an ad for diet sunglasses. The old people listened with interest. I went back to our area. I wanted to be near the children, watch them sleep. Watching children sleep makes me feel devout, part of a spiritual system. It is the closest I can come to God. If there is a secular equivalent of standing in a great spired cathedral with marble pillars and streams of mystical light slanting through two-tier Gothic windows, it would be watching children in their little bedrooms fast asleep. Girls especially. Most of the lights were out now. The barracks roar had subsided. People were settling in. Heinrich was still awake, sitting on the floor, fully dressed, his back to the wall, reading a Red Cross resuscitation manual. He was not in any case a child whose lustrous slumber brought me peace. A restless, teeth-grinding and erratic sleeper, the boy sometimes fell from his bed, to be found in a fetal bundle by early light, shivering on the hardwood floor. They seem to have things under control, I said. Who? Whoever's in charge out there. Who's in charge? Never mind. It's like we've been flung back in time, he said. Here we are in the Stone Age. knowing all these great things after centuries of progress, but what can we do to make life easier for the Stone Agers? Can we make a refrigerator? Can we even explain how it works? What is electricity? What is light? We experience these things every day of our lives, but what good does it do if we find ourselves hurled back in time and we can't even tell people the basic principles, much less actually make something that would improve conditions? Name one thing you could make. Could you make a simple wooden match that you could strike on a rock to make a flame? We think we're so great and modern. Moon landings, artificial hearts. But what if you were hurled into a time warp and came face to face with the ancient Greeks? The Greeks invented trigonometry. They did autopsies and dissections. What could you tell an ancient Greek that he couldn't say, big deal? Could you tell him about the atom? Atom is a Greek word. The Greeks knew that the major events in the universe can't be seen by the eye of man. It's waves, it's rays, it's particles. We're doing all right. We're sitting in this huge, moldy room. It's like we're flung back. We have heat. We have light. These are Stone Age things. They had heat and light. They had fire. They rubbed flints together and made sparks. Could you rub flints together? Would you know a flint if you saw one? If a Stone Ager asked you what a nucleotide is, could you tell him? How do we make carbon paper? What is glass? If you came awake tomorrow in the Middle Ages and there was an epidemic raging, what could you do to stop it, knowing what you know about the progress of medicines and diseases? Here it is, practically the 21st century, and you've read hundreds of books and magazines and seen 100 TV shows about science and medicine. Could you tell those people one little crucial thing that might save 1.5 million lives? Boil your water, I'd tell them. Sure. What about wash behind your ears? That's about as good. I still think we're doing fairly well. There was no warning. We have food, we have radios. What is a radio? What is the principle of a radio? Go ahead, explain. You're sitting in the middle of this circle of people. They use pebble tools, they eat grubs. Explain a radio. There's no mystery. Powerful transmitters send signals. They travel through the air to be picked up by receivers. They travel through the air. What, like birds? Why not tell them magic? They travel through the air in magic waves. What is a nucleotide? You don't know, do you? Yet these are the building blocks of life. What good is knowledge if it just floats in the air? It goes from computer to computer. It changes and grows every second of every day. But nobody actually knows anything. You know something. You know about Niodine D. I saw you with those people. That was a one-time freak, he told me. He went back to his reading. I decided to get some air. Outside there were several groups of people standing around fires in 55-gallon drums. A man sold soft drinks and sandwiches from an open-sided vehicle. Parked nearby were school buses, motorcycles, smallish vans called ambulettes. I walked around a while. There were people asleep in cars, others pitching tents. Beams of light swung slowly through the woods, searching out sounds, calm voices calling. I walked past a carload of prostitutes from Iron City. The interior light was on, the faces occupied the windows. They resembled the checkout women at the supermarket, blondish, double-chinned, resigned. A man leaned against the front door on the driver's side, speaking through a small opening in the window, his breath showing white. A radio said, "Hog futures have declined in sympathy, adding bearishness to that market." I realized the man talking to the prostitutes was Murray J. Siskind. I walked over there, waited for him to finish his sentence before addressing him. He took off his right glove to shake my hand. The car window went up. "I thought you were in New York for the term break." "I came back early to look at car crash movies. Alphonse arranged a week of screenings to help me prepare for my seminar. I was on the airport bus heading in from Iron City when sirens started blowing. The driver didn't have much choice but to follow the traffic out here." "Where are you spending the night?" "The whole bus was assigned to one of the outbuildings. I heard a rumor about painted women and came out to investigate. One of them is dressed in leopard loungewear under her coat. She showed me. Another one says she has a snap-off crotch. What do you think she means by that? I'm a little worried, though, about all these outbreaks of lifestyle diseases. I carry a reinforced ribbed condom at all times. One size fits all. But I have a feeling it's not much protection against the intelligence and adaptability of the modern virus. The women don't seem busy, I said. I don't think this is the kind of disaster that leads to sexual abandon. One or two fellows might come skulking out eventually, but there won't be an orgiastic horde. Not tonight, anyway. I guess people need time to go through certain stages. It's obvious, he said. I told him I'd spent 2.5 minutes exposed to the toxic cloud. Then I summarized the interview I'd had with the Simuvac man. That little breath of niodine has planted a death in my body. It is now official, according to the computer. I've got death inside me. It's just a question of whether or not I can outlive it. It has a lifespan of its own, 30 years. Even if it doesn't kill me in a direct way, it will probably outlive me in my own body. I could die in a plane crash, and the Niodine D would be thriving as my remains were laid to rest. This is the nature of modern death, Murray said. It has a life independent of us. It is growing in prestige and dimension. It has a sweep it never had before. We study it objectively. We can predict its appearance, trace its path in the body. We can take cross-section pictures of it, tape its tremors and waves. We've never been so close to it, so familiar with its habits and attitudes. We know it intimately. But it continues to grow, to acquire breadth and scope, new outlets, new passages and means. The more we learn, the more it grows. Is this some law of physics? Every advance in knowledge and technique is matched by a new kind of death, a new strain. Death adapts like a viral agent. Is it a law of nature, or some private superstition of mine? I sense that the dead are closer to us than ever. I sense that we inhabit the same air as the dead. Remember Lao Tzu, there is no difference between the quick and the dead. They are one channel of vitality. He said this 600 years before Christ. It is true once again, perhaps more true than ever. He placed his hands on my shoulders and looked sadly into my face. He told me in the simplest words how sorry he was about what had happened. He talked to me about the likelihood of a computer error. Computers make mistakes, he said. Carpet static can cause a mistake. Some lint or hair in the circuits. He didn't believe this, and neither did I. But he spoke convincingly, his eyes filled with spontaneous emotion, a broad and profound feeling. I felt oddly rewarded. His compassion was equal to the occasion, an impressive pity and grief. The bad news was almost worth it. Ever since I was in my 20s, I had the fear, the dread. Now it's been realized. I feel enmeshed. I feel deeply involved. It's no wonder they call this thing the airborne toxic event. It's an event, all right. It marks the end of uneventful things. This is just the beginning. Wait and see. A talk show host said, "You are on the air." The fires burned in the oil drums. The sandwich vendor closed down his van. Any episodes of déjà vu in your group? Wife and daughter, I said. There's a theory about déjà vu. I don't want to hear it. Why do we think these things happened before? Simple. They did happen before, in our minds, as visions of the future. Because these are precognitions, we can't fit the material into our system of consciousness as it is now structured. This is basically supernatural stuff. We are seeing into the future, but haven't learned how to process the experience. So it stays hidden until the precognition comes true, until we come face to face with the event. Now we are free to remember it, to experience it as familiar material. Why are so many people having these episodes now? Because death is in the air, he said gently. It is liberating suppressed material. It is getting us closer to things we haven't learned about ourselves. Most of us have probably seen our own death, but haven't known how to make the material surface. Maybe, when we die, the first thing we'll say is, I know this feeling. I was here before. He put his hands back on my shoulders, studied me with renewed and touching sadness. We heard the prostitutes call out to someone. I'd like to lose interest in myself, I told Murray. Is there any chance of that happening? None. Better men have tried. I guess you're right. It's obvious. I wish there was something I could do. I wish I could outthink the problem. Work harder on your Hitler, he said. I looked at him. How much did he know? The car window opened a crack. One of the women said to Murray, All right, I'll do it for 25. Have you checked with your representative? He said. She rolled down the window to peer at him. She had the opaque look of a hair-curlered woman on the evening news whose house had been buried in mud. You know who I mean, Murray said. The fellow who sees to your emotional needs in return for 100% of your earnings. The fellow you depend on to beat you up when you're bad. Bobby? He's in Iron City, keeping out of the cloud. He doesn't like to expose himself unless it's absolutely necessary. The women laughed, 6 heads bobbing. It was insiders' laughter, a little overdone, meant to identify them as people bound together in ways not easily appreciated by the rest of us. A second window opened half an inch. A bright mouth appeared. The type pimp Bobby is, he likes to use his mind. A second round of laughter. We weren't sure whether it was at Bobby's expense, or ours, or theirs. The windows went up. It's none of my business, I said, but what is it she's willing to do with you for $25? The Heimlich maneuver. I studied the part of his face that lay between the touring cap and beard. He seemed deep in thought, gazing at the car. The windows were fogged, the women's heads capped in cigarette smoke. Of course, we'd have to find a vertical space, he said absently. You don't really expect her to lodge a chunk of food in her windpipe. He looked at me, half startled. What? No, that won't be necessary, as long as she makes gagging and choking sounds, as long as she sighs deeply when I jolt the pelvis, as long as she collapses helplessly backward into my life-saving embrace. He took off his glove to shake my hand. Then he went over to the car to work out details with the woman in question. I watched him knock on the rear door. After a moment it opened, and he squeezed into the back seat. I walked over to one of the oil drums. 3 men and a woman stood around the fire, passing rumors back and forth. 3 of the live deer at the Kung Fu Palace were dead. The governor was dead. His pilot and co-pilot seriously injured after a crash landing in a shopping mall. 2 of the men at the switching yard were dead, tiny acid burns visible in their Milex suits. Packs of German shepherds, the iodine-sniffing dogs, had shed their parachutes and were being set loose in the affected communities. There was a rash of UFO sightings in the area. There was widespread looting by men in plastic sheets. 2 looters were dead. 6 National Guardsmen were dead, killed in a firefight that broke out after a racial incident. There were reports of miscarriages, babies born prematurely. There were sightings of additional billowing clouds. The people who relayed these pieces of unverified information did so with a certain respectful dread, bouncing on their toes in the cold, arms crossed on their chests. They were fearful that the stories might be true, but at the same time impressed by the dramatic character of things. The toxic event had released a spirit of imagination. People spun tales. Others listened spellbound. There was a growing respect for the vivid rumor, the most chilling tale. We were no closer to believing or disbelieving a given story than we had been earlier. But there was a greater appreciation now. We began to marvel at our own ability to manufacture awe. German shepherds. That was the reassuring news I took inside with me. The sturdy body, dense and darkish coat, fierce head, long lapping tongue. I pictured them prowling the empty streets, heavy-gated, alert, able to hear sounds we couldn't hear, able to sense changes in the flow of information. I saw them in our house, snouting into closets,